As the old adage goes, if you take good care of your body will take good care of you. There are a lot of intangibles, of course, but much of our bodily health rests in our hands. A lot of it has to do with what we put into our bodies, and when it comes to athletic greens and their AG1 formula, it's probably the healthiest thing I've put into my body in years. I started to take athletic greens because I was looking for a boost in energy. The results I achieved after drinking AG1 for weeks was clear enough. Athletic Greens is made up of 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. In other words, a lot of stuff we gamers rarely come into contact with, but probably should. It actually tastes pretty good too, and you're going to feel awesome drinking it because, my friends, these 75 ingredients are so good for you, and the AG1 formula is tailor-made for health-conscious humans. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 202. I didn't mess it up this week. That was really nice. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by that red hat wearing, but not that red hat wearing, Chris Reagan. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I'm good. I'm getting ready to pack because I'm flying to Tampa tomorrow for a bit of a YouTube event, boxing thing, the Creator Clash. It's like iDubbbz is putting it together. It should be an interesting little brawl.
Are you fighting?
No. I said, like, I'll fight Ray William Johnson.
I don't even know. I'm gonna look that up. Ray.
Dude, he's a OG.
Oh, you don't remember Ray William Johnson?
No, I don't know anything.
He's ancient.
Yeah, I don't recognize this person, to be honest.
Yeah, God bless you. Thank God.
So he's like an older YouTuber.
What an enviable position to be in.
Yeah, I don't know. I've said recently that though I've watched YouTube since college, there's a music video, there's something on there you want to watch. I have not watched YouTube until the last 2 years, maybe. Like where I actually really watch it.
Yeah, like actual content creators and stuff.
And I love it. I fucking love it, but I'm so late, I'm going to shut my door. The dog's barking.
Russian treble are rising up.
What is this in my chair? What is this? Something broke.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I wonder what
Isn't that your new chair?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Whatever. I don't care. All right. Dustin Furman. Sorry, we've not even gotten to you yet. I'm Dustin Furman, executive producer of Last Stand Media. Welcome. How are you today, my friend?
I'm good, given all of the crazy circumstances. I mean, by the time this comes out, Duke will be out, but we are changing things up because of the news that we're going to talk about at some point in the show, I'm assuming, about some delays. And so we've worked that into Duke, but it just created an element of chaos in the day, which is okay. Sometimes that happens. We're equipped for that. But it's interesting because right now I'm actually recording the show off of my MacBook, and my PC is rendering the new version of Duke. So I feel like the master of efficiency here. I've got all my PCs going at once.
Sure. And
I'm recording the show. And then so, it's just content city over here.
You know who loves a good multitask? Colin Moriarty.
That's what I was going to say. I knew you'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I love multitasking. I can't do anything without doing something else.
Yeah.
It's really difficult for me. It's like, I'm going to watch YouTube. I got to be on my phone. Oh, I'm going to play a game. I got to listen to a podcast. Oh, I'm going to eat dinner. Got to watch a TV show.
Right.
Oh my God.
I don't know what. Going to take a shower. Got to brush my teeth in the shower.
Oh, that's just reasonable.
Yeah, I agree. I picked that up from my dad. Apparently that was an old firehouse thing. Some of the people in my family do it and some others don't. My sister and Allie and I, we were both swear by brushing our teeth in the shower. Also convenient in college when you had to share those bathrooms. You guys didn't live in dorms, but the communal bathrooms are fucking disgusting.
Ooh, no thanks.
So before we get any further, let me just say, I have bad seasonal allergies right now, and it was like I was driving home yesterday specifically, and it looked like it was snowing with how much pollen there was.
Oh, it's bad, dude.
So if I die in the middle of this recording, just keep going. It's fine.
Yeah, right on.
You know?
Yeah, Dagan is ill too. When we did Knockback, I think yesterday, he was all stuffed up as well. It's funny, man. Like, I went to a doctor a couple weeks ago. She asked me right off the bat, she's like, how are your allergies treating you? And I'm like, I don't have allergies. And she was like, what? And, you know, we were talking, and I'm like, I've just never seemed to have been negatively affected by the seasons or by pollen. And it's funny, I was mowing the lawn the other day, and I was, you know, emptying the bag, and there's so much grass pollen. It's just like puffs of substance. And I was like, oh my God, if you just put this in front of someone who is allergic to it, they would probably die.
Yeah, they would shrivel up. And
Chris and I, we would be over.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird that humans, I just find it peculiar that humans are affected by it at all, considering we've evolved in these ecosystems that change, right? I've always found that strange.
I don't fully understand the logistics behind it, because like I know in California, when I lived in California for many years, I didn't have that problem. I was actually like astounded that like I just escaped that. And it's because nothing survives over there. There's no natural plants. Everything is fake. They put like, hey, here's a plant from over here, and it dies in a year because there's no way for it to bloom.
Yeah, it's all just like succulents. You know?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I was having the time of my life because I was like, oh, I can survive here, which I guess would make sense, like heritage wise. It would make sense that like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're an islander.
Like, yeah, it makes sense. So like, but still, just the fact that grass can kill me, or at the very least, make me so uncomfortable that I would rather die.
Sure,
is definitely not ideal.
Yeah, it's I'm sorry, Dustin, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, it's funny because at the live show, when you touch down, one of the first things you're like, I'm dying right now. To me, when I saw you, I was like, dude, it's good to see you. And you're like, just so you know, I'm dying from allergies. They instantly hit me. Clutch move, Travis Furman, my dad, went out and got Chris allergy medicine. And saved you. But I mean, it didn't save you in the end because you're still dying on stage.
It saved the show, I think, because like there was no way I was sneezing. I was like, my nose was running. I was blowing my nose every like couple minutes. There was no way that I was going to get through like 3 hours of a show.
Yeah.
Without that medicine. So coming in clutch with those meds.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's warmer down here where where I am, where you guys come. So I kind of already had a lot of the pollination and all that. And I think, you were just running headlong into that. But, it's a scene out here. I like taking the blower out once in a while, and, when the pollen's everywhere and you just blow it off the driveway or whatever, and it's just...
It sounds so horrible.
It's just...
Oh, man.
I love it.
That's a fight or flight scene for me.
Yeah.
Like if I saw
what was that? What was that M. Night movie, The Happening, where it was about like pollen spores or something?
Oh, yeah, it was the trees killing everybody.
Yeah, which is nice. But I remember when I lived... It's funny you said L.A. My ex's dog, Lolo, who you knew... She had a palm pollen allergy, and it only came out in LA, but not in San Francisco, which I thought was interesting. Of course, nothing's alive in San Francisco either, unless you consider homeless people's poop on the sidewalk alive, which it is. It has some bacteria and things of this nature in it. Well, welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, the internet's #1 PlayStation podcast. Thank you all for that. Support us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, the #1 games, media, podcast, whatever related Patreon in history. Thanks to you. You get early ad-free access over there, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, access to 2 exclusive episodes a week of Sacred Symbols Plus. We recently did one remembering episode 200. I had Jaffe on recently. Gene Park from the Washington Post, who will be back in a couple of weeks, was on. We did spoiler cast on Ghostwire Tokyo, GT7, Horizon, Elden Ring, and so on and so forth. We appreciate that. A couple of things to remind people. #1, I know the Patreon app isn't great. I know that. They know that. Use RSS to get your podcast onto your podcast services of choice. And if you prefer video, all you have to do is go to the app and then just open link in new window, like on your phone, and it'll just open the video in YouTube on a blind link. So I know some people have issues with that. And of course, keep an eye out for the weekly threads for the various shows to submit your comments, questions, etc. to the show. So thank you so much for your support over there. Also, Habroxia 2 is out on PlayStation 5. If you own it on PS4, go download it for free. It is cross-buy. And Super Perils of Baking, my new game, or our new game over at Lily Mo, is coming out on everything June 3rd. We hope you look forward to it. It's really good. All right, let's get into some inquiries from the audience as we roll into some small news items. But first, we have to deal with these people. Clark Petrie wrote in and said, Sacred Gents, I come bearing news involving a childbirth. Your sultry voices and the fulfillment of a request Chris made a little over a month ago.
Oh, no.
On April 28th, my wife gave birth to our second son, Quincy. Good name. Our first was an emergency C-section, and it's not uncommon for subsequent births to be scheduled C-sections. My wife, Sherry, was strong and brave as she lay strapped to a table with the surgical team operating. After delivery and initial checks on our son, another 20 or 30 minutes of work remained for Sherry. After all, she's opened up like something out of Doom Eternal. Thus, I was sent to the recovery room with Quincy as the surgical team finished with her. Sitting in peace, holding my new son, I smiled and recalled the comment Chris made in March, akin to, quote, I hope someone has a baby and the first thing that kid hears is us, end quote. Fear not, Chris. I delivered. Within minutes of entering this mortal realm, young Quincy heard you're discussing the Seinfeld font Kill Me shirt on episode 197. Is he cursed or blessed? I don't know. What I do know is that, as odd as it may seem, in that moment, I was full of joy as I partook in a strange meta joke between the Last Stand Media community and my newborn. After all, life is too short to not find some humor each day. Sherry, Quincy, and his big brother Emmett are all doing well. Be well, gents. Congratulations, Clark. I thought you'd appreciate that, Chris. What do you think?
I love that he looked into his newborn son's eyes and thought of something I said.
And thought of you.
That is hilarious to me. But I mean, hey man, good on that kid. He's gonna be well adjusted, I'm sure.
We're ratcheting
You should get him that Kill Me shirt.
Yeah, that would be awesome. A Kill Me onesie, like Kill Me, like little.
I would like a Kill Me onesie on a baby. Yeah. That would be a dream come true. If I'll send you the high res file so you can print it on because I don't think Teespring does onesies. But
yeah, that would be awesome. I would love that. That would be hysterical. I was saying we're ratcheting it up because now, like when some parents, I think it was a bigger thing in like the 70s and 80s. I don't think anyone even really does it anymore, but they would take like classical music and put it on headphones and then put it over the bin, and it's just like supposed to maybe be absorbed or whatever. Why not do that with our podcast? Take your Pulse headset, place it over your wife's or your birthing person's stomach, and have at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Why
Birthing
not?
people around the world.
Just
celebrate sacred symbols.
Just vague sounds of mumbling people doing it, because there's no way that theory was always so funny to me, because there's no way that whatever the sound that you're playing is getting through to that baby. It's gonna sound like music in like a party that's happening like 3 apartments down. It's gonna be like really muffled and like nothing. So the thought that it would be any more valuable than listening to like, I don't even know, like Red Letter Media, or like, it's.
You could do well listening to that too. Throw everything in there. Let's make a little something special for this unborn child. I can't use the term birthing person seriously. I just can't. It's hard. I'm trying. No,
you don't have to do that. That's ridiculous.
No, I'm not going to. But
it's so alien.
It's so, dude. It talks about women like it's like they're just. I don't know. I like, it's like, can we just use the term woman? Is that all right? I think
I think it's fine.
Chris, I think you'll appreciate this one even more.
Oh.
David B wrote in and said, greetings, Chris. To continue the conversation from a few episodes back of people, what they're doing while they're listening to your show, he says, I thought I should let you know that I listened to it while working on the Cortana and love in the new Halo show. You're welcome. So there you go. David B working on Cortana.
Oh, man.
And the Halo show for you. You don't like that show, or you do like that show?
I don't know, man. It
I'm looks bad. I'll tell you that. I have to say, and I said that it doesn't look very good.
I'm watching it like week to week, and I'm like, this is like, it's decent sci-fi. It's not bad sci-fi at all, but the fact that it's connected to this universe that it almost has nothing, it feels like it has nothing to do with, is frustrating. It would be like if they rebooted Star Trek The Next Generation and it was Star Trek Picard, but it was pretending like it was The Next Generation. Right. It's like that, where it's like,
I see.
I shouldn't say that. It's not as bad as Star Trek Picard, but it's, I don't know.
Picard is so, I just, again, as we said last week, I only know it through Red Letter Media's reviews, and I think they're so funny.
Yeah. There's the most recent episode that came out like this morning. It's like there's a Master Chief sex scene, and I'm like, I just don't know what you're doing. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Do you see Dong? Like Master Chief's? He's got to be, massive, no doubt.
Master cock?
Master. Nice cock.
Nice cock, Master Chief.
I love
nice
that.
Cock, Master Chief.
What is that from? What is that?
So the way I know it is there was like either like a TikTok or a Vine that was the Wii Sports, like the bowling.
Oh,
and
yeah, no.
Nice cock. I don't know
Right,
if it's
right.
there's if that's where I saw
It's
it.
an
So maybe there's something else.
it's an alteration of the Wii Sports thing. Okay. Yeah, because I was trying to figure out, like, it sounds like it was like from like a Crazy Taxi or like a Virtua, like back in the day, like something like that.
Hey, nice cock, like that. Like
Nice cock. Take me to the Pizza Hut. It's the same guy from Crazy Taxi.
Take me to the Pizza Hut.
Take me to Raytheon.
Oh my god. Anyway,
Oh my God,
what are we doing?
All right. Deep Dark Boys wrote in and said, hello, Slitter Kenny. With acquisitions dominating the gaming news front these past months, I can't help but to wonder, what would happen if someone offered to buy Last Stand Media? Part of what makes your operation so unique and personable is your independence, your Patreon, and Colin's storied history in games journalism. So I can imagine that you'd respond to an offer from Spotify, let's say, with a firm stand down. But you're also very good-hearted people, and you seem to care for one another deeply. And if a buyout meant more money for all of you and yours, I imagine it'd be a difficult decision. Just thought it'd be fun to see how you guys deliberate on it a bit. Thanks for continuing to keep my sanity in check. Really can't tell you how much I look forward to each week's episode. Thank you for your kind words. I'm listening. Yeah, someone wants to buy the company, but you're right. We're such a small, closely held company. I don't think it really makes sense for anyone to buy it. And if we were bought, like I've said before, kind of funny, we were offered a substantial amount of money for like an investment, basically put into us. And not for full control or whatever. And we turned it down because we didn't need it. And I feel like I'd be in a similar situation here where it's like, we don't really need the investment to buy out. Everyone's treated well. And yeah, we'd all make money, but I own 100% of the company. So who would make all the money? Me. So I don't think that's...
we'd be fucked.
I don't think that's the direction we really want to go in.
Yeah.
I mean, anything can happen, but don't worry about those things. Like, it's the same thing people are saying, like, what if Tencent bought Patreon or invested in Patreon? It's like, at that point we just do what we can to make sure that we post Taiwanese flags every week as our thumbnail. That's all. Yeah, don't worry about these different things. Nothing's gonna happen. We're not going anywhere. Fear not. Seth Bain wrote in and said, hey, my slitters, it's time to ask the age-old question. Is it proper to leave the toilet seat up or down? I live with my girlfriend, so clearly at home the answer is down, but as a man, I've always found it more appropriate to leave the seat up in public restrooms. I'm tired of walking into a stall and seeing piss all over the toilet seat. We as men have far too much faith in our aim, and as such, I believe it to be proper to leave the seat up to avoid situations such as these. What do you think? I totally agree with you, and I've always been confused why that isn't also the rule at home. I remember being a little boy, as I guess all little boys do, and just pee on the seat, right? When you're like 5 or 6 years old. And I lived with 2 sisters and my mom and all these other people, and it quickly became inappropriate. But it was something where it's like, put the seat up and then put the seat back down. But I'm like, why don't we just keep the seat up? And then if you need the seat down, you put it down. But otherwise, the standard is just keeping it up. Are you to tell me that a woman is going to either accidentally sit on a birthing person is accidentally going to sit on the toilet bowl without the seat and fall in or something? They can't just put the seat down. See, I feel like it keeps the pee off of it. And I don't know. I feel strongly about this, which is why I wanted to bring this up. Chris, where do you stand on the toilet seat?
The thing is, the main point of this argument that I've heard growing up was, I sometimes I go into the bathroom in the dark and then I sit down and I fall in. You know, that's what I remember hearing this from like many women in my life. It's like, oh yeah, I fall in if the seat's not down. And I'm like, what are you doing sitting down in the dark, not looking? It's like the people who go to the bathroom and then they check and then they realize they're out of toilet paper. I swear to God, I'm not kidding. This has never happened to me.
That's amazing. That's happened to me before.
Once.
Wow.
In my entire life.
You're very thorough. You're very thorough.
Yeah, because if I'm going to the bathroom with a specific purpose, I need to, like, I'm not going to not make sure that I have toilet paper.
You have all the tools.
Yeah, like it's insane to me that you would sit down, especially because like the toilet paper's roll is usually right next to the toilet. It's not like it's not like an Elden Ring where you got to like hit a magic wall to see whether or not you've got toilet paper or not. It's there right next to the toilet. You know that the second you sit down, you know you're fucked. You know? So just plan your day more accordingly. Don't sit down in the dark.
Isn't there Curb Your Enthusiasm about this?
Probably.
That Larry like goes into the bathroom and he sits when he pees, but then he falls in, I think, at one point or something happens when he goes and sits down. Like I agree with you. I'm befuddled, Dustin, by this idea that the seat doesn't remain up and then is put down, because the thing about all people is that we all have to put the seat down sometimes, because you poop and all these kinds of things. Everybody poops, and then you put the seat back up, and then if guys get crazy with the pee, which sometimes they do, then you don't have to worry about that. That's it. All there is to it. I think it's like this chivalrous thing, but I don't think it really is chivalrous, because it puts women in a position of having a pee covered seat, in which if the seat was always up, it would never be covered in pee. That's it.
Yeah.
Don't you understand?
Here's a theory.
Don't you?
I'm not saying I follow this. I'm just saying it's a theory.
Yeah.
Is that one could argue that anytime you flush the toilet, it should be, lid included, seat and lid should be all the way down, because surely the power of the flush just puts piss crystals everywhere. No doubt. Any piss crystals, poop particles, whatever. So in theory, the best thing to do is to put the lid and seat down in every situation in which you flush. But I'm not doing that. Now I think about it and say it out loud, I feel maybe compelled to do that. But I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle. If you're in a house with all men, then sure, leave it up. No problem. But I don't know. This is a thing that the ladies like. And I agree. It's like, just look. You're not going to fall in. Just check. But at the same time, it's a small thing we can do. It's a small thing. Just put it down.
Yeah.
I
often wonder.
It's like the people who go into their cars and they like accidentally sit on their groceries. It's like, what are you doing not looking where you're sitting all the time? Like I've never sat down in a chair that I haven't looked at first,
Yeah.
Just in case there's like a spike.
Thing. It's like the whole whoopee cushion thing. It's like, who's falling for that?
Yeah. It's insane.
Who's falling for that?
Lunacy.
I've never fallen for a whoopee cushion in my entire life. You'd have to get it in there at the last second as I'm moving to sit.
Yeah.
What do you think you're doing? What is this?
It would have to be one of those. It would have to be one of those chairs that already has like a cushion on it, and then like you put the whoopee cushion under the cushion. Right. It would have to be so covert. It's insane.
We need a new class of whoopee cushion, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
One that's more properly disguised.
Yeah, Whoopee Cushion Plus.
Oh.
Yeah, a new subscription service coming this summer, I'm sure, somewhere.
There's a whoopee cushion quest, which I guess is why it's on my mind, in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, of course.
Oh.
Seth, thank you for writing in. Kamza115 writes in. He has a correction before we get into the news. It says, meow lads, small correction from last week's episode. Chris mentioned a cat game, which Colin thought was just called Cat. The game is actually called Catlateral Damage. And while it does have a VR mode, there was that was added post-launch. It's a fun game and has a highly attainable platinum. Love the show and keep up the great work as always. Thank you, Kamza. You're absolutely right. There is another game called Cat, though, I think. But I don't think it's the same as this Catlateral Damage, which, by the way, is a great name.
Oh, there's a game called Puss. Have you heard of that?
Hell yeah, there is.
There's a game that is just called Puss, and it is about a cat. I remember because I think we previewed it at PAX. And I was like, whoa, bold move. Just
Puss.
Just Puss. So
I don't like that. I don't like it.
I don't like it. I don't like that word either. I was watching Game of Thrones, and there's that famous line where like one of the female daughters of Oberyn leans into Jaime, into Bronn, and she says something like, "You need a bad pussy" or something like that. And I'm like, ugh. God.
That's really, yeah.
Why did you have to say that?
It's like nails. It's like nails on a chalkboard while being shot.
Yes,
that word. It's a really fucking. Especially in reference to like just and like there is something about like God bless DreamWorks for just going along with Puss in Boots as a character, despite
God bless them.
I feel like at a pitch meeting I would have been like, hey, maybe we should rethink the name a little bit. But God bless them, they stuck with it.
Yeah, they did it. They're like, no, we're leaning into it, shoulder down.
Yeah. Good job.
All right, let's get into some news items, some smaller news items that struck up the last week or so. And thank you, Kamza, again for your correction. Just noting, PS3 and Vita both have firmware updates. And these firmware updates apparently are forced. I haven't turned on my PS3 in a while. My Vita is not connected to the internet right now, although I am playing Gravity Rush on it. So I guess I'll download this soon. But this specifically stops people from making accounts on these new platforms. So they've migrated all the account formation stuff to either online or on PS4 and PS5. However, since the PS3 and Vita firmware came out, PS4 and PS5 both also have new firmware updates. So regardless of what you're playing on, you're going to have to download these updates, which the PS4 and PS5 ones are just stability updates, but keep an eye out for those. Guys, we make fun of Kotaku all the time, and I think rightfully so. It's a pretty bad website. However, when they do something good, I think we should also compliment them. And there's a really good story over there called Meet the Only Person Keeping Action RPG Babylon's Fall Alive. It's by a writer named Jeremy Winslow. Now, I'm already wary of Jeremy Winslow. Why? Because his name is all in lowercase letters. What are you doing? What is this? It's obviously intentional and it's lame. So please don't do it. But he wrote this story called Meet the Only Person Keeping Action RPG Babylon's Fall Alive, and he went and found the lone person that was playing Babylon's Fall that day on Steam. Remember last week we noted that Babylon's Fall had a 1-player concurrent low, and so they went and tracked this guy down. And the guy's name is, let's see, something Wood. Dashel Wood. Oh, it's interesting. My nephew's name is Dashel. Dashel Wood. And he gives this extensive interview about why he's playing Babylon's Fall and all this. It's actually pretty interesting and like one man's tale, as it were. And it's funny because he's clearly a gamer. And he actually says, Dustin, and you would appreciate this, it says, Wood plans to finish Babylon's Fall as he sees it, Balan Wonderworld, and Left Alive as a nice trilogy of flawed yet charming games. So he's a gamer who's playing this stuff intentionally. And he mentions the washed out look of Babylon's Fall as being like the worst part of it, which I agree. It just has you can't define the edges of anything. It's just weird. It's a weird like piece of art, watercolor art or something. But I thought we would shout that out because it is an interesting story. This podcast is brought to you by BetterHelp, and Sacred Symbols listeners can get 10% off their first month of sessions at betterhelp.com/symbols. We like to make light of how so-called crazy or insane we are on our show, but don't let that belie an important fact that we all hold dear, and that many of you probably do too. Mental health is important. You've got to take care of your mind just as much as your body, but doing so can be demanding of a person. That's why I'm so keen on our longtime sponsor, BetterHelp, which takes a myriad of barriers out of the way when it comes to tending to yourself. BetterHelp is customized online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. For those who have been put off or inconvenienced by therapy in the past, this obviously rings magically to you. See, I first went to therapy in the early 90s, and while effective, it wasn't exactly straightforward. I'd have to go somewhere far from my house, sit in a waiting room, meet face-to-face. This was always true for me throughout various stages of my life. That's all well and good, but here in 2022, so much has changed, become more streamlined, connected, and simple, and well, why would therapy be immune? It isn't. BetterHelp isn't only more affordable than in-person therapy, it also has the potential to be more dynamic, putting you in touch with your matched therapist in under 48 hours. After all, why does therapy only have to be in person? Legions of people on BetterHelp find the assistance they're looking for over the phone or via video or even by text. It's all about meeting you where you are, not you going out of your way to be somewhere you're not. And once you cut all of that nonsense out, you can focus on what's most important, yourself. Therapy is about tuning your mind and spirit, about overcoming adversity and the downs we all experience in life. I believe in therapy's efficacy. I think it can work for you too if you're having issues at work or in relationships or are feeling depressed or anxious like me, and so much more. Take the initiative, my friends. You have the power. You're in control. Fix what ails you and begin by speaking with someone at BetterHelp. Go to betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS and get 10% off your first month of sessions. Begin your journey of healing today at betterhelp.com/symbols. It is absolutely no overstatement to say that I basically live in Mack Weldon sweatpants. I have since they first sponsored Sacred Symbols years ago. I own like 10 pairs of them at this point, and they are the most comfortable thing I've ever worn. And you can find out more about these sweatpants and all things Mack Weldon at mackweldon.com/sacred, entering the checkout code SACRED for 20% off your first order. But let me regale you, if I might, with what Mack Weldon is all about. High-quality, so-called daily wear clothing for men. Whether you're looking for t-shirts or even polo shirts or perhaps socks or underwear from boxers to briefs, and yes, they're amazing sweatpants and beyond, Mack Weldon is an awesome one-stop shop to get well-made, reliable, comfortable clothing. And with the aforementioned daily wear system, which is Mack Weldon's way of making their clothing all go with each other, Fashion-ignorant folks like me can make our clothing situations work with minimal effort. Of course, summer is here, which is an especially great time to break out Mack Weldon's Silver Peak Polo or a Pima t-shirt polo, alongside perhaps chino shorts or pajama shorts. If you have a pool like me, or like to go to the beach, or just lounge around watery bodies at your leisure, then Mack Weldon also has swim trunks and board shorts for you to check out. I'm telling you, friends, Mack Weldon is awesome. When I got my first pair of sweatpants back in, 2018, I was floored. How can these things be so comfortable? These days, I'm also buying their underwear too, both boxers and briefs, and I'm eyeing those board shorts. Yes, of course I am. My friends, check out Mack Weldon for yourself and save 20% off your first order. Visit mackweldon.com/sacred. That's mackweldon.com/SACRED and use the promo code SACRED, SACRED. Again, that's mackweldon.com/sacred and enter the promo code SACRED for 20% off. Stock up on warm weather essentials you've been missing. And hey, I'm telling you, those sweatpants, my friends, the sweatpants, check them out at mackweldon.com/sacred with the checkout code SACRED. I also thought I'd note that a website called The Information is saying that, or reporting that the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission in the United States, is investigating Sony's acquisition of Bungie. And this is apparently notable because this is a second level of investigation. So something that they have to actively do. They obviously investigate all major acquisitions and financial dealings. However, in Sony's financials, which we will discuss in the news segment, Sony expects internally, so presumably their lawyers and experts, that this was not going to be any problem for them. So nonetheless, I wanted to note that. I wanted to ask you guys about this. This reporting comes from website PC Games N, which we cite once in a while, pcgamesn.com, pcgamesn.com. The story is called EVE Online Tactical Shooter is in development at CCP London. Now, when I was at IGN, I reported extensively on a game called Dust 514, which people might remember. It was a PS3 game. And the idea of this PS3 shooter was EVE Online is this game of interstellar and interplanetary warfare between all these different sections, or all these different sects, I should say. And then on Dust 514, it was supposed to represent the ground battles themselves. It's a really brilliant idea, way ahead of its time. Didn't work very well. It wasn't fun. It was free to play, which was interesting. So in a lot of ways, it was on PS3 exclusively. It was all this weird shit, but they were way ahead of their time, I think, in the interconnectivity of the game, making it free to play, all that stuff. It just didn't work. And you'll recall after that game shut down in 2016 that they actually tried to make another game called Project Nova that was going to connect to EVE Online. And that never got anywhere. There was apparently maybe a closed alpha and people just didn't like it. So now they're apparently doing something new. And there is leaked art here in the story if people want to check it out. Just, concept art. It's not anything in game. I'm wondering, Chris, what do you think of this idea? This very, I don't know. It's this intriguing idea of saying, and I remember interviewing them about this 10 years ago now, where it's like EVE Online is impossibly complicated. Like and I've said it before, that it's one of the only games I've ever sat down where I'm like, I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, I don't understand what this is. It's so complicated. On my bookshelf in the other room, I have one of their quarterly economic reports from the game that they actually print into book form every quarter, just about the game's economy and tracking its changes. It's just, so their idea was like, what if we make a shooter, shooter, because everyone thinks people that play shooters are dumb. And we can have this thing kind of that connects to our very complicated and sophisticated game, in which there's an easier opening that might garner some people to go to EVE Online, but it'll at least make us some money and get people involved in the universe. I think it's brilliant. I don't know why they've not been able to execute on it. And considering how long running EVE Online has been and how much money CCP makes, they're the biggest company in Iceland, as far as I understand. They should have gone out and farmed this thing out a long time ago. I don't know why they insist on making it internally. What do you think about the possibilities? Does this intrigue you at all, of having kind of different games that interact in the same universe?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was what was I feel like that was the most interesting thing about Dust 514, because everything else about it seemed kind of, fine. It looked like, it looked like any other first-person shooter to me, but, I mean, obviously with its own, like, sci-fi flair, but even that sci-fi flair didn't really seem particularly defined or iconic or striking. But I did think the idea of, like, you've got these space battles happening in space in EVE Online, and on the planets below, you have these firefights that are happening. It's super ambitious, and I think the reason why this kind of thing hasn't been done well yet is because what's cool about it isn't really apparent to the average eye. Like if you're showing this game to someone and it's just gameplay of like this shooter, and then you have to explain like, well, hey, listen, you know what's really cool about this is that this is happening in tandem while a bunch of other things are happening in space in another game. And then immediately the person you're explaining it to goes, what? Like it's like a really cool idea for the people who are really into the space, like into this, like who are really like hardcore into game design and how these things interact with each other. And, you know, I remember playing EVE Online like a really, really long time ago because a friend of mine, I think at this point, yeah, like probably my oldest friend at this point. I've known him for so long. He was like, he lives in the UK, and he'd be like, hey, come play EVE Online with me. I'll run you through it. And he ran me through this really complicated system where I had to like pick my ship and build my character and pick like all these sorts of things. And then I finally got on my ship. I gave him my coordinates. He shows up. He blows my ship up. I leave in an escape pod, and he just stares at me as I drift into space. And he says, wasn't that cool? I go, no, I don't know how to play this, what to do, or what I'm doing. So I'm never going to play this again. My character's probably still drifting in space. Like, I don't know what the hell happened to that character. But I think this is like, it's a cool idea. I just don't know if the impact of how cool of an idea it is easily readable. And I don't know if that will... It just seems like the best you could do is make an okay to a good first-person shooter and then hope that people are interested enough in it that they dig deep enough to find out that extra cool layer about it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's something... It's what we always say about backwards compatibility as an example. It's like, no one cares. You know, like, we care, or there are people that listen to this show that cares, but clearly no one really cares about backwards compatibility between PS3 and PS4 or something like that. And I feel like you're right. It's really quite... It enamors me to say, like, look up in the sky in EVE 514, and the ships that are fighting there are in EVE Online. Fighting right now.
Yeah.
But, Dustin, I think the thing with EVE is that, and its long-running just history, is that it's a time and place thing, even though the time and place has been this extended time and place, in which people that play the game make it what it is, because it's all about like these real world alliances and these real world consequences that they have, and these things like people turn on each other in the real world and all this major drama happens. And there's a thing called FanFest in Reykjavik every year where they go over a lot of this stuff, and it's that's the interesting part about it, is that it's like this lifestyle for the people that play it, not unlike what we say about some of the free to play games that like Fortnite. It's really no different in that regard. Like, that's all they play. And I'm wondering if you agree with Chris that the idea might outwork the I guess practical kind of usability of an idea like this, or if you feel like it could be harnessed, because I still feel like the ability for them to harness this, it might be too late now, but if I were them 10 years ago, I would have been like, why aren't we going and using our substantial capital to not only support our game and make it better, but to go and get id, or go and get like some other shooter studio to make us a shooter if that's what we want, because we don't know how to do it. And playing Dust 514, you could feel that they didn't know how to do it. So I'm wondering where your mind is on the potential.
I think that there's definitely potential for a shooter in this universe, for sure. Just because there's so many, it seems like such an interesting lore in this game that is uniquely created by the players who play it. I remember a few years ago, I tried to find it real quick, but one of the largest battles in this game happened because someone forgot to like pay rent on a storage facility. And so it like went up for grabs, and it caused this galactic wide battle or something like that. And that's just really funny and interesting to me. And Colin, too, side note, you mentioned about it being called a spreadsheet simulator.
Yeah.
At their recent FanFest, they announced that they were partnering with Microsoft to integrate Excel into the game. And people, like, they did like one of those. Did you see the image that has like EVE Online Heart Excel? It looks like the like classic like merger images. And dude, people were like cheering, going nuts.
Yeah, because it's how they manage all of the fucking machinations of the game, which is so interesting. It's the same appeal that I've always said about old fantasy sports when you would keep it by hand. and there was like an honest kind of notion to it, and you can make mistakes. I love that kind of shit, personally.
Yeah. So as far as the idea of like these two games connecting, the main thing for me that I just wonder is that it would be a major technical endeavor, I feel like, to make this happen, first of all. And the question is to what benefit? And that's what I'm kind of it'd be hard to figure out, because it's like you want to make sure that a feature like that would benefit the already established EVE Online players and not be a hindrance or be annoying. And for the FPS players, it would have to be a feature that is worthwhile to integrate. And I guess, for how much investment and the technological aspect of it, I'm wondering if it would be worth the benefit to those. Like, I guess would the benefit be that hopefully, I guess it would enrich each player's experience, but it probably wouldn't have them cross over, because most likely FPS players aren't going to want to play the Excel sheet game, and the Excel sheet game players don't want to play the FPS game, but they're somehow playing in tandem. So I think it would really depend on if it benefited both sides of the audience and didn't piss off the other, because I'm sure that that's something that would be easily possible. But I will say it is a very interesting idea. I don't know if anyone's done anything quite like that as far as cross-game, cross-genre online interaction like that.
Yeah, like the idea was supposed to be like, you are in EVE Online. You dispatch a landing party on a planet. Zoom over to Dust 514. They're the landing party. Now they're your landing party attached to your ship, and it was supposed to create all these alliances. An interesting idea. It is interesting, but like you said, it's not been replicated because it's really hard to do something like that. I don't, but I can see why they would want to do it. I think it would be revolutionary if someone made something like that happen, and I wish them the best. CCP over in Iceland. They always invited me over there, and I never wanted to go, and then I ended up paying to go to Iceland on quote unquote vacation. So they got the last laugh, I guess. All right. Video Games Chronicle reports something interesting about Mass Effect, what people are calling Mass Effect 4. We have a Batman Arkham Origins situation here, which is fine, but it's not Mass Effect 4 technically. All we know is that it's Mass Effect will continue, and that's probably all we'll see for the next 5 years. But as Video Games Chronicle reports in a story entitled "A Mass Effect 4 Collectible Might Have Revealed a Big Returning Character," they say in part, quote, "As noticed by YouTuber Mr. Holton, it quickly changed product description for the item," and this is an item that they were selling on the N7-day store. It's a lithograph. Says, while Shepard and the survivors are left to pick up the pieces, fans are wondering what's left. And it was later changed to, the threat of the Reapers might have ended, but as a great cost for including Earth itself. While the survivors are left to pick up the pieces, fans are left wondering what's next. So this is important because it seems to kind of proclaim one of the endings as canon, which they would have to do. We've talked about this in the past with like Infamous games and stuff, where you have to kind of just pick one ending as being the real one. But Michael Gamble, who's taking over BioWare now as the GM and project director, as we noted, basically said that this was just a copywriting error on this part of the store. Dustin, let's stick with you. I'm wondering, do you think that they accidentally spoiled something from the new Mass Effect game, or do you think that this is much ado about nothing? Because you can kind of shrug that off, but it seems pretty specific, doesn't it? It read, while Shepard and their survivors are left to pick up the pieces, fans are left wondering what's next. I don't feel like that's just written by someone that doesn't know something, unless they're just assuming something about the game. But I don't know why you would assume Shepard was alive if you played Mass Effect 3, unless you got a very specific ending. So what do you think?
It seems for someone running a store to just make an assumption and make up your own description of the game seems extremely bold. I find that hard to believe. Personally, I feel like they changed their mind, or I don't know, man. They clearly are in a tough spot with this game because they tried to do something new outside of the original trilogy.
Outside of the galaxy.
Outside of the galaxy, yeah. And it failed miserably on multiple reasons, not just because it wasn't Shepard and that crew, but because of all the multitude of bugs and stuff like that. So it seems like the obvious answer is to return to Shepard's story. But like you said, that's also really dicey because they did the big thing with the 3 endings and try to clear things up, and now they kind of got to go and retcon that as well. So My theory is that they just simply don't know and decided that it's better to just change it. But to throw the shop people under the bus seems weird to me. I can't believe that the person doing the copywriting shop would be like, well, I'm going to make up my own fantasy description for Mass Effect 4. I don't think so.
What do you think, Chris? Do you think that it's important that they go back and try to reintegrate Shepard into this at all? Or because it was before we played Andromeda, which I have to go back and play because I've heard it's much improved and maybe was somewhat of a victim of just really a bad situation, that it's not as bad as people think it is. But I played it for a few hours and I was like, nah, I don't want to play this. So maybe I need to go back to it at some point. But it was actually attractive for the very reason that they were going to try to do something else. Right. And its failure indicates, unfortunately, that maybe Mass Effect requires Commander Shepard, because maybe that's what Mass Effect is. You know, I don't know. Like, I've always hoped that we would see more of Mass Effect, like the First Contact War I've always been fascinated by, when the Turians fight the humans and all the other stuff. I didn't really want it to be that direction, but maybe we kind of learned this about Star Wars in some way, where at least I think a lot of old school fans felt this way, where it's like without Luke and Han and stuff, it doesn't feel right. Even if it's good, it doesn't feel like Star Wars. What do you think about Mass Effect's future with or without Commander Shepard?
I don't agree that it needs Commander Shepard to feel like Mass Effect. I actually have been it's been confusing to me to see Mass Effect just sort of exist purely within this RPG space, when I feel like they could have really, I feel like EA could have easily pushed out a really compelling Mass Effect shooter, you know, or a Mass Effect's tactics game, or like a Mass Effect RTS. Like I really feel like it's like it's such a massive universe, and it's so deep and rich and detailed, to the point where like you could have any myriad of any kind of game in that universe with any number of characters, and you could have a really awesome game on your hands. The fact that they limit themselves just to, oh well, we're an RPG, you know, it's like that's always been confusing to me. And to me, the failure of Andromeda wasn't that they went with different characters and that they went to a different galaxy. It was, to me, it was all the execution. It was the fact that like all of the alien races that you met looked remarkably generic, and there wasn't really all that compelling character work, and you know the graphics were a little bizarre, and the facial animations were a little off-putting, and you know the combat wasn't exactly there, and the engine that they built it on wasn't made for this type of thing. And there's like there's so many other reasons why Andromeda failed that have nothing to do with the fact that it took place in a different universe, in fact, or in a different galaxy. In fact, I think that was like the smartest thing for them to do. And it's probably the smartest thing for them to do still. I still think I would rather see Mass Effect continue in the Andromeda galaxy, improved in like a proper engine with some proper attention to detail, some proper character work, some proper, you know, alien design that would make sense in Andromeda, and not just these like, I don't know, like the aliens look so generic in Andromeda. Like I can't even remember what the hell they were. Like I remember every single alien from Mass Effect 1 through 3. No clue what the hell was going on in Andromeda. But that's all story stuff. Like I don't know. I'm sad that they feel so attached to this one character. It's like Halo, where it's like, oh, it's not Halo without Master Chief. It's like, what do you mean? You had ODST, you had Reach, you had 2 Wars games, and they were great. Like they were really beloved, genuinely. So like, get away from these characters. You don't need them for things to feel at home in the universe. I feel like it's just a really narrow vision for such a rich sci-fi series like Mass Effect. It's just bizarre.
You said something interesting, which was like this idea of like, why didn't they lean away from role-playing more? Not only with spin-offs, but just with the Mass Effect games generally. Like, I think calling Mass Effect 2 and especially 3 role-playing games is a stretch, right? Like,
yeah,
the first one really is a role-playing game. And I understand that the role-playing is kind of literal. Like, we're using the term literally for once, which is like you are playing as the proxy of the character, which is why I think Commander Shepard being in demand is so weird, because Commander Shepard isn't really anyone. You can make him look however you want. He can be a man or a woman, and he can make a bunch of different decisions. So it's not like you're like, Commander Shepard is this. Commander Shepard can be a fucking bastard. Commander Shepard can be a hero, and everything in between. So I just think you're right. Like, why didn't they, with Mass Effect 2 and 3 especially, I don't know why they didn't go more like it's a shooter role-playing game or cover-based shooter, third-person shooter role-playing game or something, which would have attracted more people. But yeah, I'm confused by the whole reliance on Shepard just because I don't even really know who Shepard is. I know who my Shepard is, but he's not your Shepard. And that's what removes him from being a valuable protagonist. And I just feel like they need to accept what they did in Mass Effect 3 and move on. Like it is what it is. You can go in reverse. I would have loved prequels at this point if they just literally went backwards now. I would, and even before Shepard, like go back several hundred years, go explore. I always found it fascinating. I think it was the Asari who found the mass relays in like something like 2000 BC, right? By our year measurements. Like that's fascinating. Like we were barely agrarian, right? At that point. And they're like finding the mass relay and jumping through it. Like what were they doing at that time? There's a lot of potential. But another interesting one would be the flotilla of, what were those people called? The one that Tali is?
Oh my God. Quarian,
right. That's another one where they like have no home planet because the Geth destroy, like turn on them. Like that's a whole thing itself. That could be its own trilogy. So I feel like, yeah.
Remember when they used the stock photo model as her official face?
Did they really?
Yeah, it's like a photo. There's like a photo of her without her helmet on. It's literally just a stock image of some lady, but they edited it to give her like an extra eye and like one extra finger.
That's so funny, man. What I loved about that character is you can vaguely see her, which is cool. Like you can vaguely see whatever model was there. Oh man. Well, we'll see what happens with EA. We're going to talk about them in a second again. I wanted to acknowledge the story from Axios, though, written by Steven Totillo, who points out that Strauss Zelnick, who is the CEO of Take-Two. Take-Two, of course, owns 2K, Rockstar, Private Division, a bunch of other stuff. He is under contract to remain CEO now until 2029. But what's interesting about this is that his compensation is tied deeply to microtransactions and the performance of these microtransactions within their games. And so this is worrying some people, although notable just because of Grand Theft Auto Online in particular, but also NBA 2K series, which is heavily reliant, even though it's both a point of sale game and a microtransaction laden game, not unlike a lot of EA sports games. This is making people feel a little slimy, but I must say Strauss Zelnick has been in the driver's seat for a long ass time, and he is clearly well liked by the shareholders. I mean, consider the games that they've released and how much performance. I mean, as far if I don't own Take-Two stock, but if I did, I'd be like, whatever, dude. You know, do what you got to do, because he's making people a lot of money. But I wanted to acknowledge that, and then I wanted to go over here. Our friends over at Push Square wrote this pair of stories, one about Electronic Arts, one about Capcom, and I want to talk about both of them. Let's talk about EA's first. What they say here in the story in part is, in a recent investor presentation, Electronic Arts went through its upcoming slate of games for the next fiscal year. And so they discussed games we know about, F122, Need for Speed, which apparently, by the way, X-Evolution Studios and Criterion have apparently combined into one mega Need for Speed studio in England. I don't know if people saw that news. And then, of course, NFL games like Madden, FIFA 23. We're assuming it's being called Madden still. But there's this thing here, as they note, and the author, who is Stephen Talby, says in part, all the above mentioned titles are penciled in for release sometime this calendar year. However, in the publisher's fourth financial quarter, January to March 2023, it's brought up 4 games that have not been publicly disclosed. And they identify them like this: major IP, partner title, remake, sports title. Now, as they note here, your mind might go to Dead Space Remake, but we know about Dead Space Remake, and they're very clear. It says have not yet been publicly disclosed. So that's not the remake in question. Major IP, Push Square hypothesizes perhaps this is Dragon Age 4. And the sports title, I like where their mind is the most with this. They think it could be college football. Remember, an NCAA game is finally coming back. We don't know exactly when. Dustin, let's start with you. I'm curious if you identify what any of these games might be. From EA, again, major IP, partner title, remake, sports title. Do any of those stand out to you?
Trying to think, just because, well, we know in the NVIDIA leak that there's some kind of Mirror's Edge thing, the RTX version that we talked about in our NVIDIA episode. So I wonder if it could be that, but that doesn't necessarily sound like a full-on remake that sounds like some kind of ray tracing patch. But I'm trying to think outside of like what IP would make sense for EA, unless I'm honestly not sure. Do you think it could be a Mirror's Edge related thing, since they're even let's say there's the RTX thing, is it possible they want to try to pick up that IP once again?
Maybe. I think the partner title specifically is something I don't think we can guess, because I think this is something like It Takes Two, right? Or something like that. Like, you're never going to guess that. The major IP, it seems like they're talking about Dragon Age 4, but it just seems kind of soon, considering BioWare kind of got fucked up the last few years. I don't think that they're anywhere close. I don't know what that could be. You know what came to mind for me was like, are they going to go back, and is this like, we know that there's a Lord of the Rings game that EA is making, I think on mobile and PC. Is that perhaps going to migrate over? Maybe that's one of these things. I'm most fixated though on the sports title thing, because it's got to be college football. And that, I know you guys don't like college football. And in fact, I don't like college football either. I didn't go to a football school. I went to a hockey school. I don't care about college football at all. College football's mega huge. And people have been waiting for many years. I think it's been almost 10 years since there was an NCAA game. So Chris, let's go over to you. Do you have any hypotheses for what maybe any of these games might be?
I don't know. Like, I'm looking through EA's slate of IP right now, and I'm having a hard time imagining. Like, I'm most fixated on the remake, because I'm always curious about what IP do these publishers value enough to put some money into trying to redo or give some new life to. And honestly, like, I really don't know where to even begin, because EA's been through so many different transformations. Like, a long time ago, I would have said, oh, well, something like Destroy All Humans would make sense. But then, like, that's not EA anymore. Like, because that was Pandemic, which was owned by EA, but that's not inherently EA. That's Pandemic, and that's owned by that IP is now owned by I'm pretty sure Embracer. So I don't know, man. I would hope that it's like one of the Pandemic games, something like that, because I love those games. But I'm kind of left speechless with this.
I got two wild cards that I just thought of. To us as people that aren't really into these types of games, but very important IP that EA owns. Number one, SimCity, which has been dormant for many, many years after they totally screwed up the last game. And two, The Sims. It's been a while since we got a new mainline Sims game, and now there's a new console generation out. Seems like could be the prime time for that.
Indeed. Yeah. Not a bad pull. See, the thing about EA is that a lot of their stuff back in the day were licenses, and then they are best known for a series of repeatable games and a select few. Like, we know about Skate, right? I doubt that that's one of them. Like, that's been announced. I don't think it's anywhere close.
Do they own Burnout?
Yes, they do.
Because that would be really nice to see. I would be very happy to see a new Burnout.
Was Paradise the last new Burnout game?
Burnout Paradise, I think, was the last one.
Yeah. So because Acclaim originally owned Burnout, but then EA has owned it forever since then. Yeah, Burnout Paradise was actually what was Burnout Crash? Oh, there was a game downloadable game called Burnout Crash that came to PS3 and Xbox 360, and then Paradise, that was 2011. Paradise was 2008. And then they remastered. The remaster, I forgot that came out in 2018. That's actually a good pull. That could be it. They have a lot of racing talent. They bought Codemasters, right? So they have, and now they're integrating a lot of that into F1 and Need for Speed, but I don't know.
I feel like they would be really dumb not to do anything with Burnout. Like, Burnout has so much potential, like mass appeal potential, in ways that I feel like a lot of these other games just don't. Like, I know so many people who did not really care about car games at all who loved Burnout, and I don't know, man. Just seems like they're just sitting on something really strong.
Yeah, Criterion, they're still doing, I mean, they're in Need for Speed land now, but it doesn't mean that they couldn't find another studio or go back to that as well. I think that's a great pull. As the old adage goes, if you take good care of your body will take good care of you. There are a lot of intangibles, of course, but much of our bodily health rests in our hands. A lot of it has to do with what we put into our bodies, and when it comes to Athletic Greens and their AG1 formula, It's probably the healthiest thing I've put into my body in years. I started to take Athletic Greens because I was looking for a boost in energy, especially later in the day. My 1 meal a day diet, combined with my early evening weightlifting and cardio, left me lacking what I needed to get through everything that lay before me. I do it, of course, but begrudgingly and not as well as I could. But once I took Athletic Greens, which is basically just a scoop of powder you put into a glass of water, I noticed the difference. I truly did, and my body did too. The results I achieved after drinking AG1 for weeks was clear enough. Athletic Greens is made up of 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. In other words, a lot of stuff we gamers rarely come into contact with, but probably should. And like I said earlier, it's easy to take. It actually tastes pretty good too, and you're going to feel awesome drinking it because, my friends, these 75 ingredients are so good for you, and the AG1 formula is tailor-made for health-conscious humans. It's lifestyle-friendly, so people with all sorts of dietary restrictions, from vegans to those deploying paleo and keto diets, and even for gluten-free and dairy-free individuals, they can all use Athletic Greens with no worries. It's also super affordable at less than $3 per day. Considering what you're getting, that's a heck of a price. And those who take Athletic Greens love it, earning more than 7,000 5-star reviews from users around the world. My friends, replace that cumbersome and ineffective multivitamin with something much better, Athletic Greens. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. And moving over to Capcom, so Robert Ramsey at Push Square writes just about Capcom's financials, and I had to point this out. He says the company has yet again posted record profits, a winning streak going back 5 years now. So Capcom has reported record profits 5 years in a row, beating its previous year. And it's 9 straight years of profit growth. And they are teasing multiple major new titles, some of which, according to the story, are not officially announced yet. So they go into what we do know. We know about Exoprimal, that weird Dino Crisis game. We know about Pragmata, which is that like horror game. Street Fighter 6 is going to be there. We know that that's been announced. They point out the games that we discussed, I think, last week, which was Resident Evil 4 Remake and Dragon's Dogma 2, which are both not really officially acknowledged. Chris, let's stick with you. I mean, what are you feeling about Capcom unannounced games? Do you think we might be seeing? I feel like both of those games might very well be well in development. Keeping in mind, Dragon's Dogma is like 10 years old at this point. If you have a sequel going and you tell me it's ready this fall, I'd believe you. And Resident Evil 4 Remake, if they want to keep the yearly stuff going, which they've done with Resident Evil since 2018, right? 18, 19, 20, 21. So is that right? 2, 3? No, it would be 19 was 2, 20 was 3, 21 was 7, 22 would be 4. So we've heard about Resident Evil 4 development through rumors and who's working on it in various studios, but we don't really know much about it. Other than that, do you think that those are the games that they're do you think those are the unannounced games, or will it be something new that we can't yet guess?
I feel like it must be something new because, I mean, they kind of... I forget, did they announce Resident Evil 4 Remake?
No, we were talking about this last week, and then someone did write in, although I didn't use it, which was saying like, no, like there have just been, I think Video Games Chronicle was a major reporter of like just stories about who's developing it. It's like guys that used to work on a game. They're called like M2 or something, which I think was the same studio that might have worked on Resident Evil.
They really
3?
never said like, hey, this is underway.
I don't think so.
That's interesting. I feel like I remember that. I guess not though, but if that is the case, then for sure it's Resident Evil 4 is one of them. You know, I can't imagine that not being what they're talking about. Dragon's Dogma I know a little bit less about, but I'd feel pretty confident that Resident Evil 4 is definitely that game.
I hope so. I mean, I'm so eager because Resident Evil 4 is not only so good, but it's really pretty sacred as a game. I don't think messing up Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 would have been, especially 2 would have been unfortunate, but messing up Resident Evil 4 is not going to be good.
That's a big deal, yeah.
And after that, I don't think remakes, you even need to remake any Resident Evil games after that. I think you can just upscale 5 and 6 if you wanted to re-release those, and they have. So yeah, you know what goes, my mind always goes to Mega Man as well with Capcom, and I don't think that that's going to be their big game, but they did release Mega Man 11 several years ago, and there have been rumors of a AAA Mega Man game for many years now. I don't know what happens to those ideas, but I feel like they should make a game called Rockman, and it should be a AAA Mega Man game. And if that ever came out, I wouldn't be surprised by that either.
Do you think Mega Man sells enough?
No, I don't. But I do. But my opinion is just that they have this IP and they should try something new with it. If they want to like make it relevant, then try to make it relevant. Make the rock, paper, scissors part of the gameplay relevant, and see if you can do that. Because 11 was 2.5D and it was good, but they had like a lot of weird gameplay mechanics and it didn't feel like a real Mega Man game. I feel like they're already getting away from that, which is unfortunate because 9 and 10 were like,
I really liked Mega Man 9. But yeah, I mean, like Mega Man 11 sold 1.4 million. It's not nothing.
No, not at all.
And that was I would imagine it's comparatively cheap to make in comparison to like, all these other games that have to do like motion capture and like hire all these voice actors and shit. So I mean, yeah, I would expect they're definitely not done with Mega Man, Oh, I feel like that would almost be something. I feel like that would almost be something that they would announce. Like, hey, that was
Mega Man. Something. The thing about being a Mega Man fan is there's just so many different directions they can go in, so you don't really know what to anticipate. Like, will they ever revive Battle Network? Will they ever revive Star Force? Will they ever revive X? There's like just so many legends.
Mega Man Racing.
Yeah, Battle and Chase. There was a Mega Man Racing game in the 90s, although it never came out here. And there was Mega Man Soccer and all those random games too. But the other game that came to mind for me for some reason was Lost Planet. Also Dead Rising. I mean, they own these franchises. So
I was thinking of Dead Rising as well.
Now, Dead Rising might be a little. You see, to me, with the rumors of Dead Island maybe coming out as soon as like this fall, Dead Island 2. And with just kind of the worn out nature of everything since when Dead Rising came out, I was watching gameplay of the original Dead Rising recently, actually, for some reason. And I was like, this was cool as hell. I remember when this game came out. This was fucking awesome. You're running around some mall and it was just weird and zombies were still kind of nowhere near what it is today. And so if I were them, I would take a game like Dead Rising and just be like, let's just leave that alone for a while. And then we can release a game in the future called Dead Rising and it'll be fun. And the other game that came to mind, Onimusha. Do something with that as well. That would be fun.
Here's the thing, Colin.
Lost Planet.
We're missing cool. Again. I got to point to the NVIDIA leak, which I feel like it makes it the most likely answer. New Monster Hunter, Hunter 6.
Yeah.
Which already I saw right now. I'm looking at Windows Central. That they have an article from last November 2020. So this is an old article, but at the time it said Monster Hunter 6 possibly leaked with a 2023 launch window. So that could put it within that time frame. We also have the NVIDIA leak, and just at the end of next month, they're releasing this expansion to the current Monster Hunter. And so giving that some time afterwards, given that time to breathe, it'd be perfect time for a new Monster Hunter game that would be, I'm sure they are anxious to get a full-blown multi-plat Monster Hunter game out after the success of World. They know that people are. I mean, it's cool that there's the Switch and PC version that I'm currently playing, but it can't compete on the same level, I would imagine, as like some kind of follow-up to World.
And finally, in the world of, I guess, financial results, although we'll have a bigger financial result later for Sony, but as far as what we're going to talk about here early on in our show, Nintendo Life is reporting in other sources that Konami had its most profitable year ever, the last fiscal year. And I'm happy for this because they're doing it with primarily Yu-Gi-Oh! With the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel game, which is one of the biggest free-to-play games on PS4 and PS5, but also with eFootball. And I'm actually going to be doing an episode in the coming weeks of Sacred Symbols Plus with a super fan that's in the top 1% of eFootball, like leaderboards, to talk about the game and like what it's doing, because I feel like, and we're going to talk about soccer later, we're about to have a massive mix-up where there might be actually 3 competing games, and we'll talk about that instead of even the 2 we've been discussing. But I wanted to give a shout out to Konami because Nintendo Nintendo Life points out that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Cowabunga collection, which is theirs, is coming out this summer. I can't wait for that, and that's going to bolster them. And who knows what we might find out from Metal Gear, Castlevania, Silent Hill, and the games that they have in process there. So as Konami kind of rises from the dead, so too does their profit, and they've barely scratched the surface. So I imagine when they really start releasing games that we might see Konami bust back on the scene sooner rather than later. We're not wrestling fans here, but I did want to acknowledge this. WWE, according to the Eurogamer website, story written by Victoria Kennedy, writes, WWE signs deal for new wrestling role-playing game. This was just mentioned briefly on a financial call for WWE. Chris, what would be a wrestling role-playing game? What do they mean by that, you think?
Oh my God. I don't even I would imagine just maybe it would have to be selling the fantasy of being a wrestler, right? It would have
That's
to
what
be
I thought too.
That
Yeah.
like it'd be like, hey, you'd have like this character that you make, and he's like in wrestling, he's like interjected into wrestling canon somehow, and it's played almost completely straight. But I don't know, man. Like WWE is weird because it's inherently wacky and ridiculous. You know, like these wrestling games aren't beloved because they're incredible fighting games. Like they're beloved because you can make this fat goblin with like 2-inch long arms wrestle a man who has the circumference of a flagpole. You know, like it's a nightmare inducing experience for anybody that plays it the right way. So like I feel like trying to make a genuine RPG out of that might be a bit of a hard sell, but I mean, it's a big IP. It's a big genre that a lot of people care about. So why not try something weird with it? You know?
Yeah, it's my mind with WWE. I don't think they would ever do this because I think it ruins the illusion in some way. But when I saw this, I was like, could it be a game about the experience of being a wrestler, really, like in real life? Yeah. And how you play a character, how you are managing your persona, how you're taking care of your money, how you're dealing with deals and licensing and all that? Or will it be a game that's focused only on the subject matter at hand of being the wrestler and character and all of that? Because there's like a potential to do more, which is fun. I like that. And
I can't imagine it personally, but like, I mean,
no, I can't either. But that would be interesting, right? Like,
yeah,
to kind of like what EA tried to do with NFL head coach for a while, which is just to like kind of go above the game itself. But yeah, I wonder, Dustin, do you have any thoughts on what a WWE RPG could be? I think about wrestling. I actually said this to someone recently where I'm like, and I was a wrestling fan when I was a little kid in the late 80s and early 90s. I liked it, but I'm like, why are they all doing this? Like, what is it's a storyline and it's fake. I get it, but like, what is the reason that they're gathering like this to fight each other? Like, what is going on here? Like, you almost can't ask too many questions. And I feel like a WWE role-playing game might have you asking too many questions.
So to be honest, I've never watched any kind of wrestling thing in my entire life.
That's unbelievable. You like have no familiarity with it at all.
Me neither.
I see the memes and stuff, like clips online every once in a while. Like there's all the memes of like The Rock when he was in there and stuff. And who's the head guy that's also the
Vince
meme?
McMahon.
Yeah, I've seen those.
He's awesome. He's awesome. Yeah, because he plays a character of like himself, but he's like evil, which is like so ridiculous. I love the one of him smelling money. That's
I love the one where it's like the reaction where he's like, oh, and then it's like, oh, he like falls over and stuff. It's
cool.
that's
a classic.
Classic, yeah.
Classic meme.
So I honestly, it's hard for me to speculate at all. I will just say that it is a really intriguing idea to just straight up make an RPG about something that is like wrestling. It's like, I think there's been some RPG football games like isn't Blood Bowl? That's like an RPG football game that has like,
oh, is it really an RPG? I don't think I knew that.
I think it is, but I'm trying to remember. I know it has like fantasy characters and stuff like that, and it's maybe turn-based as well. But I think that's cool. I love to see.
Football is turn-based, so
yeah,
works.
Exactly. It works. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with it.
Yeah, I'm interested in this. What's going on with WWE, because they're kind of scorned right now. Like, I know you guys don't pay attention to wrestling, but I don't really either. But I read about it a little bit here and there when it comes up. AEW, which is owned by the guys that own the Jacksonville Jaguars NFL team, is like the competitor to WWE, and it's like not that old. It's like a few years old, and it's already becoming really big. And WWE, I think, as I've been interpreting it, is kind of on their heel right now. Because remember when they dismissed Yuke's, which is the legendary Japanese video game developer, wrestling game developer that makes like Fire Pro and all of that. They made the WWE games for almost 2 decades, and then they were dismissed, and the game was brought in-house at 2K Sports to make. And of course, the first one was bad, and they're kind of getting their sea legs, and the games are doing well. But Yuke's is making the AEW game that's coming out in a couple of years. So like it's getting ratcheted up, and the WWE says something really, really interesting in their press release. I was reading it. They say that 80% of their audience self-identifies without prompting as being a gamer. 80%. So if you are a wrestling fan, there's an 80% chance that you are also a video game player. And that's always been obvious because wrestling games have been big since, I want to say forever, but since the SNES and Genesis era, certainly. And so it's evident. But they got to figure this out because there's so much money on the table. But it's interesting to watch another wrestling group come up because it wasn't since the wrestling merger, WCW and WWF, when they were like competing, there were 2 wrestling leagues that were kind of like, I didn't even really know the difference when I was a kid. One was on here, one was on there, you know?
Is WWE not WWF?
No, it is, but I think it's WWE. I think WWE is renamed WWF, but I think WCW was bought or they merged, and then they were later renamed. So in other words, they were 2 competitive leagues, which is exactly how the NFL was formed as well. You know, the AFC and the NFC were both different leagues that came together. The Super Bowl was originally the 2 leagues playing each other. So yeah, I mean, the consolidation happens, but I'm very fascinated by that angle. I know some people that work at WWE. I actually I am good friends with a person who wrote for the WWE for a long time, which is awesome. So he used to come up with a lot of the storylines and stuff. And I'm like, this shit is ridiculous. And I love thinking about it. And I'm like, why is this happening? Above and beyond everything else, why is this happening?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is going on?
I could never get into it. It just seemed too, I asked too many questions, I think.
Well, I would
right
also say, I'll also say this. I think it's different now than it was when I was a kid. It was, I mean, it's still campy and weird, but it was really campy and really weird when I was a kid. And the characters were outrageous. Like everyone's just a dude in like a onesie now, like a singlet. But back in my day, it was like, this dude is like fucking fat as shit. And this dude is, the $1 Million Man, and Jake the Snake and Rick Rude and all these just random people that were fighting each other for some reason for years at a time. And then no one had any idea what was going on. It was awesome. Okay. What else? Oh, one last story I wanted to bring up. Over at Video Games Chronicle, they reported this right before we started recording, actually, so we don't know much about it. But Funcom, which is a European games publisher and developer that's actually unfortunately owned by Tencent now. We knew that they had the rights to Dune. They acquired Dune, the novel and movie rights a couple of years ago. But they're now hiring for a so-called next-gen open-world survival game based on Dune. Dustin, what do you think of this? Do you want a Dune game?
I don't know, because I was looking at Funcom because I knew of them, but Colin. I went and looked up. Yeah, that seems to be the major thing that they've done recently, which I've never played that game. I think it was free on PS Plus at some point, but it didn't score too well. But it could have just, I mean, maybe they've, with a game like a survival game like this, you imagine it gets updated and stuff like that. But it's a natural evolution to go from a license like Conan and make a survival game and then move over to Dune. I thought the new Dune movie was incredible. So I'm really interested in seeing games take place in that world. I'm not particularly excited about this one just because I'm not really into survival games, and Funcom seems to have a mixed track record, but I'm willing to be optimistic, see what they got. But hopefully there's more Dune games. Clearly that IP, resonated with a lot of people because that movie did really, really well. They're doing the follow-up movie as well. So hopefully we can get other Dune games as well.
Chris, do you have anything to add before we move on?
No, I mean, I still haven't seen the Dune movie. I've heard it's good, but I don't know. There's something about it. It's just like I'm not compelled to watch it. The only thing I know about The only thing I know about Dune, and it's in fairness probably like some of the best joy that I've ever received from any IP, loosely hearing about it, was when those crypto guys bought like a copy for like $3 million.
Oh, the movie treatment.
Yeah, they bought like a copy of Dune for 3.4 million. It was like an NFT group, and they thought it was the copyright. And they were like, oh, we're gonna do so much with this. We're gonna open it up to the community. We're gonna support derivative projects. We're gonna make the book public. And some guy was like, you don't own the. You just bought a copy of the book for an absurd amount of money. You can't do any of this.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And I was like, yes, this is great. I love it whenever something like that happens, but I can't say I'm that excited for a Dune movie because I just don't know anything about Dune or a Dune game.
It's interesting because I think I've said this in the past few months, but I've become, even though like Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are kind of eating shit right now, I've kind of come around to understanding the point of cryptocurrency more, even though I don't really want to own it. I'm not really against it like I was, but the whole NFT thing is tanking, and that was predictable, and that I'm pleased to see. Like, it's different having like a currency that's not backed by anything dangerous, having not even fiat or anything like that, but having this hypothetical digital item like that Dune thing was so stupid that I couldn't believe that it was being interpreted correctly. Like when I was first reading about that, my mind was, there is no way that those guys actually said that, like that they bought this thing thinking that they can do what they want with it, and they did. And that's unbelievable. You shouldn't have $3.5 million to spend if you are that stupid.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, nature doesn't always kill, the unprepared, let's say, man, but you eat shit on that and it's worthless now. But cool try anyway. All right, finally, a big piece of news happened that has nothing to do with us, but people wrote in about it, so I want to acknowledge it. Level Up Brady wrote in, said, hello, CDC. I would love to hear what the team thinks about Bethesda delaying Starfield and Redfall. Last week, we heard from a former dev about Starfield that, quote, the engine is a piece of crap, end quote, and, quote, flying is terrible at the moment, end quote, because it's not fun, end quote. So I saw that report. Bethesda doesn't have a good track record of releasing games that aren't buggy as hell. I feel this is a good move on their part. I'm guessing any devs that have their gaming releases this November are excited. That's what I keep saying, man. The fall is just wide open. Oh, if I were one of these people that can make it, I would really try. Anyway, have a great one and keep fucking that chicken. And for God's sake, use protection. We will. Ew. Now, Level Up Brady is one of many people that wrote in about this. Mm-hmm. This was announced, I think, was it this morning? Yeah. From when we were recording. And I guess I'm not that surprised by it. Starfield had that cool date they were trying to hit. I get it. But they weren't going to hit it. And I actually think Redfall looks really cool. I said that. I love vampires, obviously. So maybe not going to be my kind of game, but it's not looking too good over there, man. Because with Halo Infinite not really getting the support it needs or is expected of it, these games are not coming from Bethesda Studios. It's what I keep saying. Microsoft can be a mighty player, but they have to get their house in order. They have a lot of studios, and I think now is the time, not so much with Bethesda, but I think a lot of the other stuff they own where you're like, where is everybody? Like, what are you doing? You've owned some of these teams now for years. And as far as Redfall and Starfield, I think the thing with Starfield is that they just have to get it right. They absolutely must get Starfield right. And if they don't, it's not that they're in any trouble. It's just that no one's ever going to look at them very seriously again. I think a lot of people are already pretty skeptical about Bethesda Game Studios. I think the Witcher 3 experience made a lot, and compared to Fallout 4, which came out later in 2015, made a lot of people skeptical. Chris, let's go to you. How do you feel about this news and what it means for Xbox?
I can't say that. I don't know. Like when I first heard this news, my first thought wasn't, oh, this is an Xbox problem. My first thought was, oh, I'm right yet again. Because we had this conversation, I think a couple episodes ago. I can't remember if it was on a plus or if it was on a normal episode, where I was like, when I hear that a game is coming out now and it's got a release date or a release window, I no longer believe it. Like, I just don't believe it. Like, every single time, it's never right. It happened with God of War, happened with Horizon, it happened with The Last of Us, it happened with Halo Infinite, it happened with these two games from Bethesda and Arcane. The games just don't hit their release dates anymore. And for me, it's like, look, I'm totally fine with games being delayed if they need to be delayed. I'm never going to be against delays. But it gets to the point now, and I think we're at this point now where when you hear a delay and there's a 95, or when you hear about a release date and there's a 95% chance that you can bet on that release date being delayed and make a ton of money reliably often, that's just annoying. Because it feels to me less like you've given me a genuine release date and then things got out of hand, and it feels more like, you knew this was going to happen. Because how could you not? Everything is being delayed. And
that's what I say about Hogwarts Legacy when I reported that earlier this year. Now, I don't know one way or the other if it's actually going to happen, but a lot of people are skeptical. Like, they said it was coming out this year, and I'm like, I don't care what they said. The default now is that the game will be delayed. That is the default. It is not the exception. It is not like, oh, maybe it'll get delayed. No, maybe a game will come out on time. Maybe that'll happen. And that's just kind of annoying to be again, like, I don't want it to come across like I'm against delays. I just wish that developers were a little bit more withdrawn, or a little bit more not withdrawn, withheld, or more restraint. Yeah.
They could show a little bit more restraint when they're like, hey, you know what? We'll set an announce date when we're pretty rock solid on what we've got. When it's like the second we enter the polishing phase, that's when we'll talk about a release date. Because I'm just so sick of these infographics coming out being like, we here at blah, blah, blah have decided that blah, blah, blah needs to be pushed to blah, blah, blah for the team health and blah, blah, blah and the perfect experience that awaits you and blah, blah, blah. And we want to deliver perfection. And it's like, it's all the same. I get it. You're not wrong to do that. But just don't announce your release dates before they're fucking ready. Please. I'm so tired.
It is tiring because I feel like it reminds me of when my house was getting built and they use COVID as an excuse for everything, right? Oh, we can't do the warranty things because of COVID. We can't do the thing, we can't do this on time because of COVID. Oh, my pool's delayed because of COVID. Oh, this is not happening because of COVID. We're now going to get the Spotify thing again because I said it so many times. But it reminds me of that. But I was going through all of this in 2020 and into 2021. And I feel like you got to kind of have it sorted out now. I don't want to hear any more excuses about, work condition. Well, work conditions are different, I guess. But like the idea of working remotely and doing all these things, you dated this stuff while you were well into the era of the COVID work flow, as it were, let's call it.
Yeah.
And so I agree with you. I think a lot of the release date stuff is bullshit. I think a lot of the release date stuff is guys, they're generating pre-sales. They want you to go buy the game now. And they want you to hype things up. They want to use the journalists and the media and their access to squeeze positive, preview runs out of them and all these kinds of things. I just think a lot of publishers are late to the story that gaming is fundamentally changing. We're seeing that in this fall. I don't think anything's coming out this fall. Like, I think people are going to be falling pardon the pun, all over themselves to get into that window, but man, it's not looking good this fall. And which is fine. I mean, I have an infinite amount of games on my backlog to play. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, is Modern Warfare 2 coming out this fall?
Yes.
That's a pretty big one. That's probably the biggest one. That's probably the only thing.
I think that's the last annualized Call of Duty. So yeah, that will be big, always. And Gotham Knights, which we're going to talk about later, is a fall game as well. But I don't know. Dustin, do you have anything to add about this? Actually, wait, before I even turn it over to you, I do want to read this real quick. I forgot about this. I'm sorry. Zach Wishnuff wrote in and said, Sacred Symbols Men, how much, if any, input control do the console manufacturers have over the timing release of third-party games? Furthermore, does PlayStation have a greater degree of control over the release date of third-party exclusives? I was going to read this later in regards to another story, but I wanted to read it now because I want people to know that you can basically release your game whenever you want. As long as you pass QA and certification and you give them a few weeks notice in the module, you can pick literally any date you want. So it's that easy to date and redate your game. Anyway, go ahead, Dustin.
I would argue, though, probably that games that are like something like Final Fantasy VII Remake, I'm sure they're collaborating with Sony on what day, like big marketing games or whatever.
Sure.
So there's certain ones that probably wouldn't be the case for. But anyway, as far as Starfield, I feel like I'm not surprised by this delay at all, but I think that what they're thinking right now is just that they're coming off of the heels of Cyberpunk, which we all know the disaster that was, the disaster of their own last game, Fallout 76, and they know that like their Bethesda's name, or Bethesda proper, Bethesda Game Studios name, has already been extremely tarnished over the years in numerous ways. And there's a lot riding on this game, not just for them, but now the Xbox brand as well, because they're obviously one at this point. There's the Bethesda and Xbox showcase. They are separate, but it's a very big deal. And I am imagining that also, looking at Halo Infinite's, the fact that game launched basically in beta, they know that they can't, I would hope they know that they really should not do that again with one of the most anticipated titles on their platform. So I don't know. In some ways too, I'm just like, man, how long have you guys been working on this game to get it right? And I know that it's potentially, I feel like people are making it feels like it has a No Man's Sky situation to it in some ways, where people are putting all these attributes to it that I'm like, how do you even know this? Like we really haven't even seen gameplay of this game. We don't know really anything about it. Maybe some stuff that they've said in interviews. We just, the whole like space flight thing, we didn't know until someone leaked it a few weeks ago.
We've never actually seen it.
We haven't seen it.
There are things we can infer about it based on their history. Like we can probably infer that it's a first person RPG.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it. That's all we can really infer about it. We've seen like some assets.
Right.
That's it.
So I just think that there's a lot riding on this game. It makes sense for them to delay it, but at the same time, it's like, what have you guys been doing all this time? Like it's been a very long time since Fallout 4. And I know this is a new style of game, but hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's worth it. I'm really looking forward to this game. I'll be playing it for sure day one. But they're a strange studio to me now.
My Bethesda skepticism is not with the publisher, but with the developers. Well chronicled. You can go read all about it over the years. I've never really been a big fan of theirs. I loved Fallout 3 because it was unlike anything I'd ever played. But when you really think about it from my perspective, I'm like, that's basically it from them, that I like really love. I thought Fallout 4 was disappointing. I thought Fallout 4 felt old and archaic and just, it was unbelievable. Like after playing The Witcher 3 earlier that year, I was like, man, oh man, you got lapped. And it reminds me a lot of what Supermassive did to Quantic Dream with Until Dawn. I said that back in the day too. Like you just got lapped by the team you probably inspired, by the way. So I'm interested in the perspective of these delays from Game Pass, because I think and I keep saying Game Pass is obviously the best value in gaming from the consumer standpoint. It's great. From a money-making standpoint, I'm still skeptical about it. And I think in this era where tech stocks are falling, the fortunes of a lot of tech companies are normalizing, and the archetype for this approach, which is Netflix, is eating shit right now. Absolute shit. They are hemorrhaging money. They are hemorrhaging share value. And they're fast tracking. I don't know if you guys saw this. They've fast tracked ads. Like they're going to be on Netflix by the end of the year, because they're and so having your fortunes kind of be in stasis with big games that are supposed to come day one to your subscription service at the same time that everyone's kind of looking at subscription services now with a more skeptical eye as the market adjusts, I think it's bad timing. And I think that this is really one of the first examples of Xbox suffering from bad timing in a while, because I think that they've been pretty canny in the way that they've struck, the way that games have been released, and the way Game Pass has been supported, both with some second party and mostly third party games. And I wonder what their plan is, because this is why things like Game Pass, it's going to be hard to make something like Game Pass profitable, because look at it. You have the cost of Starfield itself, hundreds of millions of dollars, right? No doubt. Then you have the idea that no one's going to buy it because it's all going to be on Game Pass. So you can just let go of all those sales, right? Or most of those sales. And then you have a situation where people are kind of waiting for competitors, or there might be competitors on the service. And before you know it, you're kind of dumping good after bad money. The Starfield's delay is good for the game, but bad for the monetary situation. It's just going to cost more money, right? And it's more money that they can't recover. And so I feel like this is a pretty good illustration of why a company like Microsoft is one of the few corporations of scale in a unique position where they can support something like this that is clearly not working monetarily. Because the big thing now is that they have to go buy other games, another sunk cost. Wherever Starfield was supposed to be in November, Redfall maybe in September or October, what's going to go there now? Now you got to go buy them. And now there's more money down the tube. So not only is your game costing more money, not only is anyone going to buy your game when it comes out because you're going to subscribe to it, to the service, and it's going to cost more because you're delaying it. I mean, it's not good timing. It's not good. I think they'll be fine. But it's certainly, for all the compliments we give Xbox on this podcast, and we compliment them often, I have to point out that this is not good for them. They have nothing this year. No, nothing. Mm-hmm. And Sony's, I'm sure, feeling less urgent about God of War now. Tell you that much. And I'm going to do something twice in a row, guys. 2 weeks in a row. I'm going all the way to the listener inquiries at the end, pulling one of those 6 right now because I feel like it makes more sense right now. Josh Kiscall wrote in and said, "Good day, good gentlemen. The front page of Push Square has an article entitled, 'Does Sony Need a Big Summer Showcase?' I am very curious what each of your answers is to this. I have been very patient with Sony, and I understand that they have been quiet, as there hasn't been a need to drop some big news. However, I 100% believe they need a big blowout this summer. With Xbox publicly sharing they have gained ground on PlayStation and nearly no big first-party announcements since last summer, it's shit or get off the pot time. Thanks, and keep rocking in the free world." I must say, Chris, if I'm at Sony, I'm like, we have no reason to release God of War this year now. And we're going to talk about it. We anticipate that we're going to sell almost 20 million PS5s regardless this year. So why say anything? No matter what people say and beat us up, the reality is that our rival Xbox has nothing, even less than we do. And Nintendo, if you want to compare us to them, they also have nothing. So I feel like they could maybe make a statement right now and announce things and have a lot of excitement, but they don't have the consoles to sell. And so the delay kind of just says okay, we'll just keep the status quo. We're still winning. I feel like this is a good place for Sony to be. And so I don't think they're in need of a big showcase and a lot of announcements. What do you think?
I think we would like a big summer showcase.
Oh, desperately for this show. Yes.
It would be nice from a consumer standpoint to have one of those again. But I don't think Sony needs. I don't think any of them need them, quite frankly. It's a different world now. You don't need the trade shows. It's just it's nice from a tradition standpoint, and it gets the community talking, and it gets people excited and optimistic. But at the same time, what good is a big summer showcase when 90% of the release dates aren't real? What the fuck do I care? Am I gonna? I every time I see a new game, it's just dude, it's wow, I can't wait to be excited for that. That's what I feel. I'm oh, Dead Space remake, cool. I'm looking forward to it, but I don't give a shit.
It's apparently isn't it less than a year away, which is crazy.
They put a date out while we were recording.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, it's I put it in the chat.
Oh, here. January 27th.
January 27th
okay, cool. So February.
Yeah,
or March.
Yeah, right. April.
February or March or April. There's no way. I guarantee you. I promise you. I'll say something now. You can quote me if I'm wrong. Whatever. I doubt it. Even though this is just a remake, I promise you, this is not coming out on January.
So I want to challenge this in a halfway. I agree with you on a personal level, Chris. But here's the thing: is that from the potential PS5 buyer perspective, from Sony's mind, from Jim Ryan's perspective, hypothetical games are just as valuable as actual games. And so they would love to present a feast in front of everyone who is thinking about buying a PS5. It doesn't matter if this game is coming out tomorrow or it's coming out in 5 years. The more they can they can present the potential value of your purchase is huge.
No, I'm totally aware of that. I mean, they were advertising Kingdom Hearts 3 for fucking 11 and a half years, it felt like. So like, yeah, I would imagine that they don't really care, but I'm left coming out of these shows more and more often now with a feeling of like, that's not when this is happening. So I can't care, because I know that there's a really strong likelihood that it's either going to be delayed an insane amount of time, or if it comes out on time, it'll be really broken. That's like the sad thing about it. It's like there's almost no optimism left. Like
we're all just gonna die.
There's so
games or no games.
Yeah, I know. We're all just hurtling towards death anyway. What does it matter?
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. Like, part of me feels like Sony has something that we don't know about for this fall, and that it could be like factions, maybe, or it can be the Last of Us remake, something like that. But I don't know if that's true. I feel like they don't have anything, and
I don't think so either.
I wanted to gut check you guys a little bit on this. What are you feeling about God of War? I mean, I just feel like it's so obvious that it's not coming out this year. I hope I'm wrong, man. I really hope it comes out this year because it would be fun to play it. But we almost don't really need it at the same time, because it's cool for someone to strike. Dustin, I hear what you're saying, but I just feel like Sony is wiser to strike with stuff when people can go buy a PS5. I mean, think about like gut purchases and kind of and all that, and like it's like, oh, these games look cool. Oh, there's no PS5 available, and then you just never think about it again. I don't. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But maybe you buy an Xbox instead.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah, like I was gonna say that too, but like also, I mean, you're just not going to advertise at all until there's like a reliable supply chain. Like that might not happen in a year plus. You know what I mean? Like they gotta say something.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Like, it's just clear that everyone is screwed up right now. Like everyone is experiencing these mass delays at the same time because everyone's coming out of the pandemic at the same time. I don't think it's any coincidence. This year is not looking great. I mean, it's just not looking good. Man, there's some cool stuff coming out. I don't mind it though. Like I wouldn't mind if every year looked like this, because it would allow me to kind of get back to everything I missed. I'm still missing things, even at this pace. But I'm sorry, Dustin, you have something to say?
Yeah. So I feel like though with this year, like you were mentioning, should Sony why even bother announcing something when they can hold it for later? Right now, Sony's biggest competitor is not Xbox. It is, but they're competing with themselves to get these consoles on the shelves. And every day that there's a console shortage, like I said earlier, is a chance that someone is going to say, it's not worth waiting, and I'm just going to get an Xbox. And maybe they plan to get a PS5 instead, or maybe they get a PC or something like that. So I feel like from Sony's perspective, it would be in their best interest to keep the brand and their products as exciting and as enticing as possible. Even though they can't sell you one, they want people to be like, man, I desperately need a PS5. I'm going to keep trying to get one. Or when it does come time where they want to get one, they're like, oh man, look at all this stuff. If they look and see a silent PlayStation, I mean, look at thinking about, okay, which console do I want to buy in the future? Right now, I'm hearing about all this cool stuff from Xbox. Maybe it's a delayed Starfield, but it's still something as opposed to no messaging at all. That's the big thing I feel like right now is just like, I feel like there will no doubt be a showcase, and it's simply because they need in some way right now to keep them in the messaging in order to compete against the fact they need to keep people interested when they can't even buy the console right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit similar to what you're describing is what Nintendo did during the Wii era, and it worked for sure. Because it made it, and I explained in the past, when I finally, long after I found my own Wii, when I found one for the first time on a store shelf, I just bought it without even knowing what I was going to do with it, because it was just like, oh my God, there's a Wii. I can't believe there's a Wii on the shelf. So yeah, maybe something like that will happen. And I don't know. I'm not feeling confident about God of War in 2022. And my curiosity, as I said, is highly piqued by what is coming. And we know some of the games, Wolverine, Spider-Man 2, etc. But the longer we go on without learning anything, the more excited I get, because the more I'm like, there's still as much information we have to know, and it's a snowball going downhill and collecting things as it goes. It's just going to become bigger and bigger, and there's going to be more and more to say. And so, God Almighty, don't say anything for a long time, and then I mean, we can have what Chris always talks about, like this E3 moment. We can have a Sony thing like that, and I feel like that would be old school and fun in some weird way.
Yep.
But they'll probably have a state of play soon, I think, and I feel like it'll be God of War centric, and maybe they'll announce the date, but maybe they'll just show the game. I don't know, but we'll see. I mean, Nintendo just had their indie presentation as well, so maybe Sony will do something similar, although they don't seem to give a shit about indies anyway. All right, let's get into the games we're playing. Chris, let's begin with you.
Yeah, so I'm still knocking out Prey and Yakuza Like a Dragon. I'm about 12 hours into Prey, I think, or I think last time I checked it was like 9 or 10 or something like that. And I still feel like it's just phenomenal and incredible, and I'm just so enamored with this game in a way that I just really did not necessarily anticipate when I started. It's so good. The exploration here is just so interesting, and every time there's so many aha moments that I have while playing this game, and I think about things that I've accumulated, or abilities that I've accumulated, or tools that I've accumulated. It's like, can I use that this way? Can I use that in this way? And you always can, and it's just so satisfying to have a game where there are no right answers aside from the ones that just would this work in real life? And it's so satisfying to have that kind of interaction. It reminds me a lot of I don't know if there's a specific VR game called Boneworks, which it's pretty big, like online. I don't know many people who've played it because VR is still kind of like, I mean, it's more accessible now thanks to the Quest 2, but it's still kind of like in this weird spot of being like, maybe I'll get around to it, maybe I won't. But that's a game where if you think something will work, it likely will. And Prey is the closest I feel like you can get to that without being full VR, without being full like, let me put a bucket over someone's head so they can't see me or something like that, like you could do in Skyrim to get away with stealing things. It's so sophisticated. I think the narrative is really interesting. I think the world is fascinating. There's like ghosts and aliens that disguise themselves and mind controlled people that I only recently found out that you don't have to kill. So whoops, there's probably a bad ending for me. But I'm loving it to a really high degree. I think it's so damn good. And Yakuza, I put another couple hours into. I think I'm about like 4 to 5 hours in. I think I'm late into chapter 2 or like early into chapter 3, and I'm charmed by it. I think it's a really interesting little game. The premise of it is really interesting. It's this guy who's like dedicated to the Yakuza. He goes to prison he like sacrifices his like 18 years of his life for the good of the gang, and then he gets out and everything's completely different. And like his friends of his that were like drunks are like now like health nuts, and the leader of their old family like caved in to like the demands of another one, and now he's like the top dog, and he doesn't recognize him, or he's pretending not to. It's such an interesting. I wasn't expecting like a fish out of water kind of man at a time story with a Yakuza game. I don't know. That just didn't seem like something that would happen, and I love that I love that this is where it's gone. I think the melodrama is fun. I think the gameplay is starting to get interesting to me. Early on, you don't have as many skills to utilize. You really only have this one super move that helps. But now I've got a couple. In combat, it's a little bit more interesting. You can like persuade people to be your friend in the middle of in the middle of a fight. It's very Undertale in that way, like some elements. And yeah, I really like Yakuza Like a Dragon. I was not anticipating even playing this at all, but I'm glad I picked it up. I plan to see it through, but still kind of early on. I think again like chapter 3. So not deep into it. I don't know how many chapters there are, but I'm enjoying both of these games very, 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 very thoroughly. And I'm glad I decided to go back into the back catalog, pick up Prey, and I'm glad I decided to kind of like step outside of what I normally play and pick up Yakuza, because these are interesting little experiences.
I've made a kind of half decision, not fully committed yet, and who knows, but where I really, especially with Micah's prodding, because she's a huge fan, she's been playing, just like play Yakuza, just play it from the beginning and just play these games. It feels like it's something that I might be missing. I know Like a Dragon is different, but just generally, like the whole scene, I'm not really familiar with it. It kind of came around and I just didn't really care. Yeah, I don't know why. I was just like, I don't care about this. I honestly think it's like a subconscious Sega thing, where I'm like, I don't know.
Dude,
you know, like I don't know why I feel that. Like, I don't really think I actively feel that way. But at the time Yakuza came to PS2, I definitely did, and I think that was probably like some subconscious like because I think I really only broke that mold. I think when I played Vanquish, and I was like, oh, they're not a terrible publisher, you know, because I just had that old Nintendo fanboy bone in me still.
It's whoa. It's good that like there's this arcade. There's this arcade in the overworld of Like a Dragon where it's like a Sega arcade and you can go in and you can play Virtua Fighter like the actual game. It's insane. Like I spent like 20 minutes just playing Virtua Fighter in Yakuza, and like actually like all the combos are there, all the characters are there, it's insane. It's ridiculous.
Dude, the karaoke minigame in Zero in particular, it might be also being Like a Dragon. It's like a really fun rhythm game. Like there's like the mini games in the Yakuza games are shockingly good.
Yeah. I'm getting that sense as I kind of spend a little bit more time in the overworld, which is usually something I don't do, but there's so much charm and so much weird shit in this overworld. I'm looking forward to. I don't know if there's a karaoke one. I haven't come across like a karaoke bar or anything. But I will say this has me curious about the other Yakuza. I know they're different. I know they're very, very different from what Like a Dragon is, but I think the tone is really what does most of the carrying anyway. Like it's just such an interesting. It has such an interesting presentation style. It's got such a weird goofiness to it. There's like campy elements to it. It's like very anime without again being this, you know, not exactly being like a Persona or like a Fire Emblem vibe where it just looks exactly like an anime. It's really fun. I like it. I like it a lot.
Dustin, what have you been playing?
So I'm still on my Monster Hunter Rise grind. That's been my main thing recently. It's weird because this is a game where you can roll the credits, everyone's favorite term, roll the credits real early. Like, I think there's up to 7 stars of like tiers of hunts. And I think once you hit 5, then it's like, hey, the game's over, but not really. So I don't really understand that. But anyway, I'm really enjoying playing it. It's such I'm just constantly shocked by how much depth there is to the game. I think I mentioned last week that it almost reminds me of a fighting game. I primarily use the longsword. And so the main mechanic of the longsword is that you have this spirit gauge and you have to fill it up by doing combos. Once it's filled up all the way, you have to do this certain type of combo and then it fills up one level and it like glows. So you can do that up to 3 times. And as you fill it up, you do more and more damage and you can do these special moves that do like insane damage. And so it's difficult though, because you have to figure out when your openings are when you fight monsters to when you can do these more involved combos. And so it's a tricky game. And what's crazy too, is that's just one weapon. I think there's like, I don't know, 13 to 15 different weapons that all have different varying degrees of how complicated they are. And so I also was messing with the hammer, which like is a weapon all about building up. And so like you like kind of step back from the monster and like charge it up and then just, you know, smash its face with a hammer. It's very cool. And so, yeah, I'm still very much enjoying that. The other game that I haven't played a ton of is Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Someone gifted this to me, which was very cool. Thank you. And I don't know how to feel about it because the way I thought to describe this game is that it's very Borderlands, as you said, Colin. It's clearly a spin-off and it has that Borderlands humor, which I just don't think has aged very well at all. It reminds me of like the era of YouTube of what is it, Charlie the Unicorn? Chris, do you know what I'm talking about? The animation about. Do you know what I mean? Where they're like Charlie, like that. Like it feels like, yeah, we all loved that and thought it was funny back then, but now it feels kind of cringe. And there's so many moments in this game where I'm like, this feels like funny from like 2007. Specifically, the thing I'm thinking of, and this is at the very beginning of the game, Tina brings up this unicorn that comes flying in on a rainbow, and it's a butt stallion.
Oh, butt stallion.
And that's the joke. It's a butt stallion. I'm like, and is there something more to this, or is this just? I don't know.
That's just more of a holdover because butt stallion exists in like I think they mentioned him in Borderlands thing. Yeah, I think.
Oh,
I think
so maybe I'm a moron. That's probably it.
Butt stallion Borderland. I can't believe I'm googling this. Borderland. I swear, because that sounds familiar, and I haven't played Wonderlands yet. Yeah, butt stallion. It's Handsome Jack's diamond pony.
Oh, okay. So this is an ongoing. So this joke may actually be from 2008, and it's just a carryover for many, many years.
Yeah,
good archaeology there. Yeah,
I will say, in particular, though, I do find its world very charming and refreshing. The whole Dungeons and Dragons element to it being in like having castles and you're fighting all these skeleton guys, and the weapons are uniquely so like you're still using guns and stuff, but they feel more medieval in a lot of ways. And I think that the issue that I expected to have with this game, and it's not a knock against the game, it's a problem with me, is that playing a looter shooter game like this that is very stat heavy, it's hard for me to want to invest into this style of game because I often just feel like I'd rather be playing Destiny 2, and then it would be bound to my account and it would feel like I'm consistently adding and putting towards that character. Obviously, they're very different games in many, many aspects, but it is similar in that it's a shooter that involves loot and stats. And so I don't know how much I'll be going back to this one, but either way, I will say that it was very refreshing and I really like the take on it overall. I do have to recommend anyone playing this game. The HDR in this game is broken, I think. At least it is for me on OLED. It is incredibly dark. Like I booted it up and I'm like, what is going on with this game? So I looked it up online. This is apparently a thing with other people I've noticed as well. So if you're playing, try it without HDR. You may find a benefit. It is extremely disappointing that it is 2022 and HDR has been around for multiple years now and we're still getting bad HDR implementations. But it's a small gripe, I guess, for me.
Well, I'm still playing Tiny Tina's Wonderlands 2 primarily, and no one wrote in, although some people said in the comments, so I just wanted to note, I was confused because last week I said I had the PS4 version that was free on PlayStation Plus, and I didn't know what was going on. That is Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep, a Wonderlands one-shot adventure, which I guess is the standalone version of a DLC for Borderlands 2, maybe?
Yeah.
So that's what that was. And so, yeah, I had to go buy this other one, as I said. And so I did. I don't know how far I am into it. I'm at level 21, I think now. I'm just kind of dicking around. It's fun. I think that it's funny you were talking about the world and stuff. Like, I don't really mind. I actually think Tiny Tina's kind of charming. I like her voice acting. I think it's cute. But there are a lot of times in the game where I'm like, can everyone just shut the fuck up so I can play?
Yes. Yeah.
Like, I don't really care. I love Borderlands games. So it's like, this is really verbose. I'm very familiar with Borderlands. This is incredibly verbose and ridiculously verbose for Borderlands. Enough already. I don't care. I have the subtitles on, and so when someone talks, it's literally like paragraphs at a time being presented. And you just sit there. And it's like, dude, I don't care about any of this. Like, I just want to shoot shit. I want to shoot these skeletons and these zombies and all these interesting enemies. So that's like a disappointing thing because the game's fun to play. A lot of cool systems. I like the overworld, like the map, which is like a board, kind of like a board game map, like an RPG map. But
yeah, that's
too much talking.
That's why I feel like Borderlands 2 was like the best balance of a lot of this stuff because it like I don't remember Borderlands 2 being so loud. Like I know that there were Borderlands 2 is very like absurdist and there's like a lot of like ridiculous comedy in it. And it's still very, you know, if Borderlands is not your style of humor, you're not going to like the humor in Borderlands 2 either. But I feel like I remember long stretches of gameplay in Borderlands 2 where it was just me like in the world engaged in combat without people just talking constantly. And that was something in Borderlands 3 that I noticed where I was like, there's a lot of talking in Borderlands 3. And apparently if there's more in this, then like, good Lord. But I definitely recognized in 3 that it was like a step up from 2 as far as like just the sheer amount of dialogue happening at any given moment.
The other game that I want to bring up is Gravity Rush, just still playing that on Vita. Not much more to say about it right now, playing that in bed here and there. But yeah, mostly Tiny Tina's Wonderlands and Gravity Rush. However, I did want to end with this question before we get into the rest of the news. Brucey Thomas wrote in. Said, hello, Chris, Colin, and The Wire. We are in a rare gaming dead zone, so I have to ask, what are your plans for gaming this summer? Finally dive into the always elusive backlog, play that one giant 150-hour game you always swear you're going to get to one day, or maybe take a break from gaming altogether. Congratulations on 200 episodes, gentlemen. Thank you, Brucey, for writing in. You know, I have to be more conscious of this. I am really neglecting like other hobbies the last, I don't know, year or more. I'm playing a lot of games, which is fun, but I really need to like disconnect a little bit. And so it's funny, Brucey brought up the idea of not playing games, but I think I'm going to use some of this open time the rest of the year really to just not play games when I can. I heard actually from a buddy of mine who listens to the show, is a toy dealer. He owes me like a few $1,000s, I think, in some amount of money in credit because I sent him a bunch of games. And so he needs to know what G.I. Joes I need and all this. And I'm like, I just haven't tended to that in so long. And the hobbies I guess I kind of tend to this time of year is like, I like doing yard work and gardening and all that. But yeah, part of me wants to just like do that and then maybe kind of play some games that strike me. And maybe this is the time when I play Yakuza and I play some of this other stuff that I'd like to get to. But yeah, it would be nice to kind of get a break. So I'm not really too upset about that. Chris, what do you think? What are you, how are you going to handle this upcoming dry spell?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably going to look back into the back catalog and see what I haven't finished that I might want to. Like, I never finished the Outer Worlds, and that's like a pretty big regret because it's such a small, like relative to a lot of other AAA games, it's a very digestible one. And I'm like, I should probably go ahead and knock that one out, along with some other things. I started Fallout New Vegas a couple months ago, but I put it down. That's another one that I want to finish. There's a lot of stuff in my back catalog that I really want to kind of get to. That's the impetus for starting Prey in the first place. And that's like the first one that I'm going to knock out and then go through these other things as well. But yeah, I mean, I don't plan on overloading myself. I think it's going to be nice to have a bit of a break without the urgency to finish something in time. You know, even with, you know, something like Elden Ring, where it stretches on for so long that you're like, oh my God, is this? I'm glad it's lasting so long, but like, is this ever going to end? Like, it's crazy. And I think right now I'm trying to tend to other things as well, because I haven't read a book in a while. So that's like another thing. Like I'm reading Reggie's book now, Reggie Fils-Aimé's book. And I'm going to try and like maybe get through like one book a week. I'm also trying to like make a distinct effort to like go back and see movies I haven't seen that I feel like I should have. You know, because people always like, every time I talk about movies, I'm like, people are like, you haven't seen Fight Club? And I'm like, no. I feel like an asshole.
Yeah,
so
I'm going back. Yeah.
So I'm going back and kind of like every week I'm going to try and see at least one movie, like things like that, just to keep myself up to date, or not up to date so much as just in tune with these other mediums that I remember liking, but just sort of have grown distant to. And there's a lot of movies out now, even like current ones that I want to see Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Dude, me too.
I've heard nothing but good things about it. The Northman, I've also heard really good things about. Obviously reading Reggie's book. I finished American Psycho for the first time like last week.
Because of all isn't there the memes?
Yeah, the meme is just inescapable, and I'm like, I should probably have context for what this is. That movie is
the business
funny
card
as hell.
meme. He's like, let's see Paul Allen's card.
Let's see Paul Allen. Dude, I had no idea. I had no idea that movie was as funny as it is. Like, because like it's painted as this like horror movie or like a thriller, I guess is more accurate, where it's like, it's like a sick, sad, depraved, violent film. And it's like, this is one of the funniest movies I think I've ever seen. Not in like a so bad it's good way. It's just genuinely
Yeah, I understand.
It's a satire. I had no idea. So like,
dude, I saw that movie for the first time in college, and my friend and I who watched it together, like the rest of the summer, we would just quote that movie, and one of our favorites were, "Don't just stare at it, eat it." just truly awful thing to quote on a daily basis. But
my favorite thing at the beginning is because he's so soft spoken in the beginning, and there's like there's where it's like, no, just cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks, and it's so good.
Well, I saw like an interesting breakdown recently of people saying like that because of the meme, which has become kind of like a grind set meme, you know, like a joke of like an alpha male meme that people have. There's so many people that don't know even like what that's all about, like what they're even looking at. They just see it as this funny thing. And it might be one of the greatest examples of something truly dark being memed like that. Like to the point where no one really understands it.
It's like the premise of that movie is a satire of the meme almost.
Right. No, that's totally right. And so Dustin, do you want to answer the question of what you haven't answered, right?
I do. I have an answer. For me right now, I'm really being drawn to non-gaming hobbies. Particularly right now, I'm obsessed with reading one manga in particular, which is Berserk. And I've been just like, this is seriously, if you have any interest in manga or anime, but you feel like it's too kiddie or there's not enough, like it's not mature enough, check out Berserk. This is like Game of Thrones level manga. And it's so incredibly fantastic. So I've been really, really into reading that. Also watching a lot of anime. I'm watching One Piece right now, which is over 1,000 episodes long. So I plan to do that for the next 10 years. But in particular, this summer,
there's much. That's so much that can't possibly be good for 1,000 episodes.
Dude, I'm like 50 episodes in, and so far it's real good. But I don't expect it to always be good. But it is good right 5%.
Now. 5%. Imagine 1,000 episodes of like Breaking Bad, and like at a certain point you're just like, Walt, just stop.
Dude, imagine the minutia you'd have to get into to even justify that many episodes of Breaking Bad.
You'd be suffering for so many years.
They're bringing
just by proxy.
They're bringing their disabled child to the doctor for like a 3-episode arc or something.
Yeah, and then he gets cancer.
It's really drawn out, but it's a good thing. It's like the Quentin Tarantino of anime. There's a lot of build up, and then there's a big fucking fight, and it feels real good when. I said that specifically to enrage many, but it's true. So deal with it. But God. This summer, this feels like, obviously this is last summer and the summer before have both been like kind of like half COVID summer, not half COVID, but still a lot of restrictions, not everything being quite open. And this feels like the first normal summer, I guess. I know that COVID's still out there. I'm not saying it's completely gone, but I mean, restrictions are pretty much totally gone. And so there's a lot of things that I'm doing that I normally wouldn't, that I would have done before, but haven't been able to. Like in particular, in not next weekend, but the weekend after, I think I'm going to Cedar Point for a few days. Holly and I have tickets to see Paul McCartney in Baltimore, which we're really excited about.
And how old is he? Like,
well, I'm like, dude,
him out, Madame Tussauds kind of shit.
He's
Bernie's.
He's like 80, right? He's got to be 80 something.
These guys are just so old.
Bare minimum.
Dude,
go
away.
Maybe he'll. Well, do you think he's gonna play the Destiny song?
Dude, that would be awesome. I would be all about that.
Encore.
He is 79. So,
damn.
What's funny though is I saw Brian Wilson once, and they really did. It felt like they wheeled him out. He walked out in sweatpants and sat down at the piano. Never said a single word to the crowd. He just like kind of half sang a bunch of songs. He sounded pretty good for what he did sing. And then when it was over, no acknowledgement, just got up and walked on stage.
That's good shit, man. I mean, yeah. Dude, when Charlie Watts died, the drummer of Rolling Stones, I was like, he was 80, I think. I was like, Charlie Watts looks no younger than 110 years old. You know, like that straight up. And he has always looked like that. He always looked way older than the rest of them. It always bothered me. But yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You know who I recently found out was alive? Barry Manilow.
Yeah, is he still doing like residencies?
Yeah, he's still doing
he's in that Dr. Pepper stuff. Commercial too.
Yeah, that's how I found out. I was like,
I saw that. Yeah.
Is that a real Barry Manilow, or is that CG like Tupac hologram Barry Manilow? Like I thought he was dead.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think he still does some residency or something somewhere.
He's still singing Mandy to a bunch of people who hopefully know who he is.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that's the life. Getting
that
Vegas residency money, I'll tell you. I got to start reading again. I've said many times, like I used to love to read. I've so many books, and I last year and a half or so, really since moving into this house, I'm just like, I don't want to read anymore. I don't know what that's all about. I'm like, who wants
audiobooks?
Audiobooks
I find really help because it's like listening to a podcast.
Yeah, I should do that.
But it's like it kind of gets that's kind of how I've been doing. That's how I've been listening to Reggie's book. I'm like halfway through it, and I have the book also, so I'm like reading it when I don't have access. But
does he read it himself?
Yeah, he does.
Nice.
It's a bit. Yeah, I'm reading it. It's like it's a bit self-congratulatory, but it's some pretty good insight.
I'm sure it is.
There's like there's this part where he talks about 9/11 and he sounds like a robot. It's like very bizarre.
Yeah, I was thinking about reaching out to him because I know he's doing a book tour, but it's just like I don't know what I even want to ask him. He has nothing to do with our ecosystem, but maybe I'll reach out to it. He is a legendary figure. And as far as games coming out for the rest of the year, it's like Saints Row, I think, is going to hit its date in September or whatever it is, which I'm looking forward to that game personally. Forspoken, I don't know about that one. Gotham Knights, we'll talk about in a little while. Hogwarts Legacy, I don't think is coming out this year. Plague Tale Requiem is slated for this year. That game Atomic Heart. Midnight Suns. There's really not
Russian
much.
Bioshock. That's that Russian Bioshock looking game, right?
Yeah. And who knows like what's going to happen with that? Because it is that Atomic Heart is Russian, I think. So I don't know if they're going to be allowed to even publish that game.
That would suck.
Which is fucking ridiculous. But whatever. Okay. Is that it? That's it, I guess. Let's go to the news. All right. I got to pee. Okay. I'll be back in a second.
Here's the question. Do Chris and I just want to fill the time? I say let's fill the time.
Yeah, let's fill the time. You know what he should be doing is he should be doing what I'm sure you and I already do, which is hook up a very painfully DIY inserted catheter so that we don't have to do this kind of thing.
Honestly, I mean, I can't even imagine what having a catheter is like. Thank God I've not had any major medical issues, but I mean, that's just shoving a tube right down on in.
Right up there, yeah. Do you think...
Oh, man.
The thing is, it's like, there's this idea that, like, you know, whenever you see people die in, like, a movie and they're a ghost, they're, like, as they were when they died. Mm-hmm. You know, like, it's like, oh, that's my Grandpa Joe, you know, as a ghost. And there he is. He's Grandpa.
Yeah.
Like, I would hate to get to the point as a living person where I have a catheter and thus...
as a ghost.
Yeah, like, as a ghost, I'm just in that catheter state. Like, I would...
it's just stuck there. You're like, this isn't... I don't even have to urinate anymore as a ghost. I just have this tube down my penis.
Well, I mean, it's just a part of... It's a part of your being, right? Because, like, people when they're depicted as ghosts, they have their clothes. So why not if they have a catheter?
Sure. You know? Definitely.
Why not be depicted as hey, what's up? You're back.
Yeah, I'm back. We don't have to cut anything. It's fine. All right, let's get into the news. Number one. Sony has released its financial data for the 2021 fiscal year, which ended March 31st, 2022. There's a lot of data and stuff to get through, so let's get into it. For starters, Sony is doing great and is wildly profitable. In fact, they're doing so well that according to reporting from CNBC, they're aiming to conduct a $1.5 billion stock buyback. This is an ode to their existing stockholders, as most stock buybacks are, as they give interested parties a way out while bolstering everyone else's held value. As we already know, billions of dollars in cash on hand is already being spent elsewhere on the acquisition of Bungie, which Sony expected will be finalized by the end of this calendar year, even accounting for FTC interest. For the fiscal year, the PlayStation brand, Sony's most vibrant and lucrative division, brought in $20.7 billion in revenue during the fiscal year, netting $2.6 billion in profit. According to further broken down data from the reports on website gamesindustry.biz, Hardware brought in about a third of that revenue, and so-called network services accounted for another $3 billion, which is no doubt why Sony is investing heavily in both PlayStation Plus and games as a service. Indeed, PS Plus subscribers actually went down year over year, not a huge surprise considering the lifting of many COVID fears. 47.4 million players actively use PlayStation Plus. Finally, games accounted for more than $10 billion in sales across first, second, and third parties, and Sony expects some of these numbers to soften in 2023. 303 million PlayStation played games were sold in the fiscal year, and digital sales account for a full 2/3 of game sales on PS4 and PS5. Yes. As for PlayStation 5 itself, the console sits at 19.3 million units sold since March 31st, a shockingly low number that is far lower than Sony had earlier hoped. Website Video Games Chronicle reminds us that Sony's initial target for the fiscal year was 14.8 million units sold, which they missed by more than 3 million. Sony had originally hoped to have 22.6 million PS5s all told by this point in the ecosystem. However, Sony rightly assumes that demand is well above and beyond what it can currently manufacture and sell, and it has set an ambitious goal for fiscal 2023, 18 million PlayStation 5 consoles sold, which will bring the overall number sold to somewhere in the region of 37 million. According to their documents, Sony fears that even that number of consoles won't be sufficient to fulfill all the pent-up demand, and many tech executives assume that component shortages will persist into the next fiscal year and potentially even beyond that. As for PlayStation 4, Sony still makes those too, though they barely sold 1 million for the entire calendar year, as people buy PS5s or wait to find one. PlayStation 4 now sits at 117.2 million units sold, and it remains the second best-selling home console in history behind only PlayStation 2, which it clearly will not pass, at more than 150 million units sold. And hey, if you're looking for a PlayStation 5, take heart. Website Push Square reports that Horizon Forbidden West bundles have been spotted in the wild and may be your best shot in procuring a console for yourself. Chris, let's start with you. What do you make of these numbers? Soft, but still good. And they're expecting to basically double the number this year. I was reading an interview with the CFO of Sony, and he was saying, we are confident that we can build at least and account for the components for at least 18 million units, of which we will sell all of them. So what do you make of these sales figures? Sony highly profitable, investing money, buying stock back, which is a really aggressive way to spend cash. So yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's like a bittersweet kind of thing, isn't it? Where it's like, yeah, it's good for what the situation is, but obviously there's a lot of desire to have done better or to do better that they just can't facilitate because the realities of the market and the realities of the state of the world right now just don't allow for them. But aside from that, I mean, it doesn't look like they're in a bad position. I don't think any of these companies are really ever in a bad position. I feel like people really overstate a lot of the doom and gloom sometimes, but it's good for Sony, and it's good that I was out recently and I did see a PS5 one PS5 in Walmart.
Wow.
Which was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I wonder. I would have.
I don't know if
I saw that
like
there. I might have been tempted to just sit there and see who got how long until someone came and got it.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about it because I would imagine I didn't get close to it. I just knew that it was. It might have been like a return. I have no idea, but it was there. So they're at least slightly more common than they were before because I went months without seeing a single one of those things.
It's crazy because they undershot. I mean, they were adjusting their expectations all year, but they still undershot by a substantial amount. And it just goes to show that imagine you're Sony and you're dealing with mostly Chinese, maybe some Hong Kongese firms, and you demand the respect of Sony. You pay on time, you order lots of things, and they tell you that this is the way it's going to be. And then at the end of the year, they're like, oh, we couldn't build 3 million of them, 4 million of them for you. And you're Sony. So imagine how much worse it must be underneath that, where it's just like, who the hell? And that's why I'm so happy that we're Intel, I think, and others are investing heavily in building manufacturing plants here in the United States to make this very stuff, which is going to be awesome and cut us away from this nonsense ultimately. Dustin, what do you make of these sales numbers, or any thoughts about any of these finances?
Yeah, it's definitely still the supply issue. It goes beyond PlayStation as far as their business is concerned. I actually just learned this recently. So I bought a new camera. I upgraded. If people are noticing, I have a wider field of view and stuff like that. So I bought it's a Sony A7C. And initially I was looking to buy one of these new. And I realized it is sold out everywhere. So I thought, okay, well, I'll check out similar cameras. And I realized, like, they're all sold out and they don't know when there's going to be any more, to the point where a lot of the used market has become inflated in price because there are no Sony cameras. I got really lucky and found a really good deal on this one used, but I guess, I don't know, it was like surprising to me, but also I thought that shouldn't be surprising at all because we see these shortages everywhere. But across Sony's various businesses, which cameras are definitely a big one for them, one with they're definitely one of the market leaders, they're also experiencing this. So it's cool to see, like Chris said, they've had a fantastic year, but just imagine what it could have been like if they were able to sell as much hardware as they would have really liked. And so it'll be interesting to see how they are continue to grapple and deal with this. Obviously, there's different plants that are either trying to be built or people, shuffling around in order to get more stock of these things in. But this is going to continue to be a problem for them for a long time. And it makes you wonder what kind of effect it's going to have on the PlayStation 5's life cycle. We've seen stuff like this have effects on previous generations, particularly thinking about the PS3 and Xbox generation, where it was prolonged due to the market at the time, the recession. And so while we're not in a recession yet, but
we will be.
Yeah. So take a potential recession incoming and this chip shortage. I really wonder what that's going to mean for the PS5 going forward. Are we going to have a really long generation? Are we going to have a halfway console with a PS5 Pro, which, as we've talked about with Moore's Law's Dead, that seems very likely. It's hard. It's going to be difficult to predict what's going forward just because we've not seen a landscape quite like this.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about as far as the viability of PS4. There's no interest in PlayStation 4 anymore, as you can tell. A million sold in a year basically is it's nothing. People are just, why would you go buy one now when you can wait for the next thing? Actually, my neighbor across the street, and she and I were talking, and she doesn't really play games. She's like, should I get like a PlayStation 4 or a PlayStation 5? And I'm like, there's no reason for you to get a PlayStation 4, right? Like, because the PS5 is a PS4, so you might as well just wait if you're patient, and you have the neighbor has no reason not to wait. But it makes me grateful that you built this computer for me. I think in 2020. Yeah.
That was really good timing.
Which is hopefully, unless something gets fucked up, is pretty future proof. And I always just think about the smaller manufacturers and the smaller companies, just how horrible this must be. And it's not just silicon stuff, like Tom from Moore's Law is Dead, who's our tech contributor, who we have on Sacred Symbols Plus sometimes, and has instructed me over time about just little things like the wafer thickness and how much more you can get out of thinner silicon, and there's just a lot of things to consider, plus shipping costs and getting your stuff handled around the world. And I think I was reading through Sony's financials, and they had some bullet points about the cost of manufacture itself and how that's just eating into their ability to post a profit. So things are really hurting them. And as far as the recession that I think is no doubt coming, I mean, inflation is so high that the unfortunate reality is that a recession is probably the best outcome of all bad outcomes, because it will readjust everything, or hopefully, they'll strangle the inflation out of the system by raising interest rates and stuff, but that will cause a recession and lower spending and all of that. But we're just in that unfortunate situation. And if you're making millions and hundreds of millions of dollars worth of electrical components every year and selling billions of dollars worth of them, man, I can't imagine how much inflation is just really destroying you. So it's unfortunate. It's hurting everybody, and of course the little people the most. All right, there are a couple of components that the audience wanted to ask more about, probe more about. Brian Borlaug wrote in and said, hey guys, with discussion moving forward on chip shortages going into 2024, are we looking at a potential future where Sony brings their games to PC sooner than they are currently? Since the money is really made on game sales, do you see them going this route? Maybe not day and date for everything, but closer than a couple of years. If they want to start selling more than I believe they should go down that path, at the very least, they should make sure their live service games launch on both PS5 and PC to assist with player counts. What are your thoughts? As always, thanks for your great insight and amazing content. Dustin, I'll stick with you here first. I feel like Sony is being forced into a bunch of positions that it didn't want to necessarily be in. It wouldn't choose to be in. I think the Game Pass stuff forced their hand with PlayStation Plus expansion. I think that the investment in studios like Haven and others were forced by Xbox's behavior with their games and Game Pass, and forcing your competitors to make bad moves is part of the market and part of the game of economics. This is not a bad idea. I just don't know what it means for PlayStation, because if they do something like this, then when inevitably the markets are satiated again, are people going to want PS5s anymore? I have a lot of anecdotal evidence, and so who knows how valuable it is, that a lot of people have abandoned PlayStation for PC already, right? So is that just going to hasten that? And I don't know, even though money is made in games, I just don't know that Sony wants to go that route. Much more money, 30% more money is made if they're keeping you on their platform and they don't have to share it with Steam, right? So like, they, above all else, don't want to, that's a move of hundreds of millions, if not several $1 billion a year potentially in revenue. So what do you make of Brian's inquiry?
I think that we will start to see the gap between a console release and PC get shortened. No, for sure. It makes sense that with the shortages and overall so with the shortages, they would want to be able to make more money off that software in particular. And so the question I'm wondering, like, man, it would make sense at this point that we would start to see some of these launch games potentially come out on PC. And we've seen some of them show up in the NVIDIA leak, in particular, Demon Souls and the Sackboy game as well. Those were both part of it. And so I would imagine that we would see those maybe even this year or early next year. But there is, of course, the question of, if these games are coming out closer together, then does that make the PS5 less desirable, because there's a less of a gap between when you would have to wait if you feel like you want to play that game when it comes out? It's definitely a possibility, but I think it's worth mentioning as well that there's so much money just to be made on PC as a platform. There's so many people that are going to be PC only and won't get a console either way. They just prefer PC. And so you're never going to reach them unless you go to where they are. And so that's a huge amount of sales. Also, I don't know what the numbers are on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are a significant amount of people that double dip on PC releases, because if we're looking at a 2 to 3 year gap between their console release and the PC release, that's a lot of time where that may be the perfect time for a replay of the game. I know I'm in that place in particular right now with God of War. God of War is out now on PC, and so before the next one comes out, I am definitely thinking about playing it on PC this time, because I can play it at like 4K and above 60 FPS and have an even better technical experience than I could on consoles. And so that's an extra sale that they'll get out of someone like me. And I'm sure that I'm not alone. So it's going to be continually something I think that they look at and try to balance based on the market on how soon, just because there is a lot riding on. They want to make sure the PS4 or the PS5 stays desirable, but they also want to cash in on those extra sales.
What do you make, Chris? I'm sorry. What do you make of this, Chris? Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I would say, I would go further and say a lot of these live service games, if they're free to play multiplayer games, then, or even if they aren't free to play multiplayer games and they're just multiplayer games that kind of depend on a big player count to keep them populated, I would say those should be day and date. I think those make a lot of sense, because a lot of the monetary value of a game like that really does hinge on just sheer size of player count. It would kind of be shooting yourself in the foot to not put that out on as many available platforms as possible. But I do think the release window between like PlayStation to PC is going to get smaller and smaller. I don't think it'll ever necessarily be like within the same year or anything like that, but I do think you're going to see, you're not going to wait as long as you did for God of War ever again. I don't think so.
Yeah, the Nvidia leak, like has been said, has given us some insight into this, and I also think Sony's not as dug in as they used to be about anything. They've clearly contradicted themselves. They don't even care. I just think it's the reality of what has happened. I think they realize all rational actors, once you get over like, oh, let's own Sony because they're changing their mind about this, that, or the other thing. It's like, all right, once you get over that, it's the market reality of them making a fiduciary obligation to make their company better for their shareholders. And so it's not like a huge surprise that they would contradict themselves when the situations on the ground change. I think embracing PC can really save some of their games and will be vital, obviously, as we've all agreed, to the games as a service initiative. Those have to come to PC. I would be shocked if a lot of those games don't come to PC at the same time, and I think it would be a huge mistake if they don't. And it might be that Helldivers might be the first, Helldivers 2, which is in the NVIDIA leak, might be that first multi-platform game that comes to PC.
Maybe.
But I mean, we had games like Predator from second party as well, but
yeah,
that
bigger. And we've been talking for years about Dreams.
Yeah.
And how it's like astounding that that's not. Oh, man.
I don't know what they're doing.
I just got a migraine thinking about it.
I see them talk about it on PlayStation blog pretty often, and some people talk, but it's just like, man, it seems like you're just talking to nobody. It's sad, right? Like, it's like, who are you talking to?
Yeah.
Who are you even talking to? I don't they got to do something about that game. I don't know what Media Molecule is doing. I really wonder if it's a game from them that we're kind of overlooking as far as like the potential of this wild card, where it's like, yes, we realize that Media Molecule needs to make a game. They indeed made one. Here it is. And maybe it's made entirely on Dreams, but it's a $60 or $70 game that somehow promotes that. But this whole idea of like having an engine and this creativity thing, they just went down a bad road. It's not a horrible idea. It's just not a road that's going to bear any fruit. People don't want to play RPG Maker. Like, it's, they don't want to put all their time into this thing that you're ignoring anyway. Quite the conundrum. Shane Todd wrote into us and said, hello, CDC. Sony recently released fiscal year 2021 earnings and provided some very aggressive year-on-year forecasting for growth in their game and network service segment for fiscal year 2022. Their leading growth indicator is an increase in sales of hardware and peripheral devices. However, in fiscal year 2021, they stated that although decreasing, they are still realizing losses resulting from strategic price points for PS5 hardware that were set lower than manufacturing costs. Additionally, they've historically referred to growth here as increase in sales of hardware, but their 2022 forecasting expands on this by stating increase in sales of hardware and peripheral devices. This almost seems to guarantee a PSVR 2 release by holiday this year, but I'm also intensely curious if you will see a new PS5 model within the same time frame. It seems to me that PSVR 2 sales alone wouldn't seem to align with their aggressive growth forecast. Do you think there could be any other peripherals outside of VR that may contribute? This is really thoughtful analysis of the numbers. And the reality is that I do wonder about PSVR 2, and if maybe Sony's quiet about the fall, and maybe this assumption that God of War might not make it, and I think we all agree that it probably won't, although we'd like to be wrong. Maybe that's to make room for this device. And yeah, it seems to indicate that they have something cooking for this holiday season. Although you have to remember that it could come out in October, like the PSVR came out, or it could be like a January or February release and still be within their fiscal year and be counted for that as well. Chris, do you think we'll see PSVR 2? You think they're kind of quietly getting that ready to launch maybe this fall?
I don't know. That would certainly be a move. I mean, I would be surprised to see it that soon. I feel like my gut is still telling me it's something like March of next year. That's been my gut for a while now with PSVR. I just don't know if fall is the best time for something like that. But I mean, it would. The analysis checks out. I have a hard time believing that it's coming out this year. I don't know what it is about it, but that sounds just wrong to me. Like on a gut level.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know what this indicates. I'm not smart enough in finance to know what all of this indicates for sure, but I like where your head's at. I don't know what other peripherals they can possibly be counting. It just seems kind of peculiar to have a squeeze on your ability to manufacture the base console and then you just use any sort of asset to build this other thing. I think is a bad idea. It's just a waste of time and resources when your core unit can't get out into the wild. You should just put everything you can into that and hold it until next year. especially because the longer you hold it, you can afford it. You have billions of dollars in profit every year. You can afford to hold it and let people finish their games and have a more robust launch library as well. What do you think, Dustin?
I feel like I'm with Chris that I feel like PlayStation VR 2 is more likely like around March next year, just in that it seemed like a lot of developers got their first experience with the headset at GDC. And so maybe some of them have dev kits now. It's weird we haven't seen any kind of leaks or anything like that. So maybe they're very limited in who has them. I feel like it would be advantageous for them to have as many current VR developers have these in hand now to get as big of a library as they can for launch, just in that the competition is totally different now for VR, particularly with Oculus Quest or I guess MetaQuest now. I hate that. I hate that they changed it to MetaQuest. But anyway, the market is totally different. And so they really need to make sure they're competitive on a software front as well as hardware. The hardware looks sick. I brought up the page again where they talked about like the 4K HDR displays and the eye tracking and stuff like that. It sounds awesome, but it only is as good as the games that they have for it. So I would imagine that we will get a full, more expansive blowout on information for PSVR 2 this year, but not launching until next year.
I feel like, well, first of all, what you said about Oculus is true because that's such a better name. I know they're trying to unify everything under this new meta thing and try to kind of shed Facebook, but I don't know, Oculus is a very nice name for a VR headset, and so I don't know why you would not embrace that as well. I think we all kind of agree. I think it's too soon for PSVR 2. I just don't know. I don't know. I know they don't share a lot of components, but there must be some interference. There's certainly production interference and just management interference. And I think you just want to focus your eye totally on the ball right now, not worry about anything else. But we'll find out more. But congratulations to Sony for still a successful year. PS5 is doing great, outselling its competitors, or its competitor really. Switch is its own thing from the previous generation and doing very well. Although it's gotten so bad that Nintendo anticipates that they won't be able to manufacture as many Switches as they'd like to fulfill demand. It will actually be down year over year, which is bad news. And their machines, because they're built on older chipsets, use more silicon. So it's a more complex issue for them to solve. This next one is pretty long. And we've talked about this news in the past, but it's confirmed now. But I want to get through this mostly because it's so catty and interesting. Number 2. Here on Sacred Symbols, we've been discussing for months the rumors and murmurings of publisher Electronic Arts ending its relationship with the global soccer governing outfit FIFA. Indeed, we reported on leaked minutes from an internal meeting and more that indicates Electronic Arts was almost certainly going to go down this road, and now we know they are. In an extensive blog post on its official website, EA revealed that starting in the summer of 2023, their soccer game will now be called EA Sports FC, just as it was rumored. And that's football club, by the way. The next iteration of FIFA, revolving around the 2022 World Cup, will be the last FIFA-branded game from EA. Now, EA's press release is a lot gentler than what was apparently being said behind closed doors. That the FIFA license costs a lot, that EA is benefiting FIFA more than FIFA is benefiting EA, that the FIFA license precludes EA from chasing more features, licenses, and more, and that the two sides don't particularly like each other. In the official release, however, EA more gently notes that EA Sports FC, quote, is everything you love about our games and will be part of EA Sports FC. The same great experiences, modes, leagues, tournaments, clubs, and athletes will be there. Ultimate Team, Career Mode, Pro Clubs, and Volta Football will be there. Our unique licensing portfolio of more than 19,000 plus players, 700 plus teams, and 100 plus stadiums and 30 leagues that we've continued to invest in for decades will be there, uniquely in EA Sports FC, end quote. In an interview Electronic Arts conducted with the BBC to go out at the same time as the announcement, EA Sports VP David Jackson said in part, quote, "The world of football and the world of entertainment are changing, and they clash within our product. In the future, our players will demand of us the ability to be more expansive in that offering. At the moment, we engage and play as a primary form of interactive experience. Soon, watching and creating content are going to be equally as important for fans. Under the licensing conventions that we had agreed with FIFA 10 years ago, there were some restrictions that weren't going to allow us to be able to build those experiences for players," end quote. And he went on to add in part, quote, money, because he was asked specifically, was this done for money? Of course it was. But he says in part, quote, "Money plays a critical role in most negotiations, but the reason we are doing this is to create the very best experiences we can for both players and partners. As part of that, you consider whether or not your investment in one place is better or worse than an investment in another. On balance, over time, we felt that our investments were better suited in spaces that were more important to players, like the different experiences we can now build in the game. For our partners, it's the way we can welcome and engage them in a platform that talks to 150 million young football fans around the world, end quote. Now, this is where things get interesting. For its part, FIFA is ready, and it looks like it's going to fight back. On its own website, it notes in part the following, quote, for the first time, FIFA will launch new football video games developed with third-party studios and publishers, providing more choice for football and gaming fans in the lead-up to the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 and FIFA Women's World Cup Australia and New Zealand 2023. A number of new non-simulation games are already under production and will launch during the third quarter of this year. The first is a tailored gaming experience featuring the biggest event on Earth, the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022, which will bring new interactive experiences to fans across the globe, end quote. FIFA's president, Gianni Infantino, defiantly stated the following in part, quote, I can assure you that the only authentic, real game that has the FIFA name will be the best one available for gamers and football fans. The FIFA name is the only global original title. FIFA 23, FIFA 24, FIFA 25, and FIFA 26, and so on. The constant is the FIFA name, and it will remain forever and remain the best, end quote. What studio or studios FIFA plans to work with remains to be seen, but it sounds like they will indeed keep releasing presumably AAA-focused FIFA games with a different partner with no interruptions following EA's final FIFA game, which is FIFA 23. Electronic Arts' FIFA series began all the way back in 1993. The first one to come to PlayStation was FIFA 96, launched in 1995. There has been a FIFA game, each and every year since 1993, all from EA. EA's soccer efforts have long been led by EA Vancouver, sometimes known as EA Canada, and responsible for every FIFA game going back to 1997. And it seems that will continue with EA Sports FC. This is a big deal. And this is what I was saying earlier. There might be 3 soccer games out of nowhere now. Dustin, let's start with you. And obviously, none of us are really soccer fans. I'm a sports fan, so I can speak about it competently for sure. But what's interesting about this is that, and you can hear it in FIFA's response, is that FIFA's losing a lot of money over this, no doubt, like a lot. And I would assume maybe over the course of their deal, hundreds of millions of dollars. And, since they renewed the deal. And that's tough. And they're going to have to go find a new partner. So there are a lot of different angles to this, but it's kind of interesting to know that FIFA 24 will be like a game, apparently, made by someone else. What do you make of this whole fiasco?
It sounds like they're a little bitter about it, for sure. Like, it's just funny to be like, no, it's the one that has FIFA on the name will be the best one. This is the real one. It's almost like you could put a Tesla badge on your car and say it's a Tesla badge, but it's really not. But it is because you say so. Like, I get it. The FIFA brand, it's important. It's tied to football or soccer, whatever you want to say.
It's almost like the opposite, because it's like that's what they're doing. That's what they would be doing, right? Because like they have a studio that was actually in charge of making these games as successful as they are, and what they're going to be doing is putting that sticker on something else.
Right.
So
yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. It's just it's a weird level of confidence. I mean, I guess I don't know what else are you supposed to do, but it's just going to be hilarious if these games are terrible. And they're like, oh, no, we've got the best one because we said so. And it's like, no.
Well, that's what's so fascinating about it to me personally, is this idea that EA just has the upper hand, and you can tell from the minutes of that meeting, which were awesome. We went through them in detail on the show back then when they leaked, where it was like, we make the game. Like, we don't need them. Everyone wants to be in our game. It doesn't matter if it's called FIFA or not. And I think you specifically, because I think they announced that Nike can now be in the game, because I think Adidas is a FIFA partner. This is what they were talking about how like they can't have like certain things in the game, and it's a problem. And that's why I think it's so interesting when David Jackson from EA Sports tells the BBC, like, kind of saying like, well, it's about money. And well, of course it's about money, but he's actually being honest when he's saying like, well, what benefits the game benefits the money, because if the game is more realistic, if you come to the game for like a realistic Premier League experience or a realistic FIFA tournament experience or whatever at this time, then we can deliver that. And I don't know that FIFA understands. I'm sure they do, because they've been involved for so long, but do they understand, Chris, the idea that like, you have to go make this game. Like, you have to find someone to go make it. Go ask Take-Two how it went when Ukes got fired from WWE. Go ask them how that went. And Visual Concepts took over. They're just now maybe figuring it out. Go ask EA how NBA Elite's doing. and how high heat baseball's doing and all this other shit that they abandon over time, you know?
Well, FIFA is pretty historically an arrogant organization, aren't they?
Yeah, totally.
Like,
and corrupt.
I don't. Yeah, I remember watching a documentary on them. Like, I don't remember like the bits and details, but like I remember coming away from that documentary feeling like, Jesus Christ, that is one of the shadiest places that I think I've ever heard anything about. So like, it doesn't strike me as all too surprising that they're a little bit bullish and arrogant on this front. But also, like, what are they going to do in a as far as a press release goes? They're not going to come out and be like, yeah, I'm not going to lie, we're kind of fucked, you know, realistically speaking. Like, you're not going to get that level of of candidness from FIFA. Also, it wouldn't benefit them to be that candid or honest. So like, I feel like, I don't know, they're definitely in a position where they've been coasting a little bit too long, and I think they've forgotten or maybe never really had a solid grasp on how difficult it is to make something that is you know, quality and you know, beloved. Like, I don't really care for these games at all. I find them to be very derivative, and you know, I couldn't tell you the difference between the last probably 7 FIFA games, if I'm being completely honest with you. I would not even know where to begin. I think maybe I could tell you if there was a game where, you know, when they started doing the hold X to do whatever, and it had like the little loading thing, I'd be like, oh, well, that's after 2014. But that's all I could tell you, really. Like, is these little game design things. I don't know anything about it, but I do know that that team knows their shit, because that is a famous, very beloved game, and it's not easy to replace that especially if you just don't know what the ingredients to that special soup are, which they don't.
I think EA could have realized this a long time ago, and probably should have.
They probably should have, yeah.
And maybe they tried to. I mean, they said that they renewed their deal 10 years ago, so they might have been locked into this, and this is their first way out as they're working on renewals or whatever. But it's interesting to think that for all the shit EA gets, they're a pretty wise company. And the one thing we know about the way this is all going to work out is that EA FC 23 or whatever it's going to be called, EA Sports FC 23, is going to be great. I mean, it's going to be the same game. You know, what we don't know is what FIFA 23 is going to be. And what we don't really know is what's going to happen with eFootball. Although, like I said, and we're going to have a Sacred Symbols Plus dedicated to it in the coming weeks. It seems like that's going to be a competitor on the free-to-play model. So I wonder if FIFA can make a game, because people will buy a FIFA game, especially early on before they know what it is. If it's bad, then maybe they won't go back. But they can make like a $20 FIFA game, Sega 2K football style, and compete on that front and maybe injure EA a little bit. And that might be their only real way to do it. I don't know. But Daryl Mercer wrote in with something on Patreon. I thought this was a very good observation, because I thought the same thing. And he says, hey, CDC, is there any chance that EA made FIFA 22 into the PlayStation Plus game for May to combat eFootball and negate any possible rise of any sort of free-to-play competitor? Timing seems suspect. Sports, more than most genres, seem ripe for the free-to-play treatment, and I hope eFootball does well. I thought about that component, Daryl, but I thought about FIFA 22 being a PS Plus game, and I went and looked it up. I'm like, that's never been a PS Plus offering, and it never has been, ever. I feel like they did this because they probably have a deal with FIFA where they share revenue, and they're like, fine, fuck it, we'll just put it on PlayStation Plus, and we can share the $5 million or whatever we get. Fuck you guys. You know, like, we're just going to take that. I feel like there's bad blood sufficient behind the scenes, clearly, between these two sides, that they did it to hurt FIFA. Not the game itself, but to hurt their revenue. Because they're like, fine, they probably have a very specific deal. You get X, I get Y from this pool of money. Let's just hurt the pool of money by putting it on PlayStation Plus. You know? And just that will be our kind of like goodbye kick in the ass out the door as they move on their special. That's what I thought when I saw that like could be possible. And now that we know that this is happening, it feels like the timing is no coincidence. Although Occam's razor would suggest that it's simply a way to bring familiarity to a game that's going to be huge in the coming months as we get closer to the World Cup. So I don't know one way or the other. Chris, do you think that my conspiracy theory, or Daryl's, which is different, that he thinks it's happening to combat Konami? Do you think that they did that with those in mind?
It's fun to speculate. I have more fun imagining your theory.
Yeah, I agree. It is fun. What do you think, Dustin?
I don't know. He's right, though, about sports games being very ripe for free-to-play treatment. kind of the race to the bottom, like we've seen with mobile. So there is potentially something to that as well. But like Chris said, your theory is more fun and spicy.
I mean, sports games are already borderline mobile games anyway. Like, realistically speaking, I mean, like not to disrespect, although kind of too also, but it's just they're very simple. Like you don't need a PlayStation 5 to run FIFA. You know, that thing can run on. You can probably run that on your LG refrigerator. You know,
you could certainly run eFootball on your LG refrigerator because, as far as I understand, the base version of the game is the mobile game. So
yeah.
Like not figuratively, but literally the mobile.
Run that game on a Snapple cap.
I don't know. I'll be interested to watch this saga. I think this is fascinating. It reminds me a lot of like what we were seeing with MLB, the show, kind of going to Xbox. It's another forced move by a very big annualized franchise. And I agree, sports have always been the place where it could be most disrupted. I've explained in the past that in the analog SNES and Genesis days, I would like go into Newsday, the Long Island newspaper, and go to the transactions, the NHL transactions, and manually do them in my game so that the rosters were accurate. Because once the game was manufactured in like August of 2000, August of 1995, NHL 96 would come out. It's like, well, that's the roster. And I remember games would come out and there'd be like catastrophic issues with them, just not on a quality basis, but like this guy's just on a totally wrong team because literally 3 days after you ship the game, he got traded in like this blockbuster deal and he's just on the wrong team. And I used to fix those problems manually. And I was thinking, and I said this to Micah, I'm like, you know what would have been a really interesting idea? None of them would have done it because they would have not been able to sell new versions of the game, but to explore the monetization of games is during the memory card era. So like PS1 and PS2, it would have been interesting if they sold something that plugged into your memory card that just like updated the roster. Like you went into the store and you bought like a $10 memory card and it had like roster 2.0 for the 95 season or, whatever. I was like, I'm surprised they didn't try shit like that. But they didn't need to because I was there buying the new NHL game and the new Madden game every year like an asshole. All right. And now, by the way, they update rosters for free. So like there really is no reason for you to keep buying these games other than that you just must have the new one. And I get that. I get it. All right. Number 3, this one's for you, especially Dustin, but everyone will enjoy. Developer From Software and publisher Bandai Namco have a true commercial smash hit on their hands. Released on February 25th on PS4, PS5, and elsewhere, Bandai Namco's newest fiscal year financial report, as relayed by website Push Square, indicates that the game sold 13.4 million copies by the end of their fiscal year, which is March 31st. That means those 13.4 million copies were pushed in only 35 days at a clip of just under 400,000 copies a day on average. When we last heard about Elden Ring sales, we knew that it sold 12 million copies in several weeks, already making it From Software's most popular game ever, though Bandai Namco's long history of arcade hits makes it hard to gauge where it lists in terms of their own success stories. We're talking about Miss Pac-Man and shit like that, so who the hell knows? According to compiled sales data from website Segment Next, that was first reported last year, upon Elden Ring passing 12 million copies sold, this is how FromSoft's other Souls-like games by far their best sellers, have sold. It took a year for the original Demon Souls to reach 1 million copies sold, and that's the last we heard of it. As of 2015, 4 years after its release, the original Dark Souls was pegged at 5.5 million copies sold, while its sequel sold 2.5 million copies between 2014 and 2015. Dark Souls 3 launched in 2016, sold 10 million copies by mid-2020, and importantly, we know that the Dark Souls trilogy at this time was around 27 million units combined. Bloodborne, for its part, surpassed 3.1 million copies sold as of the beginning of 2019, 4 years after it launched. In other words, From Software has a mega hit on its hands, so expect a sequel. I mean, I couldn't imagine them not. Bandai Namco is probably literally all over them right now with money, being like, we got to make a sequel, sequel. And I'm sure that they will. Dustin, how do you feel? I mean, your beloved Souls games are officially no longer niche. 13.4 million copies is basically more than every Metroid game has ever sold combined, as an example. So, Elden Ring, mainstream hit. Even Elon Musk is talking about it. What do you think?
It's funny. I've joked about this in previous episodes, but everyone who was saying that it is essential that From Software has to put in difficulty settings, it's like, no, they clearly don't. Because I mean, just look at the success. They don't need your help.
They don't need to do anything. Yeah.
They don't. Yeah. They just need to keep making awesome games, which is what they've done. And so It's surprising and it's not surprising at the same time. It's surprising the fact that Elden Ring is still very much a From Software game. It's still very, very difficult. They are not necessarily very approachable games. They've got a lot of systems. There are things that aren't explained to a fault, I would say, things that don't often really make sense. But it also makes sense that this game sold so many copies because this has that water cooler conversation quality to it where this game just begs for people to discuss it, not only with other people playing it, but it's a game that it's easy to tell stories about the experiences you have within it. Obviously, this game has a story to it that they wrote, and George R. R. Martin wrote on the back of a napkin and then sold it to them for however many, whatever. It has an actual story. But the real story about in this game is the experiences you have within it and how it uniquely, I guess not uniquely, but it's one of those games where two people can be set loose in the exact same area and have two completely different experiences. And then as they're both saying what happened, they're like, oh, well, this happened to me, but it happened in this totally different way. Or, well, I was using this weapon, and so I had to use this strategy. And so it has that compelling nature to it. And I think that element is what brought in people who don't normally play Souls games. In fact, something I had people repeatedly either tweet to me or things that I would see across our various groups is people say, I never liked From Software games, but I decided to give this one a chance, and now I can't put it down. And so this game has some quality to it that I think is just clearly a huge success. I gotta wonder if From Software, I feel like this is probably a surprise to them in some sense. I know for me, I never expected this game to be what it was. I expected it to be very much a Dark Souls game that had open world qualities to it that would be fulfilling to people like me who like them. But I never expected this level of mainstream success, and I'm happy for them. I hope that it leads to them being able to do more awesome games. I hope it doesn't corner them into only making these massive open world style games. I still want the Sekiro type experience, like a very focused type experience alongside these as well. So we'll see. The future is bright for From Software.
Oh yeah, they're probably thrilled. And I think you're right about this notion that they needed to change, that some people have felt like they needed to change. And I think they probably feel vindicated because the more they didn't change, the better they did. And the more there's like a mystical quality to Dark Souls games, right? Like to their games. There's this need that a lot of people feel, like the masculine urge memes, to like play every From game, right? There's like this urge to do it purely, to do it as difficult as possible, there's no option to do it any other way. And I'm not a difficulty guy, really. I like difficult games, but I'm surprised by how well Elden Ring did, because from my, I feel like educated opinion in some way, not as educated as I could be on these games perhaps, but have played many of them and spend time with them. I'm like, it doesn't feel really much different to me. I mean, you can jump and do things, but it's still so demanding. And that's why I am so fascinated by how, not only how many copies it sold, but how deeply people are playing it. And the trophies and achievements show that. I just think this is a weird sea change. And I have to say, I mean, it happens all the time. I'm wrong about things all the time, but this was a blind spot for me. I never considered this game as being anything other than a high quality Souls game that will sell, a few million copies and people will like it. But like, what are we talking about? And I wonder what made this game so big. I think it's a combination worth studying, right? Like, I think part of it is timing. New York Times wrote this pretty bad op-ed that our friend Gene Park actually took apart in the Washington Post about how the game was so big because of the pandemic. I don't agree about that. I think it's big because I think it had this very unique, very timely word of mouth. It has this hardcore reputation, and it's not locked to any console or a sequel to anything. So it's the first time someone could really get into one of their games, like in a pure Bandai Namco sense, not one of these Activision spinoffs or something else, for the first time in like maybe ever, basically, since Dark Souls. So that's what, 2011?
Yeah.
And I feel like that has something to do with it. Like, that it's this cosmic combination of the myth of From Software, the timing of Elden Ring, the lack of any other really notable releases, the agnosticism of the launch, the timely advertisement, and the really, they have a great partner in Bandai Namco. Like, they really do.
Yeah.
Like, if any company should acquire From, it should be Bandai Namco, because they get fruit from that tree like better than anyone else. Sony kind of botched their relationship with From in some way. So I'm fascinated. I'm happy for them too, but I agree with you, Dustin, that I hope it doesn't change them. I don't think it will. My hope is that they'll do the following, and they're going to make an Elden Ring sequel. I can't imagine that's not going to happen. And then I think that they'll invest in something else too. And not only do they have like Armored Core and all this, but Kingsfield and other stuff. Maybe they want to go back to that. I think now is the time From should celebrate their past and revive something from the past. They did it a little bit with that weird what was it?
Metal Wolf Chaos.
Metal Wolf Chaos.
Yeah.
Like, go back and maybe explore that. So I'd like to see them have a 3-pronged approach. You got to do Elden Ring 2, and then you got to do something maybe new, and then maybe you got to do something celebratory. And they have the money and means to do those things now. There's no doubt about it. Elden Ring is the second best-selling game in the United States in the last 12 months. So that's no joke amount of sales. That's like not a trivial amount of sales. And the amount of money they made on this is crazy, through the roof. So, and I don't think Elden Ring was that expensive to make. Like, I would be surprised if Elden Ring was one of these multi-$100 million games. Like, I think it's $100 million game maybe, but I don't think it was that expensive. We often marvel about how a game like Control was made for like 40 million euro, and how they made something so high quality. And I feel like I wouldn't be surprised to learn that here too, especially because Japanese studios just seem to be better produced and more judicious with their money. The outcome isn't always good, as we can see with Babylon's Fall. But
right. And Elden Ring has a lot of, I would argue, smart reuse of previous assets that makes sense.
So they just used old assets in this? I didn't know that.
So some of the abilities, like the Ash of War abilities, are from Dark Souls 3, and certain creatures are also, but to me, it just doesn't, I don't know. It never bothered me.
It's the same world, I guess. Is that what they're suggesting? Because it is the same publisher. So they would because they wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't the same publisher, without buying those assets. So there's got to be a reason, right?
There's a bunch of theory videos already. There's people that have like a From Software multi-universe that all of their games are in the same world, but
multiverse of madness.
Yeah, exactly. But who knows?
Cool.
Yeah,
I know. I'm sorry. Go, Chris. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I'm just saying, like, because I was definitely in the camp of just people who just weren't really playing these games, and I think the water cooler quality is part of it. It reminds me of back in the day when, like, I would play a game and I wouldn't know everything about it because I didn't have YouTube to tell me. Someone would tell me at school. It's like, did you know that in Halo 2 there's like a gun that shoots the scarab laser from the boss battle, and I'm like, what? It's not real. And then he tells you, it's like, no, you got to go here, you got to go here, you got to do this, you got to glitch through this wall, and then you get it. And I'm like, and then you do it, and it's real, and you're like, what the fuck? This is insane. This is awesome. And
they were never real for me. There was like, hey, there's a golden warthog behind this wall. You have to shoot it for 3 hours in this multiplayer map.
But that's what I mean. No. It's like there was it so much of Elden Ring's design and so much of what that game is are these secrets that you kind of have to talk to other people to really get the most out of. And yeah, like you could play it front to back without necessarily hitting a lot of those secrets, but the fact that so much of it is there just through word of mouth. And I remember seeing like a couple of videos about like early on, like there were quest guides and like, hey, here's how to get through this person's quest. And some of them were just completely wrong because people just didn't know exactly how to do it. And there's a mystique about that that's really engaging. And it reminds me a lot of how I used to engage with video games back before the internet, back when they were a little bit more mystifying and a little bit more, shrouded in this kind of air of secrecy where I wasn't exactly sure what the hell these even were. Like as a medium, like I didn't fully really understand what a video game was because it was so unique in comparison to a piece of music or a film or a television show or a stage play or any number of things that was kind of lumped into the same general bucket of entertainment. Like, what the hell is this thing that you can interact with, and it's telling you a story, and you're feeling things through the things that you're doing that are completely separate from what the story is trying to tell you. There's secrets that may or may not be there, and you only learn about it by talking to people at school. And, you know, you can't watch Pulp Fiction differently. You know, you can't, like, when you watch Pulp Fiction, it's the same movie that you're going to watch today, tomorrow, 20 years from now, the day you die. Like, it's the same movie.
That's why people are always so fascinated by the idea of trying to combine movies and music, like they did with Wizard of Oz and Dark Side of the Moon. You know, like to try to bring more meaning to it, because that was the best you could do.
Exactly, but like a video game skill, like you can have a completely different. I mean, you can have different relationships with movies later on based on like the experiences that you have. But video games are a completely different beast, where like your relationship with a game evolves entirely, constantly.
I also think your relationship with the game is different than your experience with it, and you don't really have an experience with a movie. You know, your relationship with it only. You know, at least that's no. So I agree with you completely. It's funny you guys were telling like the lost art of the internet ruined everything, right? Like there's no more of that nonsense. I mean, you can only imagine in my era how bad it was. And my brother Dagan used to do shit to me like he'd be like, oh, there's a secret. We'd be playing like a new platform or whatever and be like, oh, there's a secret if you just, because we used to take turns often. Like I'd play until I died and then he'd play till he died. And then he would be like, oh, there's a secret down that hill, that pit if you jump into it. And then I'd jump into the pit and die. And then he would just take the controller and play for like 20 minutes, you know, kind of shit. So that's how he used to get me. But are you guys familiar with the Chris Houlihan room? Do you know that term at all?
I've heard that before. I don't know what it's in reference to.
It's a Legend of Zelda Link to the Past secret.
Oh, is that the one where it's like his name like engraved into the room or something?
Yeah, it's like engraved in like this dev room. And I'm the person who wrote like at the time the quintessential FAQ for it on GameFAQs. You can still read it today. But that was to your point about saying like these unbelievable secrets that end up being true. That is one of them, where it's like that is real, and that really is in the game, and you really do have to do this weird ass shit to get to it. And I wrote this whole thing in the summer of 2002 for it. So, and you can still find it today if you look for it. So yeah, I just wanted to call that out because that is one of those kinds of secrets where it's like, that is incredible that's real.
It's fun that used to be like, because when I was a kid, I used to be so bright eyed and like, just like I would look at games like, what the hell is this? It's so, the possibilities are endless. And now like you hear like 9-year-olds talking about how, man, BioWare really shit the bed. I was like, when I was 9, I had no idea what the fuck I had no concept of what BioWare was or what they even did or what game development was. I just knew that these games existed and they were like borderline magical experiences that I didn't know how to quantify. And now it's like children are like these cynical business executives that understand like, oh, well, fucking they lost a lot of money on Avengers. This is like, you're 11, bro.
Yeah, like what do you care about?
Like enjoy the game. Like, holy shit, it's so sad.
It's so funny, man. I'm reading about the Chris Houlihan room now, and it's so funny. Like,
this is my
still
secret
talking
room.
about it to this day. Where's my? Yeah, there it is. Chris Houlihan room FAQ by C. Moriarty. What's the date on it? June 30th, 2002. That was like 2 weeks after I graduated high school.
I was in 2nd grade.
That was when Spider-Man
about to go off to Northeastern.
Oh, Spider-Man. Yeah.
That was around the time Spider-Man came out.
Yeah, it is. Because Spider-Man came out right when I was about to graduate high school. I remember that.
Yep.
So, all right, let's move on to number 4. In a surprising but very welcome move, publisher WB Games has canceled the PlayStation 4 iteration of the upcoming Batman-associated game Gotham Knights. The game is still slated to launch later this year on October 25th, but in the PlayStation ecosystem, it will now only be available on PS5. This news was buried in a press release from WB showcasing more of WB Games Montreal's long-in-development title, one that, alongside Hogwarts Legacy, WB Games hopes gives it a good end of year should Hogwarts Legacy make it. WB Games Montreal, which hasn't released a full game in a stunning 9 years, is best known for its 2013 game Batman Arkham Origins, a spin-off of Rocksteady's Arkham trilogy that is so unrecognized as existing that it remains stranded on PlayStation 3 to this day. Gotham Knights, revealed over the summer of 2020, was greatly affected by the pandemic, which injured an already protracted development cycle. The action RPG, initially slated for a 2021 launch on both PS4 and PS5, allows players to embody one of 4 characters: Batgirl, Nightwing, Red Hood, and Robin. It can be played both with friends and solo, and for many will be a prelude to the main course. Rocksteady's equally long in development Suicide Squad game, which itself was pushed from 2022 to 2023. We knew that a while ago. John Cordero wrote in, said, "Hey, CDC, with Gotham Knights dropping development for last-gen consoles, are we finally seeing big publishers and developers ready to move on with full support for current-gen hardware? Are there any other currently announced games that you guys think could make a similar move and ditch previously announced last-gen versions?" Chris, what do you think about this cancellation? I was pleased to see it. Now, this is an admission that they couldn't get the game working. I would love to see footage of this game running on PS4 right now, because they've been developing it with that in mind the entire time, and they've pulled the plug at this late hour. So they're making a lesson in the light of Cyberpunk and other games where they're like, we can't do that. I would love to see this game running on PS4, though, and I wonder if any of my journalist friends out there have seen it, any of the media. But I was pleased to see this, and I think it's time for us to embrace the current gen consoles. There's almost 20 million PS5s in the wild. I truly believe if you really, 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 really wanted one at this point, you could have found one at this point. I do believe that they're not that hard to find. It's not fucking Willy Wonka's golden ticket like some people act like it is. So what do you think about this move from WB Games?
I'm happy about it. I think it's good. I think if you wanted a next gen machine, you probably would have one by now. Especially the series. Like if you really couldn't find a PlayStation and you really wanted a machine that can run like more modern hardware, Series S's are all over the place. Series X's are harder to come by, obviously, but like I mean, you have access to this generation and at pretty reasonable price points if you're looking at a Series S, especially. So like to me, it's just like let's move on. All right, we got a lot of use out of our PS4s. Got a lot of use out of our Xbox Ones. It's time. Okay? Like I'm happy to see this. This should have happened with Cyberpunk. but it didn't. Maybe that's a little too early, but still, I mean, that game was very clearly obvious. Like I feel like if that game didn't launch on PS4, I almost feel like it wouldn't have been taken off the PlayStation Store. Like even though the base versions of the next gen game weren't working or they weren't up to snuff, I played Cyberpunk on Series X without ray tracing and with some of these bugs still, and I had a great time. I enjoyed myself. So it's those last generation versions that really tanked the reputation of the game. And
dude, we'd be looking at that game totally differently if they just said we're only releasing the PC version right now.
Yeah, people would be like, people would be like, oh, this is disappointing, and it's like there are different aspects of it that don't work. But I feel like a lot of the conversation would have been more about like, man, what a good story. Or, man, what an interesting place Night City is to exist in. Instead of it runs at 12 frames a second on PlayStation 4. So I think this is a good move. I'm happy to see it. It is an admission that they ran into a very Cyberpunk story. I also am very curious. I would love to see this game running on hardware more equivalent. I would love to see it running on base PS4 especially, or base Xbox One. Oh, my God.
Totally, dude.
But it's time. We're about 2 years into this console generation. We gotta start decoupling these chains, because at a certain point, what's even the point of having these machines? And I think they made a right call. I'm happy to see it.
What do you think, Dustin?
I was looking to see what games are still cross-gen, and the big one right now I was thinking of is Hogwarts Legacy is also coming to PS4.
Mm-hmm,
The other one is not confirmed, but I would imagine that Modern Warfare 2, the new Modern Warfare 2, will also be coming to PS4 and Xbox One, and that's unfortunate just because the multiplayer is shared, and so there's going to be a significant amount of people that are loading up on physical hard drives, mechanical hard drives, this new game. And so it's disappointing, but especially with Call of Duty, I get it. It is nice to see some other games. For some reason I thought Forspoken was coming to PS4, and it's not. PS5. So that's at least one promising thing about that game. Also Final Fantasy 16 PS5 only. So it seems like we're starting to get into the era of PS5 or whatever series, next current gen only, which is fantastic. I'm assuming that Gotham Knights, they are going to lose money, by this not coming out on PS4. But if it's not running, then I guess it's probably worth it, because you would make money and then piss off people immediately, just like with Cyberpunk. So this is good news. This is good news. It's very welcome. And hopefully this is one of the, well, I'm trying to think, I guess Harry Potter is the only other one that could change over for Hogwarts Legacy. So maybe that will be the case as well there.
That's one that I was convinced was next gen only, just because of how it looked, like the draw distances that they were showing. I was like, this thing is going to be a disaster on base PS4. Like I don't even know why you would even want to try at this point.
Dude, I mean, not to shit on the Xbox One, but that console was so underpowered even compared to the PS4. Like,
yeah,
thinking about, I remember it was one of the Tomb Raider, when they re-released the first new Tomb Raider game, it ran at 60 on PS4 and 30 on Xbox One. And seeing some of, like, I think it was the new Watch Dogs game technically runs on Xbox One. Check that out. I think Digital Foundry did a video on it. It looks horrendous. So
it's crazy.
It's like, time to leave it behind.
These machines are not, dude. The base PS4 was struggling with Bloodborne. Like,
well, that's From Software's fault.
No, but still,
in some ways,
like I understand, but like, come on, like we gotta move on here.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think the scarcity gave some of these companies a reason to prolong this. I've been saying for a long time that we just didn't see this level of cross-platform support really since the NES to SNES transition. I don't think anything like this has ever really happened, outside of course, your shovelware and your sports games and all that. And I think the excuses are up. And I think that I don't want any game to not come to PS4. If it can run there, that's fine. I mean, if you've been making it with that in mind, then just do it. But I think at this point, any game that's been in development that is unannounced, that is for PS4, I think that's weird. You know, unless it's coming out maybe this year. I mean, if any game comes out in 2023 that's cross-platform, which they will, obviously, the thing about the games that I'm excited for is none of them are especially demanding. The only game in the AAA space that I'm truly excited about, I would say, is Final Fantasy 16, and that is a PS5 game. So that is what it is. But all the games that I'm excited about and that I like, a lot of these games can run on a fucking SNES or a PlayStation 1. It's not like the games I like really are demanding. So keep that in mind too. But I wanted to talk about something else with Gotham Knights, and we should talk about the gameplay itself. Sean Kelby Jr. wrote in and said, "Hey guys, wanted to hear your opinions on the latest Gotham Knights gameplay. I thought it had the DNA of the Arkham games while also being its own thing. I can't wait to play this. This is incredibly divisive gameplay. I didn't know that until I was reading the inquiries from the audience, and we were getting it from both sides. And then I went to the YouTube, the official gameplay trailer that WB Games put up, which has 14,000 upvotes and 12,000 downvotes. So obviously very divisive there too. Dustin, let's start with you. What do you think about Gotham Knights? Did you get a chance to check it out?
That was a really extensive video they put out. I didn't get to watch all of it. I did see some of it, but my main skepticism is the same as before. And I saw some people dunking on this on Twitter, and, you know, maybe deservedly so, for depending on your tastes, but I just don't know if I want RPG mechanics and a Destiny-like loot system in this game. I don't know. It just feels like so many games now have this like shoehorned RPG loot mechanics added in. And it's like, I like that stuff. I do. I love Destiny 2. I was talking about how much I loved Monster Hunter earlier, and that's all about stats and gear and stuff, but can be a little bit overwhelming. And to me, when I think about this game, I think about playing multiplayer, like hopping in with some friends and maybe pulling off like crazy combo moves and stuff like that. But the thought of like your friend being like, hey, pause, I gotta equip Robin with a new spear or something. It's like, no, I don't want that. But I don't know. Maybe it will be well implemented and be really fun. But my gut reaction is just, I don't want that.
I was reading some comments on the YouTube video, just good and bad. And I saw someone say something like, I know this is a work in progress, and I'm like, it's not a work in progress. This is the game. That's the game you're going to get. Like there's no work in progress there. That is it. They're going to polish it now, but that is the game. They're not going to just suddenly change it. And so I think that people are now accepting what it is or what it isn't. I personally, if I didn't know about all the drama surrounding it, I would have looked at this trailer and been like, this looks awesome. I mean, I personally think it looks great. I think the one complaint I have about it, and it was especially notable when Nightwing's fighting in the beginning, is like there's too much magnetism with these games in terms of like move sets. Like he's jumping and rolling, but then suddenly flying and kicking towards the guy. I'm like, where did that even come from? It's just the game needs to do better to make you commit. I know it's trying to be fun and fluid, but it needs to make you commit to moves, like a more Castlevania type approach where it's like you jumped, now you have to deal with it. Like I would have liked more of that as opposed to this weird canceling that they have going on. But I think it looks fun personally. I'm going to play it by myself, obviously, and looks like a checkbox game. I'm totally cool with that. I think that maybe WB Montreal is a little bit ahead of itself with this kind of game. That's why I think it took so long for them to make. And I don't know, Chris, I'm curious if you think it looks high quality or not. If you have a problem with this, I mean, because I agree. The only thing that I thought was weird were the menus. The menus look like shit, first of all. And there is a lot there where I'm like, oh, I thought this was more Arkham than it maybe is.
Yeah, I don't know. I was watching it with the expectation that it was going to be like really solid, because I had heard positive things about it. And so I was like, okay, cool. Like I'll check it out. This was not the DC universe game that I was looking forward to. Like if any of them, I was looking forward to the Suicide Squad more because I think there's something different about that. Obviously it's Rocksteady, so I'm just curious in general what they've been up to and how their skills have transitioned into this next generation and how their skills have translated from Batman to all of these different characters that have very, very different movesets. So this one just seemed like this one seemed like a safe game to me. Like it's just like, okay, it's probably gonna be all right. And I was watching it and I couldn't help but feel like this doesn't something about this feels incredibly it doesn't feel AAA as I'm looking at it, and I don't know what it is. The texture work is there, the lighting's good, and it doesn't look bad. But like you were talking about the magnetism in the beginning of that fight, where he's just like sliding on ice across an entire like floor of a building, basically.
Yeah, it's
to
weird.
Like hit these people. And like Arkham has always been like a little bit magnety, but that even by Arkham standards, like some of that is like you're just across. You're Paul McCartney or something. You're across the fucking universe,
right? And it doesn't
flying
compare.
Across. It's insane.
I was gonna say, just I think the only game that really acts like that is Spider-Man, and I think that Spider-Man acts like that. So I think that makes sense in some way.
Yeah, it's always been out of place in Batman in general. Like even back when the Arkham games, I mean, the Arkham games are great, but even back then, it's like, yeah, it's a little weird for him to be able to have this ability when he's just not. That's just not something he can do, really. But in this one, it stuck out a little bit more, and I don't know, man. Like just the glide, like the fact that Robin has this Fortnite thing that he like glides on, where it's like, what if the Green Goblin but upside down? And I'm like, what is this? This is really weird. Is this a thing from the comics? Maybe, but it looks goofy and dumb because it looks like they wanted to do a Green Goblin glider, but it didn't work. But it also looks like, oh, this is like the whole gliding down on a thing. That's Fortnite, and people like Fortnite.
Right.
That's what it came across like. I don't know if it's in the comics. It might well be. But that's what it came across like, and the combat looks weird. The menus look horrific. When I saw the I'm watching it right now, but like, yeah, here it is, the gear screen. I felt maybe I should see a doctor because it's been happening a lot. But like, I felt a really like sharp pain in my chest when I saw this specifically. Like something was deeply wrong. And I realized it's just numbers. It's just all these numbers and like green and white and rarity and what's my level? Oh, I'm level 7. Here's my power. It reminded me of The Division almost. And I'm like, dude, like I like The Division, but there are games where this fits and games where it doesn't. And I don't think a Batman game is where this fits. Like I am not convinced that this was the direction that they should have gone. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be fine, but this does not look like my cup of tea at all. Like, at all.
Yeah, we'll see.
Know.
We'll see. I think the one thing I look at with that game is I'm like, what have you been doing all this time? Arkham Origins is a PlayStation 3 game. You skipped the entire generation and then got to this game, and I think it looks good. I think I'm gonna enjoy it. I think it looks fun, but I do wonder if this is it. I'm like, this is it. At the same time, I'm like, this isn't anything unique and new. And I agree, the Justice League game is exciting, and I think they have something more special with that game and with Hogwarts Legacy, which is why I think you want to kind of get this game out of the door first and just move on. But we'll see. I love the YouTube thumbs ups and thumbs downs are just equally divided, though.
Yeah,
very divisive.
It's a divisive game.
Number 5. Do you remember Resident Evil Reverse? It was an online multiplayer series of modes and offerings that were originally supposed to launch alongside Resident Evil Village, which came to PS4 and PS5 in May of 2021. Right before launch, Reverse was delayed into the summer of 2021 and then delayed again into a more nebulous 2022 window. And ever since, we've waited. Though, just like with Resident Evil 3 Remake and its weird online functionality, no one seemed to really be asking for this. One way or another, though, it looks like it's coming soon. Multiple ratings boards, including the European Games Rating Board PEGI, have rated Reverse for a launch on Stadia, which is interesting. It has already been rated on PS4, though not PS5 as of last year. It's obviously rated for adults and is vaguely described as, quote, an online shooter game in which characters from the Resident Evil universe visit locations from the survival horror series to compete in death matches, end quote. It's presumed that Reverse will still be free for all Village owners, as that was the initial idea when it was announced and then delayed. Whether or not it will be available a la carte remains to be seen. Some people were speculating that this game might come very soon because we're around the first anniversary of Village, but I don't think that's going to happen or hasn't happened. Dustin, are you interested in Resident Evil Reverse? I just feel like they could have safely just said, like, we're not going to do this. Unless they feel like they have something that they believe in. But remember, this game was going to come out with Resident Evil Village, and then they just delayed it at the last moment, and then it's just been a year. So it couldn't have been in very good shape. And I think that's indicative of maybe you just don't need to do this at all. But what do you think?
Well, I guess I wonder if there's any legal standpoint where they used it as a marketing and selling point for Village. So I don't know if that would be legally obligated or what. I don't know how that works. But
I thought about that, but I wonder if they could have just ameliorated that by giving like an open request for like a $10 Capcom voucher or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But you're probably right.
So I have a feeling this game is either, the most likely scenario is this game is just going to be shat out and then quickly forgotten as we just need to get this out at this point. Hopefully, since it's gone quiet, it has some level of quality to it. But I don't get, Capcom has this obsession with making Resident Evil multiplayer or some kind of service based, which I get it. Everyone's chasing the golden egg of some kind of service or multiplayer game, and they want that. And Resident Evil is a huge IP, so they want to make it work, but they have yet to be successful. And what we've seen of this game does not look very promising. And so we can hope that in this time that they've been silent, that it comes out and it's, I think at best, this is like a fun game that you check out for, I don't know, 3 to 10 hours, depending on how good it is. But I just don't see anyone that's like, yeah, I'm a Reverse main player. Like that's where I put most of my time. Like it's just,
it's gonna be the guy. It's gonna be the one guy that plays Babylon's Fall is gonna play this.
Yeah, he'll finally have something to move on to. So I don't know.
Chris, you have any thoughts to share?
Yeah, I'm a Nemesis main. I think. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, I think it's I feel like they really could have. No pun intended, but I feel like they could have reversed the situation here and just been like, we're not going to do this, because I don't know who asked for this. I'm watching the trailer and I remembered it as being like this very vaguely cell shaded thing. And I was trying to make sure if it was, and it is. I just don't. It's so funny because this is meant to be like, I'm watching the teaser trailer right now, and there's this scene where everybody's in like, there's like a bunch of characters in just this generic office room. I think it's where all the desks are in the police department, where all the the golden name tags are on all the desks. It's a very iconic location. I remember it very well. And it's just like 5 people shooting haphazardly at each other. There doesn't
That's right. I remember that. Yeah.
It looks like there's no flow to this gameplay at all. Like it just looks like a clusterfuck. It's like you can't, and this is like really important for people to hear. You cannot take a single player game that's designed for a single player and throw another character model in there and expect it to work perfectly. You can't just throw a bunch of spawn points onto a single player map for a single player game and expect it to run like, oh, well, that's just what multiplayer is. It's just multiple players in an area. We're like, why not? Why won't that work? It's like, no, there's map design, there's like distance, and there's like making sure that the distance between spawns work. There's making sure that the rooms are big enough to accommodate combat. Like there's reasons why it's difficult and why so many games had like tacked on multiplayer modes that weren't received well. Like there's a reason for that. It's because it's not easy. And this looks like the bare minimum effort. They didn't like recontextualize these locations to fit in a PvP space. It's literally just that room. And it's like, cool, but that's not what this is for. This is bad.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up this idea of that generation. I would say like the mid to late PS3 generation, where games just came with multiplayer modes, like BioShock 2. I always think about, just for no reason, and this failed notion that it would stop people from selling their games and do all this kind of crazy shit, and it just was needless. And I think everyone realized, like, why do these games have multiplayer? And I know Resident Evil has had multiplayer and multiplayer modes for a long time, and light gun games and all this weird shit. Of course, Resident Evil 5 is a multiplayer game fundamentally, but I just feel like you got to, like, don't they know that like they revived Resident Evil by making it a single player game again? They revived it with 7. That's what happened. So like, if I were them, I'd be like, we don't need, especially a Capcom with flush with cash like they are right now, we don't need to do any of this shit. Just make single player Resident Evil games. Not that hard. Well, it is hard, but you do it well recently, so do it. Keep doing it.
It's so funny that they just put like this weird like cell shade filter over it, but it's not even real cell shading. It's like this weird filter. Like, I don't know if you remember the trailer well, but like there's this weird like there's like this texture, there's this subtle texture over everything that isn't quite it isn't quite Resident Evil 2 remake. It's got like the Ditko dots.
Exactly.
And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? Is like supposed to be a comic book?
Yeah, you're right. Well, I don't know what.
You see what I see, right?
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, it looks like Borderlands.
Yeah, but it doesn't even. It doesn't even. It doesn't go far enough. It's just like this weird, like, it's like they had the Borderlands filter on and they put it at like 2% opacity or something. It's like, why even put it there? Dude,
the trailer does say, I mean, you're like at the end, included with Resident Evil Village, and it's so shitty. Are you still on the trailer from Resident Evil's YouTube channel, like the Resident Evil Reverse teaser trailer? Go to the splash screen at the end, 46 seconds, and look at the included with Resident Evil Village. Like, it's not even the right black. Like they copied and pasted this thing on the splash screen.
Yeah, it's like they screenshotted it.
My God, dude, really,
good Lord,
something else. Okay, number 6. Reporting from website Tweaktown, and I was looking into this website. I've never heard of this website. It's being cited all the time now. And it seems like they just go into financial documents and kind of discover things that way. Reporting from website Tweaktown shows that publisher Square Enix and developer People Can Fly may have made no profit whatsoever on their service shooter Outriders, which was released last year on PS4 and PS5 and also came to Game Pass. And delving into People Can Fly's financials, however, the website discovered some interesting data that further illustrates why Square Enix might be eager to get out of its Western development, even as it specifically stated post-Embracer deal, that it would keep second-party series like Outriders going. People Can Fly's financials say the following, though, in part, quote, since the game was completed and placed on... I'm sorry, I lost my place here. There it is. Since the game was completed and placed on the market, the company has been entitled to royalties payable in the specific proceeds from its sales ensure that the publisher recovers a predetermined level of costs incurred in connection with the development, promotion, and distribution of the game. The level of royalties depends on the amount of specific proceeds from the game's sales. The group received no royalties from the publisher for the period to December 31st, 2021, which means that as of the reporting date, net proceeds for the sale of Outriders were insufficient to recover the costs and expenses incurred by the publisher to develop, distribute, and promote the title. This was confirmed by the royalty statement for the fourth quarter of 2021 received by the group from the publisher. There can be no assurance that net proceeds from the sale of Outriders in future periods will be sufficient for the publisher to recover the costs incurred and to pay royalties, end quote. And here's perhaps the craziest part. The website reports that, quote, People Can Fly also says it may refuse to make new DLC and expansions for Outriders, and if it does, Square Enix may choose another developer to make new content, end quote. We know at the very least that People Can Fly is making Outriders' first major expansion, World Slayer, and that it arrives in late June on PS4 and PS5. As for People Can Fly, once owned by Epic and best known for its Painkiller series, as well as 2011's Bulletstorm and some work in the Gears franchise, it's unclear what their next post-Outriders project might be. I was hoping it would be a sequel, but it's clearly not going to be. Dustin, I feel like Chris too, but I feel like both of you guys kind of called that this game was going to be very big. I think that it went to Game Pass as a result of this. I think that you can kind of see Square Enix's urgency behind the scenes in trying to make money back with some of these games. Like, we didn't really know how chaotic it was behind the scenes for them. And thank God they had games like Final Fantasy VII Remake and others, and a lot of the Nintendo games that they're doing that are making them good cash. But nonetheless, Outriders is a failure. And I'm disappointed to see it, because I think it's pretty clear that it will never continue. Probably maybe beyond World Slayer. Maybe they're trying to get more out of it. But I also feel like they hobbled the game by putting it on Game Pass, and that they could have potentially made it bigger. But maybe it was never meant to be. What do you think?
I think that this game, I don't know. I think that Game Pass compelled a lot of people to check it out that would have never checked it out in the first place. I don't know, though. It's hard to say, because people, it's like a chicken or the egg situation. Do people bounce off it, play it and bounce off it because it's free on Game Pass? Or did it have some life because people did check it out on Game Pass and then either encourage their friends to buy it? Because it did have crossplay, even though it didn't work quite right at launch. It did have crossplay. So surely that picked up some sales where there were some people on Game Pass and then other people, whether it's on PlayStation or on PC without Game Pass, that decided to pick it up to play with their friends regardless. But I don't know. I didn't play a ton of this game. I played it enough to think that it was fine. I didn't love or hate it, but it really wasn't something that compelled me enough to keep going. But I wonder if this is a situation where maybe the expansions will, or at least this one expansion will potentially pick up more steam. And I wonder, so the expansion won't be part of Game Pass, right? Like,
I don't think so. They haven't said that yet.
Yeah.
But,
so the base game is still on Game Pass. I wonder how long that will be there for. So I don't know. It's hard to say. It definitely, sucks. No profit at all. But People Can Fly is a talented team, and I'm sure can hopefully find the next thing for them.
I think a lot of people feel, Chris, like they've humored me on Outriders for a long time. It was my game of the year last year. I loved it. I really meant it. Like, I really, really loved it. I'm so disappointed that people don't see in it what I see in it, but that is a subjective thing, and maybe I'm clearly in the minority. I think you guys have been kind on the show to me, because I know that you guys aren't crazy about it like I am. So what do you think about kind of the financial outcome here? I mean, I just don't think there's any prayer that they're going to make a profit on this. And so Outriders is dead, which is a bummer, because you'll recall that the original press release that announced that when it came to Game Pass and they were saying how many people were playing it, they're like, this is Square Enix's new IP. Like, this is the new beginning of something new. And I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, because I love the story. I think the story is really neat. So I'm bummed. But what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's not super surprising. Like, even when it was big at launch, largely because of Game Pass, I think, they botched the first impression, where like crossplay wasn't working, connectivity issues were pretty big. There was also that really massive inventory bug that I believe was
right.
There was a huge deal where like you couldn't really rely on keeping. I don't remember exactly what the bug was.
It would erase your progression, I think.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal for a game where progression is the entire point of it. So there were a lot of people who just weren't playing until that was dealt with, and that didn't do it any favors. And obviously Dustin mentioned the crossplay not working very well, and a bunch of other things. I just don't think they stuck the landing quite right, and I think it probably could have done well if it made a better first impression than it did. But I don't know if I'm super surprised. I didn't hate the game. I thought the game was charming, and there was a middle market quality to it that I actually appreciated. But as a live service, looter shooter type game, I couldn't help but compare it to the likes of Destiny, which even at that time was just far superior in terms of what it was trying to do, and the gameplay loop, and the lore especially. So I mean, this sucks because ultimately Outriders, while it wasn't my cup of tea, was at least something that was different and new, and it didn't seem like it was following the footsteps of other looter shooters quite in the same way. It looked like it was going for its own kind of weird, combat oriented progression, where it seemed like push forward combat was the mode, and the story was very, very late aughts in the style of its delivery, and it would have been nice to see it continue. Maybe World Slayer will do super well, maybe, who knows, but I'm not super surprised that Outriders didn't necessarily have the legs that some people thought it might have had.
Yeah, I think people kind of called this. I think that it's just too crowded. And when you really think about Square Enix, I mean, they made a bet on games as a service, and they really ate shit on them. Final Fantasy XIV is obviously huge. Dragon Quest X did pretty well for them in Japan as well. But outside of those and some iOS stuff, I mean, their 3 big Western attempts have all, or Western style, because one of them comes from Japan. Babylon's Fall, I mean, I can't imagine how much money they lost on that. We know that they lost, didn't they lose like $200 million on the Avengers and on Guardians of the Galaxy, which is not a game as a service. And then, of course, with Outriders. So they've made all these attempts, they made all these bets, and they're lucky that they made other bets at the same time that worked out, because Square would never be in an existential crisis. They own too many IP, they have too many classic games, but they could be in really bad shape right now if they didn't have Final Fantasy VII Remake, if they didn't have some of these other big titles to buttress them while they made these. I don't think they're poor bets. I don't think if I saw Outriders as a producer at Square Enix and I was working on that game, I would have assumed like we did everything we could to make that game big. Like it's just a bad market. Like I don't think they made a bad bet on Outriders. I think they made a bad bet on Babylon's Fall, because I think that game looks like shit. I don't think they made a bad bet on Avengers either. I just think they put the wrong studio in charge of that. They should have just went somewhere else with that game. And they ended up costing them Crystal Dynamics and all that other stuff. So very consequential. All right, number 7. As always, PlayStation has revealed the top downloaded games on the PlayStation Store, this time for the month of April 2022. These lists, per usual, show a game's popularity in digital sales, which is typically indicative of overall success or lack thereof. Remembering, of course, as we said earlier, 2/3 of games sold on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 now are sold digitally. On PS5, Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga was the number 1 game, followed by MLB The Show 22, Elden Ring, WWE 2K22, and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is, I think, bubbling from good word of mouth. Other notable entries on PlayStation 5 include Cyberpunk 2077 at 7, Gran Turismo 7 at 8, Miles Morales at 9, Horizon Forbidden West at 12, Ghost of Tsushima at 16, and Kena Bridge of Spirits at 19. Moving over to PlayStation 4, the top 2 games are inverted. MLB The Show 22 is the month's most popular PS4 game, with Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga slotting in at 2. Batman Arkham Knight, Elden Ring, and Grand Theft Auto 5 round out the top 5, and other notable entries include Tiny Tina's Wonderlands at 12, The Last of Us Part 2 at 14, and Chrono Cross, the Radical Dreamers Edition at 17. PSVR sees the same old, though new release Moss Book 2 slotted in at 4. Fortnite, Apex Legends, the newly released Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt, Warzone, and Rec Room were the month's top 5 free-to-play games across consoles. Nielsen Chapman wrote it and said, "What's up, boys? Looking at the top downloaded games on the PS blog for April, Horizon Forbidden West and Gran Turismo's PS4 versions didn't even chart in the top 20 PS4 games in the US or Europe. Do you think Sony is seeing the cross-gen strategy as a failure now? I think Horizon and GT as PS5 exclusives would have given them more buzz, and raised their sales a lot more in total on one platform as opposed to 2 cross-gen plats. Thoughts? No, Nielsen, I disagree with you entirely. Gran Turismo 7 is murdering right now. It might not be doing it on PS4, but I don't think they would change anything because it's already sold millions of copies. PS4's fan base is satiated because they're buying, I think if you look at the sales data, they're buying a lot of evergreen games and games that are big for long periods of time. They buy a lot of games on sale, and then PS5 players are buying new games. They're invested in the new platform. So I'm not confused by that at all personally, but I appreciate you writing in. And finally, number 8 is a wrap up. The official PlayStation blog reports oceanic adventure game Silt comes to PS4 and PS5 on June 1st. When I first read it, I thought it was Slit, and I was like, yes. An exploration game, Deliver Us Mars, is en route to PS4 and PS5 on June 23rd. Website Push Square reports Apple arcade game Lego Brawls is coming to PS4 and PS5 sometime this summer, and Chinese-made RPG Sword and Fairy Together Forever, which looks pretty cool, is inbound for PS4 and PS5 at an undetermined point in the future. The website also reveals that upcoming WB crossover fighter Multiverses will receive a closed alpha on both PS4 and PS5 later this month in May. Website Komatsu reports side-scrolling RPG The Vagrant comes to PS4 and PS5 at some point this June. Rabbids game Party of Legends comes to PS4 on June 30th. Story-driven game Wayward Strand comes to PS4 and PS5 on July 21st. And previously announced band-centric game We Are OFK comes to PS4 and PS5 at some point this summer. The website also reports Metroidvania title Soldiers, that's SOULDIRES, has been delayed and will now come to PS4 and PS5 on June 2nd instead of May 19th. And finally, developer Techland has revealed that its first major Dying Light 2 DLC will now launch in September, a delay from its original June slot. And of course, as we noted earlier, just to properly submit it into the record for Sacred Symbols, Dead Space Remake launches on PlayStation 5 on January 27th, 2023.
Yeah. So April.
Precisely. April 2024.
Yeah.
Boys, as we do, we end every episode of Sacred Symbols with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience submitted on Patreon. Remember, if you support us over there, keep an eye out for the weekly threads that I post on Wednesdays, and I delete them when I'm done with them on Thursdays. You guys can submit there. Usually 100, 200, even more people submit each week. We appreciate it. We already read Josh's, so we only have 5 left, and we go to Luke Aldersley. Luke Aldersley. There we go. Luke Aldersley. I got there. Good day, CC and the Big D. I wanted to delve deeper into how our reaction to a game can be influenced by the time in our life that we are experiencing it. I remember Colin talking about how he reflects poorly on Uncharted 4, partly due to events around those times and having to rush through it. I myself think back to a month of my second year of university where I ignored all my studies and played God of War and Red Dead Redemption 2 back to back. And that was one of the best months of my life, and it really helped in my love of those games. I'm sure you did great in school too. I wonder if you guys could speak on any other games that you regard better or worse because of a certain life experience at the time. P.S. Thank you for the amazing content. You guys are on another level. Thank you, Luke, for writing in. It's so funny because you brought up Chrono Cross earlier in the PSN sales charts, and that game reminds me of my friend Corey from my childhood. And I have a lot of games that remind me of people. Maybe it's because, and I don't play games with anyone really. It's just I remind me of this person liked this game. I was hanging out with this person when the game came out. I was dating this person when the game came out. This person felt this way about a game. So I actually have quite a few of those. Like with Parappa the Rapper 2, I think about my ex-girlfriend from college and how I played it with her. Like I think about that. Like that's what it reminds me of, that game. So BioShock, when it came to PS3, reminds me of Jeff Haynes, who used to work at IGN and was on Podcast Beyond because he stayed at work all night to beat it on PS3 because of the rumor that there was a trailer for BioShock 2 at the end, which there was. So yeah, I have these reactions to these kinds of things. Dustin, let's go to you first. Do you have any similar stories to Luke's or mine or anything that comes to mind for you?
Definitely. I really remember vividly a memory of when there was the Halo 3 beta included with Crackdown. And it was a weekend or two or something like that. Mm-hmm. And I have a fantastic memory of playing that game till like 5 a.m, split screen, which I think the beta had split screen where you could play online with people. And me and my friend Jordan played this game for hours and hours. I think we were like just guzzling copious amounts of Mountain Dew and eating just garbage all night. It was awesome. And it's such a sweet memory. Not to bring down the mood, but Jordan died. So this is like this memory that I have with him is this like awesome memory of us together playing this game. We both loved Halo, grew up playing Halo. And so I think of that memory almost every time that I play Halo 3. And I'm like on those particular maps that were in the beta, I think of that. And it's sad, but it's like a positive, like it doesn't make me sad thinking about it. Like it's sad that he's no longer with us, but it's of such a happy memory of like just a time when it's like you could play video games till 4 a.m. and not worry about anything and not get like heartburn or a stomach ache from drinking half a gallon of Mountain Dew. Like it's just like was a a nice time in my life, and so I'm very thankful to have that memory.
What about you, Chris?
Oh yeah, like there are games that remind me of people, and I think games like I remember War of the Monsters for PS2 reminds me a lot of my friend Malik, who was like my guy in Catholic school, like when it was like 2000, 2001, 2002. And we would just play that all the time. Like we would go to his place after school because he lived closer to the school than I did, and then my parents would pick me up from his place, and we would play that game a ton. Things like the original Tobey Maguire Spider-Man games have a lot of nostalgic importance to me, and obviously Halo 3 is like super like that game like altered my life, so I think about it a lot every time. Like every friend that I made because of that is still in my life today. And there's plenty of there's probably like millions of examples. Like I think Lord of the Rings: Return of the King reminds me of my grandmother, because I remember she bought it for me. She think I would be like really, really excited, and I didn't care about Lord of the Rings at all. But I played it and I actually loved that game. It was like surprisingly good. That was back when movie-based games were genuinely pretty good most of the time. And I don't know, like I played The Empire Strikes Back on Game Boy.
Oh, wow.
And I have
JVC,
a very
JVC, I think, right?
Yeah. I remember that game reminds me of Arizona, because that's where my half sister was living at the time, and we were visiting, and I was playing. I remember being in the Arizona desert in the backseat of my parents' rented car playing Empire Strikes Back on Game Boy with that little like light that connected to the Game Boy.
Oh,
that
yeah.
little like swirly like lamp, because
it like barely worked.
Yeah, it barely worked.
It's all you
like,
got. You have to.
It's
the best
all
thing
you had,
have.
and it was like I had no context for what the fuck I was doing, because I didn't care about Star Wars. I didn't watch it, but like I played the hell out of it. It's just these like really vivid flashes of memories, like being in that car in the Arizona desert playing that game with a little lamp, and I remember Gears of War 2 also was like a big thing for me and all my high school friends. We would get on after school and play like horde mode for hours, like irresponsibly so. There's plenty. I could go on for years probably.
Well, we should keep going on for years until Dead Space remake comes out.
Yeah,
we can fill that gap.
Dead Space reminds me of Die Mannequin, which is like this weird band that I only heard of once, because this girl that I was into at the time like wouldn't stop playing it while she was at my place while I was playing Dead Space. Very weird experience. Wires crossed.
I feel this. I've said that many times about Majora's Mask and Limp Bizkit's chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water, because I got them like the same day at the mall. So, and then I just listened to one while I like watched the other, or played the other. So, I was also reading just Jason Schreier's reporting. This is hard hitting news that PlayStation boss Jim Ryan sent an email today and asked the staff to, quote, respect differences of opinion, end quote, on abortion rights. And this is apparently a big deal, because he asked.
Where is this?
Jason Schreier is reporting this Bloomberg story. It says Sony PlayStation staff fume over CEO's abortion comments.
Oh,
and what she apparently said that you should respect people's opinions on that. God forbid. Okay, that's not an important piece of news. I just wanted to let you guys know what I saw that. Yeah, we saw it, and we're not going to talk about it anymore. Jack Perry wrote in, said, hello, boys, UK listener. He actually said, hello, boys.
No,
put an H in
enough
there.
of that.
Keep UK listener, following for a while now. Thanks for helping me get through a rough year, but thought it was finally time to write in. Thank you. Were you laughing because he had a rough year?
No, I was laughing because I was saying no more of that UK talk. We can't have that. It's not appropriate.
I'm over it too. After watching the Uncharted film recently, it struck me with a craving to reach the series. Wait, what are you saying?
To reach the
After
series?
Watching the Uncharted film recently, it struck me with a craving to replay. Maybe you meant the series. I think that's what you meant. Because we're going to get to your point. After finishing or giving up on Elden Ring, I picked up the collection and got back into it. Playing through the original game got me thinking about all those old stranded PS3 titles. Okay, now we're getting there, Jack. This is what I wanted from you. One in particular that jumped to my mind was Army of Two. I don't remember how good these games actually were, as I was only around 10 or 11 when they first released, but I remember playing through them co-op with my mom, and remember loving the whole experience. Whether the games were any good, I can't say, But I do remember it having some really fun features and cool ideas like the aggro mechanic, feigning death, and being able to diamond and crush your weapons. So my question is, how do you guys feel about this long forgotten series, and would you like to see a sequel or reboot that can go back and explore some of those cool ideas? I wrote the strategy guide, I think, for the first 2 Army of 2 games at IGN, definitely the first one from 2008. And I like Army of Two. I feel like Army of Two was a little bit ahead of its time again with its kind of focus on, and you can play it by yourself, and I did, but you can play it. You're supposed to play it with someone else. And the entire idea is like you're supposed to, like you said, aggro and like kind of like remove the focus on one person while the other person's doing damage. So you're getting like a lot of blind spot hits, and you're trying to hit armor in a certain space, and you're trying to use shields and everything. It's cool. And what I like about it the most, and what I remember liking about it the most, is it's about private military contractors, which is a totally shadowy and weird thing. And I'm surprised there aren't more games about PMCs. Like it's rife for storytelling. These people, these mercenaries and bounty hunters, basically, that just go all over the world and do random shit. And in this case, I think they're like going after drug cartels or something. I don't really remember, but
Mercenaries is about that.
Right.
I mean, obviously, but
right. And also from EA at that time. Yeah. So, but Army of Two, I don't know if you're aware, Jack, did get 2 sequels. The 40th Day came out in 2010, and that was also on PSP. I don't know if you guys remember that, but there was a PSP port of that. And then The Devil's Cartel came out in 2013, and that was basically the end. And actually, EA Montreal, which was the studio responsible for these games, kind of was absorbed by Motive. So the Army of Two games were like the last games they ever made, but those were like the only AAA games they really did. They did do like some SSX games as well back in the day. But Dustin, do you remember Army of Two? Did you play it? Do you have any experience with it?
No, I had no experience with these. I remember some friends playing them in high school. So really the only comment I have is they are cowards for not calling it the Army of Two, because that would have been awesome.
It would have fit with I remember the mood of the game. It was very turn of the decade from the aughts into the 2010s, like that humor, that action movie, very casual humor and a lot of quibbing and stuff. And so that actually would have made sense in the world for them to call it Army of Two. That would have actually, like, that would have sounded awful, but
yeah,
it would have made sense.
It is terrible, but it's they should have done it anyway.
Chris, Army of Two.
Yeah, I have a little bit of experience with it. Like it kind of, at the time I was really into Gears of War, and it felt a little bit like Gears of War Light to me. Like whenever I would play it, it even felt somehow more gray than Gears of War. And Gears of War is kind of like notorious for being pretty gray. I mean, 2 and 3 are a little bit more colorful. Like there's definitely like a lot of like golden hour, like Spider-Man 2 lighting in Gears of War 2 and 3, but Gears 1 was very, very gray. And I remember this one being like washed out gray. And I remember that being like kind of unappealing to me. But I remember like the back-to-back mechanic which was like so, like, it's so action movie stupid that let's just put our backs to each other in the middle of, like, with no cover, and then just come out of this firefight unscathed. It was a ridiculous mechanic, but it was fun to do. And, you know, I remember liking what I played from it. I just don't remember if I finished it or not. It's in that weird kind of, because when was Army of Two? 2008?
2008, and then the sequel was 2010.
Yeah, I was like knee deep into Halo 3 and Gears at that point, I think. So like I don't know if I finished it, but I thought it was fine. I liked it. I never played The Devil's Cartel. I played a little bit of the 40th Day. I think there was like a demo for it that I played.
Yeah, the 40th Day I played.
Yeah,
I think the Devil's Cartel I didn't play, and it got horrible reviews. I actually think Visceral might have co-developed that third one as well, which was weird. I don't know. But we were talking about what EA games could come back, and we were talking about franchises. I guess this is one. I mean, I don't feel like it's necessarily out of place. And is there a place for a game as a service that is strictly co-op? Like 1 or 2 players, that's it. You know, like could you do something like that? Because I remember it's all coming back to me now. Like I remember you would like get briefcases full of money, and it was all about the money. You were doing it for the money. That was what it was all about in the game. It feels like that would kind of ride today a little bit. Some of these games were touching on things that just the audiences weren't quite ready for yet, I don't think. And so shout out to Army of Two. Thank you for remembering it.
I think I would prefer to see Lost Planet back personally, because I feel like there's like a real Monster Hunter light spark there that has not really been fully mined.
Well, different companies though. Capcom is.
Well, no, I know. I'm talking about like games of that time.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Lost Planet 3 kind of came and went with a fart, I remember. I don't know why that was. I didn't play it.
It wasn't very good.
And I think the first Lost Planet wasn't even on PlayStation, so I think that kind of hobbled the game. Unlike exclusive. Mass Effect, they never went back, I don't think, and ameliorated that, but I could be wrong.
No, they didn't.
Mighty Max wrote in and said, hello, gents. One thing that I started to notice more and more after being an avid listener for years now is how Colin will sometimes talk about supporting a developer by buying a game, even if he doesn't intend to play it right then and there, and sometimes even at all. I started considering this for some game devs I really like, mainly indie studios, who definitely could use the support. For example, I brought Herbroxia 2 to support Lilimo Games, and I know I will end up playing it between other games eventually. My question is for Colin, but all are welcome to chime in. When did you start doing this, and what's your criteria for wanting to support a studio or a product with your money? Does the size of their company matter? Do you only do this for the little guys or big corps too? I find it very interesting, and I'm curious to hear more of your thoughts. Thank you, Max, for writing in. Yeah, I do this. Try to do this actively. I don't always do it, but I do it fairly often. I try to, for instance, if I know I'm going to buy a game and it's probably not, I'm going to play it eventually and it's not going to be a big game and it probably will get cut in price, I'll actually try to buy it early before it cuts in price, just to not be a dickhead. I'm not saying you're being a dickhead for waiting for a price, but if I'm interested in a game, I feel like, well, that's my intent, right? And so I should fulfill that intent. And I do it a lot, Max, because for two reasons. When you're a kid, you can't afford everything you want. I rented a lot of games. I also grew up in the era where we were burning and stealing games left and right. I mean, and I've admitted this. On PS1, I had hundreds of copied games on PS1. We used to go rent games like constantly, just go copy them and literally bring them right back to the store. Right. And I think it was Blockbuster that like you could only have always have one or two games out at a time. So like we would just go like constantly swap them. It was clear what we were doing. And I think I have some karmic debt from that. Like, even though I was a kid, I wasn't going to buy this shit anyway. And I was at an age, I was in high school when people were doing that. So it was like the perfect kind of timing for me. And then when I was at IGN, I got everything for free. I very rarely bought games. I remember buying Grand Theft Auto 5, like specifically because it was so weird that I was buying a game. Anything I wanted, I would get. And it's not that I would ask for games. Often we just had access to them. We get literally boxes full of games. I remember Sony would send us, like when a game come out, would send us like a box full of the game. Like for anyone that wanted one in the office, basically. And so I feel like I have some room to make up for my lack of purchasing power being expressed as an adult when I had money. And that's neither here nor there. But now that I make a very good living and we don't deal with PR and all of that anymore, I have no choice but to buy my games. So I try to go out of my way to buy a few games a month and try to make it new releases. And I think I've been more sympathetic to that as a developer. It hurts when you're like, yeah, that game, it hurts when you read about your own games. Like, yeah, that game looks good, but it's not quite worth what they're asking for. It's like, well, we say that too on the show, but I want to like kind of shrug that off and try to like put my money where my mouth is where I can. So that's what I try to do and how I purchase games. I don't hold the other guys to that. Chris, do you do any of this kind of behavior, or are you not really?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I typically, especially with indie games or particularly when a big studio takes a risk, I try to put my money where my mouth is when that kind of thing happens. Specifically with I mean, nothing's coming to mind right now, but I can the specific thing that I can remember was Immortals Phoenix Rising. When that came out of Ubisoft, I was like, oh, that looks weird. I don't know if I'm going to like this, but it looks very, very different from what I'm used to seeing from Ubisoft. So I'm gonna buy this because I want to signal to these big publishers that, yeah, people do appreciate when something is new and different and weird. I think it's important, just as important to do that for big publishers as it is for independents, because I think, you know, there's telemetry from there. There's data to be gained from people interacting with new IPs and new ideas. So typically, if something looks new and interesting to me, I'll go ahead and buy it. I use Game Pass a lot for indie titles, things like After Party and Cyber Shadow and The Messenger and Celeste. Those are games that I got through Game Pass that I will then buy. After Death's Door was another one where it's like I bought that. I played that on Game Pass, but I bought it on Switch. And like there are things where it's like, yeah, if there are games coming out that you feel are hitting something for you and you want to support those studios, then it only makes sense to actually support them. And you could tweet nice things about them, I guess, but that doesn't mean much of anything. Like, you got to put your money where your mouth is.
I totally concur, and I'm glad that you answered one of his questions, which I failed to answer, which was this idea of all scales of games I do this for. Whether it's the $60 or $70 game, like Ghostwire Tokyo was a good example. Like, I was happy to buy that right away on sight unseen, and I did the same thing for Deathloop and other games out of curiosity. But then there are games where you see a little bit of gameplay, like Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I'm glad I got to buy that at full price because I think I didn't realize what it was, and I want to show support for that. And so I think you're right. Like the telemetry, whether it's a 1-person studio or a 1,000-person studio, it's kind of the same. Like you're trying to send them a message. We want all sorts of games. So I really do try to put my money where my mouth is as much as possible, especially as a developer now. It really means something. So what do you think, Dustin?
I don't do this too often. I'm trying to think, like, when that JoJo fighting game comes out, I will probably buy it no matter what, just because I do want an awesome JoJo game someday, and they don't exist. So I have to, in that instance, like, yeah, I'm going to buy that and play it no matter what, because I want to send the message that I want that. So I'm trying to think, though. It's for indies. I don't know. It's not like a choosing to not support or support. Like I like not in a piracy level at all. Like I was in the same boat as you, Colin, that I, as a kid, pirated all kinds of games. And so now I'm at the point where, it's not necessary to do that. And it's honestly like annoying now. It's even like the thought of like going to a torrent site and trying to find something that sounds horrible, and it's wrong. So
yeah, it's risky. I mean, the last time I ever tried to do something like kind of something untoward like that was, and I explained this, was we couldn't, what was it? You couldn't, you couldn't buy access to like the Thursday night football games, right? So like I was paying $300 a year to access the Sunday games, but they just didn't have the Thursday games. You had to go and like get it on NFL Network or whatever. You just couldn't watch it. So I'm like, well, fuck you guys. I'm just going to go like find a stream and watch it. And I did, but I bought like a specific shitty laptop to do it because I knew I was going into the depths of internet hell trying to find this thing. And I didn't want to like have any of my things on this machine. Like who the hell knows what kind of viruses I would get. So, But generally speaking, I always try to do the right thing because people always say that to me like, oh, why don't you go on NFL Reddit and just stream games? Like, well, I'm an adult and I can afford it, but give me an option. Anyway, I'm interested.
Right. I feel like one of the ways that I do like to support the developers of games that I really like is merchandise. Like I have this Shovel Knight shirt. I've bought a bunch of Shovel Knight merch. Actually, I have my Shovel Knight plushie is back there as well. So that's a great way to support developers that you like by buying a merch. And then, so you have the game and then you can have other stuff as well. So merch is awesome. I like seeing like being able to rep stuff like that. It's funny because I know that some people feel like as adults that they can't or shouldn't wear gamer attire. And I get it. There is cringy stuff out there, but like there's some awesome stuff as well.
Definitely. I agree. And then we just made a bunch of our own stuff. Like I made a bunch of my own nerdy t-shirts because I was like, well, I don't want all the shit on the arms and on the back and all this kind of stuff, but I digress. Matthias Gudmundsson wrote in, and by the way, the D in his name G-U-D, it was one of those weird D's with that curves over and then it has like the line through it. And I don't know what that's all about.
No.
He wrote in and said, hey guys, Colin, you said that the main reason you subscribe to PS Plus is for cloud saving. Is it not quite anti-consumer of Sony to still have this important feature behind a paywall in 2022? I believe this is not the case for Steam and Xbox. I don't have a PS5 yet, but I heard that you can't use a USB stick to back up your saves on the console, meaning that I don't know if that's true. It could be, though, meaning that Sony is basically holding your saves hostage if you don't subscribe to PS Plus, as one PS Plus profiles user absolutely put it. They would know there, which I think is absurd. The same is also true for Vita. I'm in a similar... Well, you can put the Vita saves on PS3, I think, but I understand. And you can put them on PC as well, I think, in Storm. I'm in a similar boat as you, where cloud saving and just keeping all the PS Plus games I've amassed over the years is the main reason I still subscribe, but it's starting to feel not worth it anymore with the lackluster monthly games. I understand charging for cloud saving in 2011 when it was new, but is it time to make it free? I feel like the upcoming tiered subscription would be a good time to make a change, but I'm not so optimistic. Thank you, Matthias, for writing in. Chris, let's stay with you. Do you think cloud saving should be part of just the user experience on PlayStation at the base level, no matter what? Because I disagree, specifically because online interactivity of any kind on PlayStation requires PS Plus. So why wouldn't you need PS Plus to upload saves? Like you would think it would go in the other direction. You would think the thing that would be accessible to everyone is the way it used to be on PS3 and Vita, which was like online is free for everyone, which is not. So it just kind of seems to make more sense to me that way. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It feels weird to me that your saves are locked behind a paywall in that way. That is really kind of an annoying feature, especially because I remember I had this problem on PS4 where I would set certain games to automatically upload saves to the cloud and they just wouldn't. So there was a time specifically around, I think, Red Dead 2 time or like that 2018, 2019, where I would be flying back and forth from New York to LA for family stuff. And I bought a PS4 Slim for here. And I would come back and I would install Red Dead or, God of War, whatever the fuck it is that I was playing in hopes of continuing and, getting some work done. And the saves would just not download because the auto upload just wasn't working. And I find it weird because this isn't a problem I have with Xbox or Steam. And there are some games that I own that share profiles between Xbox and Steam where that is also not a problem. So it's crazy to me that different ecosystems entirely are able to communicate in a more consistent way than PlayStation is able to communicate with itself, even when you're paying for that service. That's a little frustrating. I currently I have a Series X and a Series S. I have an S in my room for my little TV that isn't 4K and an X down here. And those saves transfer very, very, I don't have to do anything. And I don't think that's something that I'm paying for. It could be. But even if it was, the fact that it works is the main thing. Like, I would like it to work. And right now, like, I don't trust cloud saves on PlayStation. I just don't. Like, because so often it just won't work, or it'll be wrong, or I have to be so manual about it that it becomes more tedious than it's worth. So I think before they even investigate trying to make this thing free, or maybe altering it as far as like a price point, or maybe like including it at like the lowest tier, before they start doing any of that stuff, I feel like they have to iron out some of the kinks in how this thing works, especially with the auto upload, because I don't feel like it's there in comparison to the competition, even in spaces that don't have anything to do with consoles like Steam. But that's really the only insight I have. I'm not sure if it's free on Xbox. I don't imagine that it isn't, though. I have to look it up.
Dustin, do you have anything to add about this? I mean, I can understand the argument. Like, maybe I'm a little bit of a sucker, but I don't know. I just don't have a problem with paying for that functionality. But maybe it's just because I'm used to paying for it, and I upload saves every time I play. Like, when I shut off a game, I upload the save. Like, even if I played it for 10 minutes, it's just like this muscle memory.
It is. So it is free, yeah, on Xbox.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Good. So my only thought is just that I was trying to look up because it seemed to be. I was seeing mixed stuff on the internet about if you could back up PS5 data to a USB. Apparently you can, but it is nowhere near as you don't have anywhere near as many options as PS4. You have to back up everything, like you can't individually choose which data. You have to back up all your PS5 save data at the same time. So it does suck to me that you would paywall this feature when a lot of the competition, particularly Steam, doesn't. But I don't know. A lot of people throw out the term anti-consumer regularly when it's something they don't like. And I'm like, I don't know if I would label this anti-consumer. Switch, on the other hand, feels gross because it's like you can't back it up. And if your Switch dies, it's just everything's gone. Like PlayStation gives you this option. It may not be very good, and it should be better. But at least there is an option to back it up in a physical form if you want. Switch is like, man, your Animal Crossing island could just be obliterated if you don't pay for their service. And that definitely sucks. So I don't know. PlayStation is, I guess, in the same boat. I don't know if it's considered anti-consumer or if it just sucks. But I guess that definition would depend on the person.
Dude, it's funny because I just accepted as a kid in the battery era and then in the memory card era, like sometimes things get lost, but typically they didn't. And you just kind of played fearlessly. I mean, we've even discussed sending games back to you guys weren't really around for this too much, but of going to the video store and like sending an SNES game back and then hoping the next weekend that your save was still there on the game. Like I used to delete people's saves when I would rent the game and like start fresh like an asshole. I didn't really mean to be an asshole. That's just how I did it. But looking back, I was like the person that I probably hated that used to rent games. But over time, I've become so habitual with cloud saving that like the idea of losing a save is unfathomable to me and would ruin a game for me at this point. Like that's why I remember actually with those problems with Outriders we were talking about earlier that I didn't play the game immediately because until they patched that, 'cause I was like, there's no way, like that would just destroy my experience. I couldn't possibly fathom doing that. And so the cloud saving is just essential to me because I couldn't just turn off my PS5 and be like, well, everything's fine here, I guess, and we'll hope for the next time. But back when I was younger, and that's what everyone did. So I don't know what the difference is. Joshua PC wrote in. Final inquiry says, hi, CDC. Appreciation for the great content as always. Thank you. I'm a lover of cinema, and I've always considered video games as a fantastic storytelling medium. I will always rate names like Kojima, Hauser, Druckmann, Levine, etc. in the same category with Kurosawa or Scorsese as terrific storytellers. But we know that these experiences, although somewhat popular and still critically acclaimed, couldn't hold a candle commercially to Fortnite or Roblox. What is your opinion on the future of these types of games? Will they die out soon? Will there be a future breed of great storytellers and great video game stories? Thank you as always. Dustin, I think what Joshua is afraid of embracing is this idea that we can actually have it all. Like we can. Now, yeah. I say over and over again that every opportunity taken is infinite opportunities lost. That is true. But like, do you really, are we looking for Epic to spend time making story-driven games, or can they just make Fortnite? I mean, like, who cares? Because on the other side of that is a Naughty Dog that might make factions, but will typically be known for their single-player games. And so I don't feel as threatened by this as I think some people do, because the money is there. But if anything, that money will fund what people really want to make, because I refuse to believe that game developers, passionate game developers, typically want to make Fortnite. They might want to work on Fortnite and have that in their portfolio, and it might be fun for a little while. But I think they want to, like, is your stamp more important if you like worked on some skins in Fortnite, or is your stamp more important if you worked on to make the animations in a really grave part of The Last of Us Part 2? Even if many more people will play Fortnite, I think that a lot of game devs know that intrinsically, and so I don't think there's any threat of having a lack of those games. And I think if anything, the money being brought in by these games can be used in other ways and capture casual gamers and make them realize what's there. I think that people that understand what games truly are, they play those games as a service, but they don't need them because they understand the depths of games. While in the other direction, I don't know that it's quite true. And so maybe it could be a useful tool in that way. What do you think?
I think most gamers out there want variety. Sure, there are people that only play one type of game or one service game, but most of us want to hop around to different experiences, and many of those being story driven. And not to be a corporate apologist in any way, but we see big companies like EA invest in games like this still, when clearly they don't need to. Look at something like It Takes Two that just won numerous awards. It's like EA doesn't need to necessarily make smaller games like that or fun smaller games, but they understand the value of having those games in their portfolio and the value that they provide to the industry. And we see that with other companies as well. So I don't think there's any risk of them dying out. There will always be the chase for the next service game. But even these big companies understand that not every single one, they can't always have that. So they got to round it out with these type of experiences that we're talking about.
Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think these big kind of blockbuster, multiplayer driven games are a bit of a blessing in disguise, really, because I think they're so profitable that, yeah, there's this fear of the incentive to kind of just stick with those types of games, but there's also the realistic outcome, which is this game is so profitable that now we can do that thing that we probably couldn't have done before this. Something like I think of Valiant Hearts and Child of Light a lot as examples of just like, wow, this is like a really interesting way for Ubisoft to use all of the grand capital that they receive from their annualization of big games like Assassin's Creed, and repurposing them into being like, hey, you know what? Let's invest in these smaller titles that might leave a little bit more of a mark and be a little bit more interesting. And I love Child of Light. I think that's such an underrated gem of that period in time, especially in Ubisoft. And I don't know if you could have had a game like that without the success of something like Assassin's Creed. If they didn't have that cushion to fall on to allow them to take a risk like, hey, let's make this half real time, half turn-based platforming adventure game thing that's not going to sell well in comparison to, the biggest thing in the world. That's what Assassin's Creed allows for. Grand Theft Auto Online being profitable as hell, no doubt allowed them to take as much time as possible making something like Red Dead Redemption 2, which is something that I feel is just one of, if not the most impressive narrative that I have ever seen in a video game. And I think you just kind of have to accept the fact that, it's not exciting, the thought that, these games persist so long and there's like a heavy incentive to kind of make only that. But I don't think that that's really something. I don't really think that's actually a problem. I think if anything, these are the experiences that allow for some of our more niche, some of our more weird success stories,
I agree. I think we talk from some perspective on this show, or at least I do, where it's like, well, we have this certain soft spot for single player games, classic games, and then kind of hardcore multiplayer games. And I understand we kind of eschew this other stuff. It's like, well, it's there and you can play it, but we don't really take it seriously. But the reality is that it can all dwell together, and it all must dwell together, because you can't really have one without the other today. But I think that if you are a believer, for instance, in Game Pass and subscription services, then you better hope single player games hang out. Because I don't think that like multiplayer games that you're going to pay for are going to be a common thing soon. And so I think the revenue from one-time purchasers like me are going to come from that realm. And then there are going to be opportunities for others to spend their money in different ways. But I really do believe that Fortnite and Roblox and all these things have the opportunity to bring people in. And that's good. Even if we can just capture some of them, that's good. So that's my state.
Yeah.
All right, boys. That's all we have for this lengthy episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Chris, do you have closing thoughts?
Oh no, man! I gotta get ready to pack. Got a flight in the morning.
Well, Godspeed to you, my friend. And Dustin, closing thoughts.
My Steam Deck pre-order email finally arrived today, so I'm preparing the way for Gabe to show up at my house, and the offer stands from a previous episode. If he'd like to have dinner, drink wine, and maybe a little romance.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
I'm open to that, so I'm very pleased. And,
what if he shows up to your door and he's absolutely jacked from walking across the country delivering all these
all
Steam
the better,
Decks by hand? He's just like this.
I mean, don't get me. He's beautiful just the way he is.
I worry about him. Like he is really big, and gotta do something about that. Like Gabe, because we need you, my friend. I don't judge anyone for their weight or whatever like that, but you got to know when you're that big that you're playing with fire, my friend. We need you, Gabe. You're one of the good minds of the industry. You understand things. Take care of yourselves out there, please.
That's right.
All right. Well, I have nothing else to say to any of you. I'm sick of it. Let's get out of here. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of Sacred Symbols and Last Stand Media. Patreon.com/Last Stand Media. Leave us nice reviews. Find us on YouTube and all the rest. We couldn't do it without you. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.